Nanli, the noble goddess of the Chu Kingdom, is revered by thousands and worshipped by millions. Concealing her identity, she married into a foreign land, all for the sake of Yi Yunting's promise. In this life, I shall love but one, my lady. After their marriage, she diligently prepared meals for him, yet he betrayed her, despised her, and allowed his cruel servants to torment her. Upon her arrival in this world, her scoundrel husband sought to terminate the life of the child she carried. As a skilled military doctor from 2090, she would not tolerate such transgressions. Any harm done to her would be repaid 100-fold. She embarked on a journey of vengeance, eliminating enemies, avenging her grievances, and expanding her own influence. After their separation, a renowned young general, an unparalleled imperial physician, and a brilliant scholar all fell for her, eagerly seeking her hand in marriage. Yi Yunting could only lament and queue up in despair. "Lear, I implore you, grant me but one chance. Please let me see our child. That is our offspring." However, he was unceremoniously cast aside by the powerful and untouchable Regent King. "Begone. My child lacks a father." Chapter 1. A Life of Worthless Existence. Ah! A heavy club struck the womb of Chu Nanli, blood gushing down her thighs. The side consort is gravely ill. The fetus must be used as medicine. "Princess, it would be wise to comply with the old servant, lest you suffer more." Pinned to the ground by a throng of maids and servants, Chu Nanli could scarcely move. She lifted her gaze, pained, to the imposing figure before her, Yi Yunting, the formidable warlord, and the man she had loved for 3 years. "Ah Yi, can you truly be so heartless?" "Inger's health is paramount," he replied coldly, looking down on her with disdain. "If you understood your place, you would cooperate." "Yi Yunting, this is also your child. She is 3 months along, with a heartbeat. How can you be so cruel?" Chu Nanli clutched her abdomen, her eyes filled with despair. "Only Inger can bear my child." "Chu Nanli, your offspring is unworthy of life." Yi Yunting's piercing gaze seemed capable of ending her existence. "Continue until the fetus is lost." "No." Instinctively, Chu Nanli protected her belly, but the ruthless matron pried her bloodied hands away, the club striking her womb repeatedly. Though the pain was excruciating, it paled in comparison to her heartache as the vibrant life within her slipped away, until a mass of blood fell from between her legs. Yi Yunting glanced at the unsightly substance with disdain. "Take it away. Instruct the kitchen to prepare restorative medicine for the princess. Please, do not take my child." With her last strength, Chu Nanli crawled toward the direction Yi Yunting had gone, only to be restrained by the matron. "Princess, do not pursue. Your child, like you, is of lowly worth. Even if it survives, it will not thrive. Better to contribute to the side consort's health." Chu Nanli bit her lip, tears mingling with blood cascading to the ground. Regret consumed her. 3 years ago, driven by a single promise from Yi Yunting, she had defied her family's wishes, concealing her identity as a goddess of the Chu Kingdom to marry into the Xia Kingdom. Anger surged within her as she reflected on how Yi Yunting had forsaken his vase, treating her with disdain, and even choosing to sacrifice their child for the side consort. "My child, I am so sorry." A single tear of blood rolled down her cheek. The only thing she could do now was to bury her child, preventing its small body from suffering such cruel fates. Enduring overwhelming pain, she summoned the strength to rise, only to be struck down again by the matron. "Wretched woman, on the brink of death, still attempting to thwart our side consort's good fortune." The matron pulled out a fire starter. "Chu Ingyue, you are but a lowly commoner from the Chu Kingdom, shamelessly occupying the princess's position for so long. Our side consort, the daughter of the chancellor, is well versed in poetry and art. Why should she be beneath you? Let me enlighten you. Ing's side consort is not ill. It's your ignorance that obstructs her path. So perish." The matron ignited the curtain and retreated. Chu Ingyue's consciousness began to fade. She could not grasp the full meaning of the matron's words, only remembering that Ing's side consort was not truly ill. How blind she had been. She had taken Lin Fuiying into her home, treating her as a sister, even spending her own dowry to heal her, only to find that she was now to be condemned to death alongside her child. Cough. Consumed by despair, Chu Nanli coughed up blood, the thick smoke suffocating her. In her final moments of clarity, she bit her tongue, drawing blood, and inscribed an ancient spell of the Chu Kingdom. "I, the goddess of the Chu Kingdom, Chu Nanli, today invoke blood as a medium, my soul as a sacrifice, and with my death, I beseech the divine. First, may my child find peace in the earth, reborn into a good family, free from a mother as inept as I. Second, may those who have wronged me experience the agony of despair, never knowing a good death. Third, may Yi Yunting never attain true love, may his every desire remain unfulfilled, and may he languish in sorrow for eternity. Thunder rumbled, lightning streaking across the sky, 7 stars aligning. Why is the weather suddenly changing? Let's not dwell on it. We must leave. No one noticed the 7 stars forming a unique totem. Chapter 2. Living Backward. Your Highness, there is trouble. A fire has broken out in the princess's courtyard. The matron hurried in with a group of maids, kneeling in fear. Yi Yunting's expression darkened, his brows furrowing in displeasure. What trick is she playing now? It is true. The princess refuses to come out, claiming she'll take her own life. You must see for yourself. If you delay, she may very well be reduced to ashes. The matron kowtowed, secretly wishing for Chu Nanli to be incinerated. Is she threatening me with death to force my hand regarding the child? Yi Yunting's face darkened ominously. The usually gentle and obedient Chu Nanli was daring to threaten him. Ha! Let her be. I wish to see if she dares to truly die. The matron was taken aback. Realizing the prince could not be left uninformed, she was about to speak when Lin Fuiying tugged at Yi Yunting's sleeve, weeping. Your Highness, you should go check on my sister. Inger, do not soften your heart for that venomous woman. Let her throw her tantrums. Yi Yunting's tone was icy. But Inger is worried about her sister. She fears she may truly seek death after losing her child. As a mother, the pain must be unbearable. Unbearable pain? Truly seeking death?
Yi Yunting frowned.
Inger, your compassion for others is commendable. For your sake, I shall check on that venomous woman. Ah, how hot. As Chu Nanli opened her eyes, she saw her sleeve ablaze, nearly igniting her hair. She rolled and patted herself down, only to discover she was completely engulfed in flames. Had she not perished in an airplane crash? How was she now amidst this inferno? Moreover, the unbearable tearing pain in her lower abdomen was undeniable. As dizziness washed over her, foreign memories surged into her mind. Chu Nanli, the esteemed goddess of the Chu Kingdom, had concealed her identity 3 years ago to marry Yi Yunting, only to be cast aside and ultimately forced to lose her child. She could not comprehend how Yi Yunting, who had once rescued her and promised her undying love, could turn so cruelly against her. The pain in her abdomen intensified as she felt a torrent of warmth flowing down. Chu Nanli swiftly sealed her acupoints and retrieved a pill from her spatial storage, swallowing it whole. The spatial device, a standard issue from 2090, had inexplicably accompanied her through the transition, proving to be quite convenient. In the tumultuous year of 2090, amidst the chaos of war, Chu Nanli, a highly trained military physician nurtured by the state, bore responsibilities that transcended mere medical duties. She was also required to master combat and intelligence. Consequently, her arsenal was remarkably comprehensive, with fire extinguishers and fireproof clothing merely serving as the foundational elements. Clad in her fireproof attire, she resolved to charge directly through the inferno, yet as she approached the doorway, an invisible force impeded her progress. First, may my child find peace in the earth. Second, may those who have harmed me endure the torment of heart-wrenching sorrow, never to die in peace. Third. The vows uttered by the original soul before her demise echoed in her ears, coalescing into a formidable power. Chu Nanli recalled that it was this very force that had drawn her to this place. To offer one's soul as a sacrifice, what a profound obsession it was. Rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes. Chu Nanli gently caressed her abdomen. Moreover, you have not departed this world empty-handed. Within you lies another child. The original bearer had been pregnant with fraternal twins, and against all odds, one had survived these harrowing events. However, the original's overwhelming emotions had nearly caused the loss of the surviving fetus. Fortunately, she had timely sealed her acupoint and ingested medicinal remedies from her spatial domain, preserving the life of this child. I will protect her and ensure that no one harms or humiliates us again. Go in peace. As her words fell, the invisible force seemed to acknowledge her promise, gradually dissipating. In the next moment, a pair of cold, rough hands grasped Chu Nanli's wrist with a painful grip, and a voice, fierce and menacing, echoed in her ears. Chu Nanli, do not think to threaten this king. With a tremendous force, she was yanked from the flames, only to be abruptly flung aside, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. It is merely an unformed fetus you seek to protect. How dare you resort to such desperate measures? Such a lack of propriety is truly regressive. Namely, the esteemed goddess of the Chu Kingdom is revered by thousands and worshipped by countless admirers. Concealing her true identity, she marries into a foreign land, driven solely by the words of Yi Yunting, who once declared, "In this life, I shall have but one woman, my lady." After their marriage, she diligently prepares meals for him, yet he betrays her, loathes her, and allows cruel servants to oppress and humiliate her. Upon her arrival in this new life, her unfaithful husband seeks to terminate the life of their unborn child. As a military doctor from the year 2090, she is not one to be trifled with. Any harm inflicted upon her shall be repaid 100-fold. She rises to the occasion, eliminating her adversaries, exacting revenge, and establishing her own power. After their separation, the illustrious young general, a peerless imperial physician, and a newly crowned scholar all fall head over heels for her, each seeking her hand in marriage. Yi Yunting can only weep and line up for a chance, pleading, "Lear, I beseech you, grant this king just one opportunity. May I at least glimpse our child?" he implores. Yet, he is unceremoniously cast aside by the powerful and unattainable Regent. "Begone! My child does not require a father." Chapter 1: A Life Worthless? A heavy rod strikes fiercely at Nanli's womb, and a torrent of blood flows down her thighs. The favored concubine Ing is gravely ill and requires the fetus for medicine. It would be wise for the princess to comply with this old servant to lessen her own suffering. Pinned to the ground by a group of maids and servants, Nanli is rendered immobile. She raises her head, gazing in anguish at the man before her, clad in dark brocade, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. This man, Yi Yunting, is the revered war god, a figure of immense power and military achievement, also the man she has loved for 3 years. Yi, do you truly wish to be so heartless? Ying's illness takes precedence. He responds coldly, regarding her from his lofty position with impatience. If you were sensible, you would cooperate. Yi Yunting, this is your child too. She is 3 months along, with a heartbeat already. How can you bear to do this? Nanli clutches her abdomen, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair. Only Ing can bear my child. Nanli, your offspring does not deserve to live. His malevolent gaze seems intent on extinguishing her very existence. Continue until the fetus is lost. No. Instinctively, Nanli protects her abdomen, but in the next moment, the ruthless Granny Hua pries her bloodied hands away, and the rod strikes mercilessly again and again. Nanli's pain is excruciating, though it pales in comparison to the heartbreak she feels as the vibrant life within her slips away, until a mass of blood drops to the ground between her legs, and Yi Yunting casts a disdainful glance at the filth. Remove it and instruct the kitchen to prepare some restorative medicine for the princess. Please, do not take away my child. With her last ounce of strength, she crawls toward Yi Yunting's retreating figure, only to be restrained by Granny Hua. Princess, do not pursue. Your child, like you, is worthless. Even if it lives, it will not fare well. You might as well contribute to the favored concubine's illness. Nanli bites her lip, tears of regret mingling with blood, cascading to the ground. She laments that 3 years ago, she defied her family's opposition, concealing her identity as the goddess of Chu and marrying into the Xian Kingdom, all for Yi Yunting's promise. She despises how he has betrayed that vow, treating her with disdain and even sacrificing their child for the favored concubine. My child, I am so sorry. A solitary tear of blood slides down Nanli's cheek. The only thing she can do now is to give her child a proper burial, ensuring that her tiny body does not suffer the tortures of the world. Enduring excruciating pain, she struggles to stand, only to be knocked down again by a fierce slap from Granny Hua. Wretched woman, even at death's door, you wish to disrupt our favored concubine's good fortune. Granny Hua declares, producing a fire starter. Chu Yue, you are merely a commoner from Chu, yet you have shamelessly occupied the princess's position for so long. Our favored concubine is the daughter of the prime minister, skilled in poetry and painting. Why must she be beneath you? Let me inform you, Ing is not actually ill. It is your lack of understanding that has led to her misfortune, so perish. Setting fire to the curtain, she retreats. As Nanning Yue's consciousness begins to fade, she cannot fully comprehend Granny Hua's words, only recalling the phrase that Ing is not truly ill. How blind she has been. She welcomed Lin Fueying into her home as a sister, even sacrificing her own dowry for her treatment, only to find that it would lead to her and her child's demise. Cough. Overwhelmed by rage, Nanli coughs up blood, and as the thick smoke envelopes her, she feels herself suffocating. In her final moments of clarity, she bites her tongue, drawing blood, and utters the ancient incantation of the Chu Kingdom. I, the goddess of Chu, Nanli, today use my blood as a medium and my soul as a sacrifice. With my demise, I beseech the divine. First, may my child rest in peace, reincarnating into a fortunate life, devoid of a mother as incapable as I. Secondly, may those who have wronged me suffer profound torment and meet an untimely end. Thirdly, a bitter smile graces Nanli's lips. May Yi Yunting never find true love, may his every wish remain unfulfilled, and may he live in perpetual melancholy. Thunder rumbles. The sky suddenly darkens with ominous clouds, and the 7 stars begin to align. What on earth is happening? Never mind that. We must flee. No one notices as the stars connect to form a peculiar totem. Chapter 2. A Life Reversed. My lord, it is dire news. The princess's courtyard is ablaze. Granny Hua, flustered, kneels with a group of maidservants, not daring to breathe. Yi Yunting's aura is ominous, his face dark as he furrows his brow. What trick is she playing now? It is true. The princess refuses to come out, claiming she'll take her own life. You must go see her. If you delay, she may be reduced to ashes. Granny Hua bows her head repeatedly, inwardly wishing for Nanli to be consumed by flames. Is she threatening me with her life to force my hand regarding the child? Yi Yunting's expression darkens ominously. The frail and obedient Nanli is now daring to threaten him. Ha! Let her be. I shall see if she truly dares to die. Granny Hua is taken aback, realizing the lord's absence cannot be allowed. Just then, Lin Fueying tugs at Yi Yunting's sleeve, tears streaming down her face. My lord, please go check on my sister. There is no need to pity that venomous woman. Let her make her fuss. Yi Yunting's face remains stormy. But I am genuinely worried about her. She has just lost her child. As a mother, she must be heartbroken, Lin Fueying implores. Heartbroken? Truly seeking death? Yi Yunting furrows his brow. Your compassion for others is commendable. For your sake, I will check on that venomous woman. Ugh, so hot. Nanli opens her eyes to find her sleeve ablaze, nearly igniting her hair. She rolls and tumbles to extinguish the flames, only to realize she is entirely engulfed by fire. Did she not die in a plane crash? How did she end up in this inferno? Moreover, the searing pain in her abdomen is unmistakable. As dizziness washes over her, memories that do not belong to her flood her mind. Nanli, the esteemed goddess of Chu, concealed her identity 3 years ago and married Yi Yunting, only to be cast aside like refuse and ultimately have her child brutally taken from her. She cannot comprehend how, having once been saved by Yi Yunting, who had promised her his heart, things could have turned so grim. The pain in her abdomen intensifies, and sensing a surge of liquid rushing down, Nanli swiftly seals her acupoints and retrieves a pill from her spatial pocket, swallowing it whole. The spatial pocket, a basic equipment issued by her country in 2090, has surprisingly traversed with her, proving to be quite convenient. In the tumultuous year of 2090, amidst the chaos of war, Chu Nanli, a highly trained military physician cultivated by the nation, found her duties extending beyond mere medical care. She was also required to possess expertise in combat and intelligence. Consequently, her array of equipment was exceptionally comprehensive, with fire extinguishers and fireproof attire being mere essentials. Dressed in her fireproof suit, she intended to charge directly through the inferno, yet an invisible force halted her at the threshold. My wish is for my child to find peace in the earth. My second wish is for those who have wronged me to suffer the excruciating pangs of despair and meet a wretched end. My third wish is... The vows uttered by the original soul before her demise resonated in her ears, coalescing into a formidable power. Chu Nanli recalled that it was this very force that had drawn her here. To offer one's soul as a sacrifice, what profound obsession this was. Fear not, I shall fulfill your wishes, Chu Nanli reassured, gently caressing her abdomen. Moreover, you have not departed this world without leaving a trace. Within you, there lies another child. The original body carried a pair of Vilansomata, and, against all odds, one had survived the ordeal. However, due to the original's overwhelming emotions, the other had nearly been lost. Fortunately, she had swiftly sealed the acupoint and ingested the medicine from her space, thereby safeguarding this child. I will care for her diligently, ensuring that no one shall harm or humiliate us again. Rest easy. As her words fell, that invisible force seemed to acknowledge her promise, gradually dissipating. In the next moment, a pair of cold, rough hands gripped Chu Nanli's wrist with a painful intensity, accompanied by a voice filled with rage and menace. Chu Nanli, do not presume to threaten this king. With a sudden surge of strength, she was yanked from the flames, only to be unceremoniously flung to the ground with a thud. You dare to resort to such drastic measures over an unformed fetus? Your lack of understanding is truly appalling. You are regressing further with each passing day. Chapter 3. Blindness of heart and eyes. Are you alright? Chu Nanli looked up at Yi Yunting, this man devoid of discernment, blind in heart and eyes. Truly unworthy of the original owner's sincere affections. What does it mean to be merely a fetus? What does it mean to lack understanding? To be understanding means to willingly offer one's child as a mere pawn to that conniving little white lotus? Moreover, who told you that I was resorting to threats? Chu Nanli pointed at Granny Hua. It is this conniving servant who deliberately set the fire intending to kill me. Yi Yunting's brows furrowed slightly. Chu Nanli, having failed to threaten, do you still dare to lie? Lie? Chu Nanli was somewhat taken aback. The original owner had served dutifully in the royal residence for 3 years. Yet in Yi Yunting's eyes, she was merely this kind of person who is lying. A simple investigation would reveal the truth. Chu Nanli could not be bothered to argue with him. The origin of that fire starter could easily be uncovered. Sister, perhaps there is some misunderstanding? Lin Fuiying spoke. Her face pale. Granny Hua is my wet nurse. Her character is well known to me. She would never commit such heinous acts. Ignoring her, Chu Nanli turned her gaze directly towards Yi Yunting, asserting that traces must have been left at the scene. Whoever set the fire could be identified if an autopsy was conducted. That cannot be, Lin Fuiying exclaimed. If this matter gets out, it would tarnish both my and the entire royal residence's reputation. She bit her lip, pulling at Yi Yunting as if she had suffered a great injustice. Her eyes filled with a pitiful innocence. Your Highness, I assure you that Granny Hua would never harm my sister. There must be some misunderstanding. Let us downplay this situation. Moreover, my sister might be afraid of punishment and, in her panic, mistakenly thought it was Granny Hua who set the fire. Such simple words appeared to be for her benefit, yet in truth, they only solidified her own culpability in the crime of arson while falsely accusing the maidservant. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yi Yunting's expression grew increasingly dark. This matter ends here. With that, he flicked his sleeves and departed, leaving the kneeling Granny Hua to cast a derisive glance at Chu Nanli, her face radiating triumph. Wait, Yi Yunting, you conclude it was I who did it without even investigating? Chu Nanli stepped forward to block Yi Yunting. I am your consort. That conniving servant deliberately set the fire to kill me. I demand an explanation today. There was no reason for her to be harmed while bearing the blame, especially since the original owner had indeed been murdered. Yi Yunting furrowed his brows, ready to speak, when Lin Fuiying, looking pitiful, clung to him. Your Highness, if my sister truly suspects my wet nurse, I have no choice but to prove my innocence with my life. As she spoke, Lin Fuiying sobbed and threw herself against a nearby pillar. Ing! Yi Yunting rushed forward, pushing Chu Nanli aside, anxiously wrapping his arms around Lin Fuiying. When he cast a cold glare at Chu Nanli, it was as if his gaze could freeze. Chu Nanli, you know full well that Inger is in poor health. Yet you provoke her. Truly despicable. The force of his shove sent Chu Nanli crashing to the ground, blood spilling from her mouth once more. Gritting her teeth, she thought, Yi Yunting, you are indeed blind. Blinded to such clumsy theatrics. If Lin Fuiying were not guilty, why not simply submit to an examination? Instead, she resorted to crying and causing a scene. Enough. Do you dare to be stubborn? Yi Yunting's face darkened further, particularly upon seeing Chu Nanli's defiant demeanor, a wave of inexplicable anger rising within him. Someone. The consort has deliberately committed arson and shows no remorse. Punish her with 30 strikes as a form of discipline. Yi Yunting's secret guards were known for their swift actions and did not allow Chu Nanli a moment to react before swiftly restraining her. Enduring the punishment, she managed to retrieve an invisible protective suit from her space. Although the suit minimized harm, the pain was still palpable. Coupled with the agony from having lost a child, The pain in her abdomen intensified. Yi Yunting, I shall remember this humiliation. Chapter 4. A hundredfold retribution. I, Chu Nanli, the renowned military doctor of the Ghost Hand in 2090, have never been so humiliated. If I must lay blame, it is for my current weakness. I am unable to confront Xia Yi Yunting directly. However, one day, when I have gained my strength, I shall repay him 100-fold. She took a miscarriage-preserving pill from her space. Otherwise, after 30 strikes, her child would surely be lost. Yi Yunting, you almost caused the loss of your other child. How absurd. My apologies, Your Highness. After executing the punishment, Yi Yunting's secret guards departed without offering her assistance. Chu Nanli lay helpless on the ground, feeling dizzy. Yet she could not succumb. She had promised the original owner to reclaim her child and ensure her peace in death. However, the original owner's constitution was not particularly robust. And after enduring such mistreatment, Chu Nanli ultimately could not hold on, her vision fading to black. Farong Courtyard. I don't want to harm my sister's child. Lin Fuiying wailed. Had I known that my ailment required a 3-month-old living fetus as a medicinal catalyst, I would have refrained from treatment. I would rather die than harm my sister. She stubbornly refused to take her medicine, her eyes red from crying, presenting a scene that evoked pity. Yi Yunting embraced the weeping Lin Fuiying, soothing her. Enough. Do not cry. The child has already been lost. Just await your medication. But if I do this, my sister will surely hate me. Let her dare. If she ever tries to hinder you again, I shall grant you her authority in the household. Yi Yunting furrowed his brows, feeling inexplicably agitated as he recalled Chu Nanli's defiance earlier. Your Highness, you must not. My sister is the legitimate consort. Inger desires nothing more than to remain by your side. Lin Fuiying nestled gently against Yi Yunting, causing his frown to ease slightly.
Yinger is truly understanding.
Yi Yunting replied, favoring Lin Fuiying's gentle and submissive nature, in contrast to Chu Nanli, who, though outwardly respectful, harbored an indescribable pride and grace, then and now. You flatter me, Your Highness. I dare not covet what belongs to my sister, Lin Fuiying replied softly, secretly pleased with herself.
Chu Nanli.
What does being the legitimate consort matter if you cannot win a man's affection? By the way, Your Highness, perhaps you should check on my sister. She has just lost her child and has been punished with 30 strikes. Her body may not withstand it. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunting's brows knitted once more. 30 strikes seemed excessive for a woman unaccustomed to battle, yet recalling Chu Nanli's gaze from earlier, he felt compelled to temper her spirit. He wondered if that woman would now be willing to comply, should she seek his aid. He would not mind adopting a child from a collateral branch for her in the future. With such thoughts, Yi Yunting strode away, declaring, I shall go check on her. Lin Fuiying watched his retreating figure, gritting her teeth in frustration. She had merely wished to demonstrate her thoughtfulness and kindness, believing that he would have no interest in that wretched woman. To her dismay, he truly went. Her gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a fierce expression. Granny Hua, do you believe the prince still harbors feelings for my sister? She had clearly observed Yi Yunting's change in expression when she proposed that Chu Nanli would not withstand 30 strikes. Your Highness, do not overthink. The prince's heart is solely with you. He must have gone to see the consort for your sake. Let us hope. Lin Fuiying released her clenched fists. But it is better that he is left now, sparing me the pretense of drinking the medicine later. I am not ill. Let that fetal medicine be discarded. I refuse to consume that disgusting and ominous concoction. Chapter 5. The child still lives in a haze. Chu Nanli seemed to find herself lying on her own bed, seeking a comfortable position nestled against the plush white rabbit beside her, wishing for a good sleep. Yet, she felt a force pulling at her. Reluctantly, she opened her eyes to find herself in a room adorned with antique charm. A chill swept through her. It seemed she had merely been dreaming. Sensing a residue on her lips, she touched it with her finger. Medicine. Had someone come to tend to her wounds? Instantly, she scanned her surroundings, only to catch a fleeting shadow by the window. Who is it? She attempted to rise and pursue, but lacked the strength. That person likely bore no ill intent. They were most probably the one who had administered her medicine. Although the identity of the tall figure remained unclear, there was an undeniable familiarity about it, reminiscent of Yi Yunting. Suddenly, the door to the chamber swung open, and Yi Yunting entered with a cold expression. What brings you here? Chu Nanli watched him warily. The man stood tall and imposing, exuding an air of nobility, his chiseled features sculpted as if by a master artist. rendering him extraordinarily handsome. No wonder the original owner held such affection for him. Unfortunately, beneath that striking exterior lay a selfish and indifferent heart. Just moments ago, Chu Nanli had thought the person who brought her medicine bore a resemblance to Yi Yunting. Now she realized it was utterly impossible. He would never display such kindness. I have come to see you. Yi Yunting spoke indifferently. You appear to be in good spirits, suggesting that you suffered little harm from the 30 lashes. His tone hinted at regret that she had not been injured. Truly, he was a despicable man. Chu Nanli clenched her teeth, unwilling to engage in meaningless conversation with him. Where is the child? She had not forgotten her promise to the original owner. She needed to ensure the child's proper resting place. At the mention of the child, Yi Yunting's expression turned icy. Chu Nanli, cease your fixation on that child.
Why? Chu Nanli dito.
That is your child as well. Are you truly capable of harming your own flesh and blood?
Ha.
I have never laid a hand on you. How could the child in your womb possibly belong to me? Yi Yunting's face darkened. Your disregard for propriety is not my concern. As for this bastard, consider it a trade-off for the side consort's medication. He added ominously, you would do well to remain obedient. Should anything happen to Inger, you shall accompany her to the grave. With that, he turned abruptly and left. Chu Nanli furrowed her brow, perplexed. 3 months prior, at Xingshan Temple, the original owner had indeed shared a bed with Yi Yunting. She recalled how, during an unexpected encounter, the original owner, thinking of him as her husband, had disregarded formalities and spent the entire night with him. Little did she know that this scoundrel would abandon her and even go so far as to forcefully terminate their child. Chu Nanli felt an overwhelming urge to take revenge on this vile man, but her immediate concern was to locate the lost fetus. Glancing at the time, she realized she had fainted for about a quarter of an hour. There was still time. She rose and made her way towards the medicinal kitchen. In the backyard, she encountered a sneaky little maid, who appeared flustered and unsteady, muttering to herself. Those old hags are truly tyrannical. Why should I be forced to do such a disgusting task? Chu Nanli stealthily followed the maid to a desolate graveyard on the western edge of the city. The maid, suppressing her nausea, glanced at a blood-soaked bundle in her hands. Poor child, those who harmed you are not my kin. Go in peace and find a good family in your next life. Just don't seek me out. With that, she discarded the bundle as if it were refuse, casting it into the foul-smelling graveyard. Once the maid departed, Chu Nanli hurried forward to investigate. She carefully cradled the fetus in her hands and, upon touching it, was miraculously relieved to detect a faint heartbeat. This child might still have a chance at life. Chu Nanli scanned her surroundings with caution, swiftly finding a secluded spot before entering her space, placing the fetus into a specialized incubator. In 2090, due to a declining birth rate, medical institutions had developed high-tech incubators that simulated real womb conditions, boasting a survival rate exceeding 90%. The little one, having been separated from its mother for some time, had a weak heartbeat, prompting Chu Nanli to add a variety of supplements to the incubator. Whether the child would survive depended on fate. After completing these tasks, Chu Nanli exited the space, weary and exhausted, unaware of the shadow lurking in a distant old tree. Chapter 6. Two kind of man in black descended slowly from a height of several dozen meters. As the wind lifted his mask, it revealed a strikingly handsome face, ethereal and breathtaking, resembling a celestial being from a painting. Moments later, he landed gracefully, his mask securely in place once more. He gazed down as if surveying those kneeling at his feet, his enchanting eyes filled with indifference. Continue following her. Yes, my lord. The side consort nearly fainted from distress. What shall we do? The side consort is too kind-hearted. After taking the medicine, she has been overwhelmed with guilt and has fainted several times. I provided her with some calming herbs, and she finally fell asleep, Hua Mao said anxiously. Yi Yunting frowned slightly, glancing at Bai Wuhan. Her emotional fluctuations, will they affect her health? Bai Wuhan, the renowned physician of the Summer Kingdom and a former classmate of Yi Yunting, had been treating Lin Fuiying's illness. Since she has taken the medicine, her condition should improve, he replied confidently, then smirked at Yi Yunting. However, Yi, you are rather ruthless. How could you harm your own child? The idea of using a 3-month-old fetus as a medicinal ingredient was Bai Wuhan's suggestion, but he had not anticipated Yi Yunting would resort to using his own child. That is not my child. Yi Yunting shot him a cold glare. Bai Wuhan was skeptical after all. Chu Nanli loved Yi Yunting deeply. How could she possibly carry another man's child? Yet he refrained from pressing further. Ultimately, it was his own Lin Fuiying's life that mattered. As for Chu Nanli, her life was of little consequence, and he did not care whose child it was. Very well, whatever you say, Bai Wuhan said with a grin. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave.
Wait.
Yi Yunting spoke in a low voice. Prepare some restorative medicine for the princess. Of course. Bai Wuhan swiftly produced paper and ink, knowing that consulting him as a physician was costly. However, given that Chu Nanli had saved Inger, he was willing to be generous. After writing down several medicinal ingredients, Bai Wuhan offered a few more reminders. This woman's miscarriage is akin to childbirth. She will need to observe a month of recuperation. Ensure she avoids any physical strain or cold, raw foods. She must avoid physical strain? Yi Yunting's face suddenly turned ominous. I just punished her with 30 lashes. 30 lashes? Bai Wuhan exclaimed, his mouth agape. Do you not realize that a woman's body is extremely fragile during the postpartum period? 30 lashes could easily lead to tragedy. Ah Yi, are you not afraid of regretting this later? Being former classmates, Bai Wuhan could not help but caution Yi Yunting. After the medicine is prepared, you should personally deliver it. Do not be so ruthless that you leave no room for regret, Bai Wuhan sighed before departing. He knew he should not speak words that could harm Inger, but he could not bear to watch Yi Yunting proceed down this path. He would only offer this one warning. Whether Yi Yunting heeded it was up to him. Regret? Yi Yunting frowned. He had always been decisive in his actions, and had never done anything he regretted. Yeah, send the restorative medicine to the princess. Yes, my lord. In the medicinal kitchen, Hua Mao was supervising the preparations when she received the order to prepare medicine for Chu Nanli. She took the ingredients sent by Iya and secretly stashed them away, casually serving a bowl of inferior broth as she headed towards Chu Nanli's chamber, spitting into the soup along the way. How dare a mere commoner like her drink anything of quality? She scoffed, filled with disdain. If not for the fear of arousing the prince's suspicion, she would have swapped the broth for poison. To her dismay, that little wretch was remarkably resilient, despite her efforts to delay help. The girl had not perished in the fire. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She kicked open the door, slamming the bowl onto the table. Your Highness, it is time for your medicine. Chapter 7. Administering the medicine, Chu Nanli was observing the condition of the small fetus in her space when she sensed someone entering. Exiting the space, she saw a bowl of inferior broth on the table, seemingly mixed with human saliva, which made her feel nauseous. What is this? Your Highness, this is the medicine the prince ordered for you. Hua Mao covered her mouth with a smile. Has the prince become so impoverished that he resorts to such concoctions? Chu Nanli narrowed her eyes, recognizing the added spittle in the broth. Madame Hua did not expect to be seen through by Chu Nanli, so she ceased her pretense and disdainfully remarked, Does the princess truly believe herself to be so precious? She is but a commoner. It's already a blessing for her to have medicine to drink. Chu Nanli, preoccupied with caring for her unborn child, had no time to engage with them. Frowning, she commanded, Take the medicine away. That is not for you to decide. Since the prince has ordered it, you must drink it. Madame Hua retorted triumphantly, calling out, Bring the princess here. As her words fell, several maidservants approached Chu Nanli. With a sudden chill in her gaze, Chu Nanli swiftly released silver needles, immobilizing the maidservants. When it was Madame Hua's turn, Chu Nanli seized her by the throat. You enjoy spitting, do you? Chu Nanli tightened her grip on Madame Hua's chin. Then let us see you indulge yourself. With that, she took the bowl of medicine and forced it down Madame Hua's throat. Helpless and restrained, Madame Hua was compelled to swallow several mouthfuls of the nauseating concoction, nearly retching her insides out. Her heart seethed with hatred. You little wretch, wait and see. She cursed as she stormed out with her entourage, heading straight for Yi Yunting's courtyard. Your Highness, the princess refuses to drink the medicine and has even harmed the maidservants. Spilling the medicine, Madame Hua knelt on the ground, weeping as she recounted her grievances. Yi Yunting frowned upon hearing this. How long does she intend to create a scene? She is merely a bastard child. Does she truly care so much? Or does she resent me for not delivering the medicine myself? Recalling Bai Wuhan's words, Yi Yunting finally instructed Yi to fetch another bowl of medicine, declaring, I shall personally deliver it. A quarter of an hour later, Yi Yunting arrived at Wudong courtyard with the tonic in hand. Chu Nanli, feeling somewhat irritable after dismissing a group of people, was in the midst of treating her child when yet another unwelcome guest arrived.
What do you want now?
Chu Nanli said irritably, eyeing the man before her. Yi Yunting's handsome face darkened, and with a taut smile, he commanded, "Drink the medicine." After inspecting the contents and finding no poison, Chu Nanli accepted the medicine and swiftly drank it. Is this satisfactory now? Indeed, Yi Yunting's grim expression softened slightly as he slowly took a seat at the table. If you had simply drunk it earlier, there would have been no need for this commotion to summon me personally. Was it I who caused the ruckus to summon you? Chu Nanli furrowed her brow, gazing at Yi Yunting with confusion. You spilled the medicine and injured Madame Hua and the others, all to compel me to see you personally.
Ye Yunting replied sternly.
Chu Nanli, using such childish tactics, you are truly becoming more audacious. Chu Nanli frowned in displeasure. I spilled the medicine because someone spat in it. It has nothing to do with you. As for injuring Madame Hua, she forced me to drink the contaminated medicine. Enough. Chu Nanli, if you are going to lie, at least provide a better excuse. How could a mere servant dare to act in such a manner? Yi Yunting's face darkened ominously. If she dares to set fire or commit murder, what do you think she would shy away from? Chu Nanli retorted coldly, locking eyes with his fierce countenance.
Ye Yunting.
You are such a fool to trust the words of a mere servant without any investigation. You.
Chu Nanli.
Your audacity grows. How dare you insult me? Yi Yunting gripped Chu Nanli's wrist tightly, his dark eyes brimming with fury, as though he might tear her apart at any moment. Do you think such antics will draw my attention? He warned. Let me make it clear. Do not use tricks to summon me in the future. Your behavior is truly disgraceful. With a furious flourish, Yi Yunting turned to leave, but was halted by Chu Nanli's voice.
Ye Yunting.
If you look down on me so much, then let us divorce. Chu Nanli could no longer tolerate this brainless, temperamental man. Wasting her life entangled with him was intolerable. Divorce? Yi Yunting paused in shock, his expression darkening further. Chu Nanli, what trickery are you attempting now? I am serious, Chu Nanli replied earnestly, fearing he might not believe her. You have long since grown weary of me. Prolonging this is unpleasant for us both. Why not allow me to step aside and let Inger become the rightful wife? She believed her offer was sufficiently tempting for Yi Yunting to agree, but instead, his face darkened even more, teetering on the edge of fury. Chu Nanli, you will not. If I do not want you, I will simply cast you aside. How dare you think you are worthy of divorce? Very well, I am unworthy of divorce, Chu Nanli replied, surprised by Yi Yunting's pettiness, as he was unwilling to grant her even that. Then let us proceed with the annulment. Yi Yunting's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated her to respond this way. Chu Nanli, however, was unconcerned. She was not from this era and did not care for titles. She simply wished to live happily in place of the original owner and take good care of the child left behind. Chu Nanli, are you retreating to advance? Yi Yunting scrutinized her intently, trying to detect any signs of deception on her face. Chu Nanli, observing his intense gaze, felt puzzled. If Yi Yunting had reached his position, he was certainly not a fool. He should be adept in the art of intrigue. So why did he suspect her motives while remaining oblivious to the true nature of his seemingly gentle concubine? With a cold smile, Chu Nanli decided not to waste further words with the foolish man. Choose a date. There is no time like the present. Let us settle this today.
Ye Yunting.
Taken aback by Chu Nanli's earnestness as she prepared paper and ink, suddenly realized she was sincere, and an unfamiliar anger surged within him. This woman, who had once eagerly approached him to marry, now believed she could depart at her whim. Chu Nanli, why should I heed your words? Even if we were to consider divorce, it must be on my terms. Yi Yunting clenched his fists, feeling a strange tightness in his chest as memories of their first encounter flooded back. That day, Chu Nanli had entered the royal residence with a small bundle. Blushing as she exclaimed, Yi, did you not promise to pledge yourself to me? I have come to marry you. Before that moment, he had never seen her nor uttered any such promises. He merely found her shy yet boldly pursuing him in a novel manner. At that time, he needed a wife with a clean background, free from family entanglements, and thus their marriage had proceeded smoothly. Though they had not consummated their union, their relationship had been harmonious until Inger arrived. Recalling this, Yi Yunting's demeanor softened slightly. You should focus on your recovery. Feel free to voice any requests, but do not entertain thoughts of divorce. Chu Nanli was taken aback, unable to grasp why Yi Yunting had shifted his stance against divorce, yet she noted his resolute attitude. Contemplating her options, she realized that remaining in the royal residence to nurture her child was feasible. During this time, she could cultivate her own influence and leave when she was ready. Having come to this conclusion, Chu Nanli spoke up, I will not pursue divorce. But I have one condition. What condition? Chu Nanli's gaze turned icy. I want Madame Hua's life. That wretched servant had caused the original owner's demise and continuously conspired against her, assisting Lin Fuiying in her treachery. If she could not touch Lin Fuiying yet, she would start by dealing with those who surrounded her. After speaking, she turned to Yi Yunting, only to see his expression darken once more. Absolutely not. Why not? Madame Hua is merely a servant. As the princess, do I not possess the right to deal with her? Madame Hua is Inger's personal attendant. She would be heartbroken. Yi Yunting replied sternly. Choose another condition. You are quite considerate, Chu Nanli retorted with a hint of mockery. If you won't kill her, then return my dowry. If the prince were to investigate, he would find that the dowry I brought was substantial, yet over the years, I have nearly exhausted it for Lin Fuiying's medical expenses. Yi Yunting recalled that when Chu Nanli first entered the residence, she had indeed brought with her a considerable sum of silver notes. When he had inquired, she had simply stated that her father was a traveling merchant and thus wealthy. Seeing Yi Yunting deep in thought, Chu Nanli quickly added, Your Highness, what are you hesitating for? Surely you can produce it. How could I not? Knight Yunting's expression darkened as he commanded, Knight E. Prepare 10,000 taels of gold for the consort. Knight E, stunned by the order, could hardly speak. Was the prince truly willing to access his private treasury for the sake of the princess? 10,000 taels of gold. Only the private treasury could hold such a sum. What are you standing there for? Hurry. Knight Yunting's cold voice prompted action. Yes. After Knight E departed, Knight Yunting turned his gaze towards Chu Nanli. Are you satisfied now?
Cheheun Anlin Oddet, her satisfaction evident.
10,000 taels of gold surpassed her original dowry by several thousand. In truth, her earlier threat to take Granny Hua's life was a deliberate tactic, proposing an unacceptable condition before presenting a more palatable one, which she believed Knight Yunting would agree to. However, she had not anticipated his swift compliance. How valuable Granny Hua's life must be. Knight Yunting preferred to part with a few extra thousand taels rather than see Lin Fuiying distressed, truly a man of sentiment. Nevertheless, she had secured the gold. As for Granny Hua's life, she would claim that too. Chapter 9. Knight Yunting's Fury. Why haven't you left yet? Chu Nanli, snapping back to reality, noticed Knight Yunting still in the room, his gaze dark and brooding, leaving her baffled and uneasy. Why linger when he could be with his beloved Inger? Knight Yunting's expression turned frigid, his tone dripping with sarcasm. I wish to ascertain how many masks you wear, woman. Initially, you feigned innocence to approach me. Yet your true nature is nothing but base and mercenary, which disgusts me. Chu Nanli felt an unexpected pang in her heart, a sharp pain that altered her expression. And she lowered her gaze, suddenly filled with sorrow for the original owner of this body. If that's the case for your own good, I suggest you leave. She raised her head, her eyes cold and filled with disdain. Enraged, Knight Yunting advanced, seizing her delicate neck with a grip that revealed the tension in his veins. Are you seeking death? Chu Nanli let out a cold laugh. You cannot tolerate a mere suggestion to leave? To refer to a woman as delicate in your presence. Do you dare use such a term for me? I am the war god of the Chu Kingdom. Do you know how many enemies tremble at the sound of my name? As the furious man continued his tirade, Chu Nanli found his outrage absurd. Was it truly the suggestion to leave that incited his fury, or the term delicate? She raised her hand, pressing against his wrist, the glint of silver needles flashing in the light. Knight Yunting, quick to react, released her and pushed her onto the bed. Thud. Her head struck the bedpost, darkness clouding her vision. Did you learn this skill from that wretched offspring's father? His voice was like a tempest brewing.
Chu Nanli, super sing lauter, viplit.
You dare refer to your own flesh and blood as wretched? You truly redefine my understanding of humanity. Bracing herself against the bed, she retorted. Did I err when I called you delicate? You, a towering man, merely gaze upon me and feel nauseous, while I, a mere woman, endure pregnancy's trials without ever expressing such discomfort in your presence. Knight Yunting's anger faltered as he frowned, casting a dark look at her. Chu Nanli continued her mockery. That was because I sought to present my best self before you, fearing your concern. Yet, I now see you for what you are, a man with a heart as cold as stone, oblivious to a woman's genuine affection, instead cherishing a white lotus. Before her stood a woman pale yet resolute, her indifference momentarily catching Knight Yunting off guard, rekindling memories of warmer days. But that warmth was swiftly replaced by his frigid demeanor. What right does a woman bearing a wretched child have to earn my pity? With that, he turned and left, his back cold and unyielding. Chu Nanli cursed under her breath, retrieved her silver needles, and administered a few to herself, feeling her vitality return. When Knight Yi returned with the gold, she completed her count and exited the courtyard. You vile wretch! The flames of hell won't consume you. I will find a way to end your life. Granny Hua's face twisted in fury as she jabbed at a figure labeled Chu Nanli with a needle. A cold voice interrupted from behind. You may not have that opportunity. Granny Hua's expression shifted as she recognized Chu Nanli standing in her quarters. A mix of confusion and fear washing over her. How had she entered? Yet, she felt no fear. After all, her mistress was the prince's favored consort.
Oh.
Is this not the princess who cannot even keep her child safe? I hear you wish for my life, but alas. As a mere princess of lower status than a dog, you lack the capability. Granny Hua's face twisted into a mocking smile, her tone sharp and derisive. I have heard the prince would rather part with an extra 1,000 taels. Her words were abruptly cut off. Silence. Chu Nanli withdrew her hand from where she had pressed an acupoint, dragging Granny Hua into the room. The latter's face paled in terror as she realized she was now mute and immobile. Chu Nanli retrieved paper and ink, forcing her down at the table. And released one acupoint. You will write what I dictate. Do not attempt to deceive me. I know you can read and write. Granny Hua turned to flee. But Chu Nanli yanked her back and slapped her. I am no benevolent saint, nor do I possess patience. If you refuse to write, I shall stab you until you bleed, until you comply. Alas, your skin is too tough. My knife may require multiple strokes. Granny Hua's complexion turned ashen, filled with malice as she glared at Chu Nanli. Finally, she picked up the pen and wrote a single sentence. The consort will not let you off easily. Chu Nanli remained silent, plunging a knife into her shoulder. Granny Hua's face blanched, trembling uncontrollably. Chu Nanli ripped the paper and forced it into her mouth, making her swallow before placing a fresh sheet on the table. I hereby resign, feeling remorse for the harm done to the princess's unborn child. Last night, I dreamt of divine retribution and request to return home to pray for the innocent child. As compensation to the princess, I offer my possessions and will send my servants to serve her. After Granny Hua completed the writing, Chu Nanli made her leave a thumbprint. With her head bowed, Granny Hua's face was filled with venomous thoughts of revenge against Chu Nanli. Yet, in the next instant, darkness enveloped her as she found herself in an unfamiliar location. Chu Nanli followed, severing her tendons with a calm demeanor, stating, You shall enjoy your twilight years here. After erasing the traces, Chu Nanli swiftly departed. Chapter 10. Speak. Where is Granny Hua? In the courtyard, a gentle breeze stirred as a man clad in black robes descended from the wall and entered the room. Divine retribution is indeed a clever trick. His face was concealed by a mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with fleeting admiration.
Zero.
The shadowy figure appeared silently behind him. Prepare a brazier to burn some paper money, the man instructed nonchalantly.
Yes.
Zero did not inquire further, but remained puzzled. Why did the master show such interest in the war god's consort, sending one of his most trusted shadows to follow her and embellish the tale? As Zero departed, the man removed his mask, revealing a face as handsome as a deity, with brows like distant mountains and eyes as dark as ink, exuding an air of noble indifference. Wearing the mask for too long had grown uncomfortable, and he released a soft sigh that dissipated into the air. As Zero reached the door, he trembled slightly upon hearing a familiar voice. Chu Nanli had enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, free from the troubles of the White Lotus and the wicked servant. She even dreamt of returning to the year 2090. Just as she relished the moment, an irritating voice shattered her reverie. Poisonous woman, come out.
Bang.
A thunderous kick against the door rattled the windows thrice, jolting Chu Nanli abruptly from her dreams, only to find herself with a vice-like grip around her throat. You Yunting, what madness has possessed you? Chu Nanli's temper flared. She was not one to awaken with ill humor. Yet even she could not endure being so rudely disturbed from a peaceful slumber by an insufferable presence. Sister, where have you hidden Nurse Hua? Even if you despise me, she is innocent. Lin Fueying entered, clutching her chest, her eyes red and brimming with tears, appearing as if she might collapse at any moment. In that instant,
Chu Nanli understood.
they had come seeking that troublesome servant. Where have you taken her? Seeing Chu Nanli's silence, Yu Yunting tightened his grip slightly, his expression darkening.
Chu Nanli.
Do not repeatedly test my patience. Pray tell, what is your threshold, Your Highness? Since you cannot locate her, I shall amuse myself with your inquiries. A flicker of sarcasm danced in Chu Nanli's eyes. Feigning ignorance? You demanded money yesterday, and I complied, under the condition that you would not harm Inger's nurse. Now she has vanished, and you dare to defy me beneath my very nose? To clarify, I sought the return of my dowry yesterday. Furthermore, you claim that I concealed the side consort's nurse. Where is your evidence? Lin Fueying, swaying unsteadily, gazed at her with a pale face. Sister, since the day nurse began serving me, she has been by my side without fail. I understand your maternal concern, but if you believe I have harmed your unborn child, direct your anger at me. I am willing to bear the brunt of your wrath for the nurse. As she spoke, she knelt, a calculated retreat cloaked in vulnerability. Your Highness, her constitution is frail. She cannot endure this. The accompanying servants were thrown into disarray. I am fine, Your Highness. Please do not be angry with my sister. She did not intend to harm Nurse Hua. It is all my fault. Yu Yunting's disdain for Chu Nanli deepened as he witnessed Lin Fueying still defending her. Where is she? If you refuse to speak, I shall have your life. Chu Nanli's face flushed crimson, her breath quickening as a torrent of curses surged within her. In both her past and present lives, this dog of a man was the only one to have ever choked her. This grudge. She would undoubtedly repay it in kind. A silver needle shot forth from beneath the covers, aimed at Yu Yunting's neck. The sudden rush of danger caused his heart to skip a beat, prompting him to release her and evade just in time. His gaze turned to Chu Nanli, dark and foreboding. Although the needle posed no lethal threat, he could not deny that her foolish antics had indeed captured his attention. Chapter 11. She spews lies, Your Highness. Are you unhurt, sister? How could you? Lin Fueying scrambled to her feet, anxiously rushing towards Yu Yunting. Chu Nanli, disinterested in the display of affection between the two, snapped, If nurse is missing, go search for her. What purpose do I serve in your quest? Lin Fueying's lips quivered. Sister, you, ignoring her. Chu Nanli turned to Yu Yunting. Have you dispatched anyone to search? Yu Yunting regarded her with a grim expression, issuing a cold warning. You had best be truly innocent of Nurse Hua's disappearance. Otherwise, I shall make your existence a living hell. Very well. Chu Nanli rose. To prevent further suspicions, I shall accompany you in your search. What trickery do you intend to employ now? I dare not. I merely wish to clear my name. Yu Yunting scrutinized her, letting out a scoff before striding away. Chu Nanli tidied her attire at a leisurely pace, trailing behind the crowd. Upon reaching Nurse Hua's quarters, a guard approached bearing a letter. Report. Your Highness. This was discovered in the room. Yu Yunting accepted it, his gaze dropping. Lin Fueying hastily leaned in to read. Upon seeing the 2 lines of text, her expression shifted dramatically.
How could this be?
This cannot possibly be from the nurse. Lin Fueying's eyes darted to Chu Nanli, concealing her malice. Surely, this lowly woman had orchestrated this scheme. Was this not a blatant slap to her face? Is this not Nurse Hua's handwriting? Yu Yunting inquired. Lin Fueying looked up, her eyes brimming with tears.
No.
Chu Nanli snatched the paper from her grasp, glancing over it with a sardonic smile. Dear consort, you must consider your response carefully. You previously stated that Nurse Hua has served you for many years. Therefore, it would be impossible for this room to lack even a scrap of her writing. If the guards discover something contradictory later, won't that be quite awkward? A flicker of hatred crossed Lin Fueying's eyes, though her demeanor remained deceptively fragile. I am well acquainted with the nurse's handwriting, yet why must you be so confrontational? While I do not wish to believe this incident relates to you, your reactions are truly disheartening. Chu Nanli found herself slightly admiring this white lotus, who could twist any remark to cast blame upon her while exonerating herself. Indeed. Yu Yunting's gaze grew increasingly hostile, as if he wished to devour her whole. Your Highness, let us judge by the evidence. Your Highness, Inger is genuinely worried about the nurse, Lin Fueying wept. Chu Nanli could not help but roll her eyes. Yu Yunting observed the scene, his brows knitting together. Look at your current state. You exhibit not a trace of a dignified princess. In response, Lin Fueying stoked the flames. Your Highness, my sister is merely a commoner. Surely, she lacked the opportunity to learn the etiquette of noble women during her impoverished upbringing. It is not her fault. Chu Nanli replied coolly, indeed, I am not as wealthy as the daughter of a prime minister who can squander her dowry on medical expenses and rely on the prince to repay her debts. Sister, I believed we were family. Lin Fueying's expression soured immediately, her facade of fragility barely holding. This wretched girl had grown increasingly sharp-tongued. Having narrowly escaped death, her mouth had seemingly found its wits, not only mocking her poverty, but also deriding her status as a concubine. Enough.
Chu Nanli.
How long do you intend to throw a tantrum? Yu Yunting glared icily at her. Startled by the reprimand, Chu Nanli hesitated, eager to retort. But Yu Yunting's warning silenced her. Do not provoke Inger further. I have already returned your dowry with interest. Know your limits. Seeing Lin Fueying's fragile form swaying, Yu Yunting pulled her into his embrace, his heart aching for her. If it were discovered that Chu Nanli, this venomous woman, was involved in Nurse Hua's disappearance, he would not spare her. He was well aware of the grievances Inger had suffered in the Prime Minister's residence. How could that wretched Chu Nanli dare to use this matter to provoke her? Her heart was indeed deserving of condemnation. Unbeknownst to Chu Nanli, Yu Yunting's thoughts were tumultuous, and her own anger simmered fiercely. Did this dog of a man not know the saying, the first to provoke is the most contemptible? Your Highness, we have found other writings in Nurse Hua's room. Furthermore, we discovered a brazier containing burned paper money and Buddhist scriptures. At the guard's words, both Lin Fueying and Chu Nanli's expressions shifted. Lin Fueying was filled with uncertainty. Indeed, the nurse was devout, but only a few within the royal residence knew of this. How could Chu Nanli possibly know? Was it true that she had no involvement, and that the nurse had genuinely left to retire peacefully? Chu Nanli too felt a twinge of doubt as she regarded the brazier the guard had brought forth. She had neither placed it there nor burned anything. Who had orchestrated this? Were they friend or foe? Inger, it seems Nurse Hua truly left on her own accord. Yu Yunting pinched the bridge of his nose. His emotions complex. It appeared that Chu Nanli, this venomous woman, was indeed innocent in this matter. He could hardly blame himself for misjudging her. After all, she was a woman of deceit, unworthy of trust. Your Highness, Inger does not believe it. Nurse would never abandon me. Chapter 12, is it your own doing? In your eyes, who is Granny Hua? Chu Nanli's voice was cold as she questioned. Going home to pray for the child is still a show of gratitude. Is it wrong for Granny Hua to do that? Or is it that the side consort enjoyed the fruits of Mai and the prince's child? Yet her heart of gratitude pales in comparison to that of Granny Hua. Lin Fueying, under the intense gaze of Chu Nanli, felt a moment of panic, her eyes pleadingly darting toward Yu Yunting. Your Highness, Inger did not mean it that way. With Granny Hua gone, Inger feels so distressed and unwell. As she spoke, she pressed her hand against her chest and coughed weakly. Yu Yunting's expression shifted. Inger, where do you feel unwell? Seeing Lin Fueying emit a series of light coughs, he shot a piercing glare at Chu Nanli. You will cease this at once. With that, he intended to take Lin Fueying away. Leaning against Yu Yunting's embrace, Lin Fueying cast a dark glance at Chu Nanli. She was determined to investigate this matter in secret. That wretched woman had severed her support. She must make her pay.
Wait. Chu Nanli called out.
Yu Yunting halted his steps. Chu Nanli met his gloomy gaze, without flinching. Will you let this accusation against me go unchallenged? Your Highness, you condemn me based on mere words from the side consort, punishing a woman who has just lost her child and is in confinement. Yu Yunting's expression turned frigid. You brought this upon yourself. A woman who insists on marrying me, yet possesses no sense of shame. You should be grateful. I spared your life. His voice was icy, his dark robe seemingly swallowing the light, casting shadows all around. Chu Nanli's heart ached, her breath tightening, and anger surged within her. This scoundrel. It was he who initially compelled the original owner to pledge herself. How pitiful was the original owner, a foolish girl whose sincere heart was misplaced. Even though her soul had departed, her body still felt the sting of Yu Yunting's cold words. Seeing that Yu Yunting was about to leave again, Chu Nanli gritted her teeth and stepped forward to block his path. Your Highness, the revered god of war of the Chu Kingdom, towering in the eyes of the people, has unjustly wronged a mere woman and refuses to provide an explanation. Do you deem this appropriate? Yi Yunting narrowed his eyes, his expression inscrutable. Lin Fuiying dared not utter a word. After a moment, Yi Yunting asked, "What do you want?" Chu Nanli felt a slight relief. She knew this scoundrel cared about his reputation. First, as stated in Granny Hua's resignation, I demand her property, including silver and servants. Second, I beseech the prince not to act against me, without discernment in the future. Otherwise, should a repeat of today occur, my body cannot endure it.
Yi Yunting scoffed,
His eyes reflecting disdain and indifference. I too find it beneath me to dirty my hands. Chu Nanli felt her resolve harden, yet reason kept her calm. Lastly, she looked at Yi Yunting, her voice unwavering. I hope the prince will forever remember my words today and never live to regret them. Yi Yunting's heart inexplicably thudded painfully, a bittersweet ache spreading through him, leaving him exceedingly irritable. However, he quickly suppressed this emotion, replying solemnly, I can agree to your terms and will never regret it. Such a venomous woman, he would only feel his actions had not been harsh enough. With his assurance, Chu Nanli felt a weight lift from her heart. After Yi Yunting had sent Granny Hua's belongings to her courtyard, she staggered and barely caught herself against the table. After taking a pill, she regained some strength, though her mood remained sour. That dog of a man had truly used a considerable amount of internal energy against her today. He had been serious. She could no longer sit idly under the control of this volatile man. However, she needed to investigate where today's firepot had come from. Could it be that the original owner's family had secretly aided her? Chapter 13, investigating the original owner's identity. Granny Hua indeed possessed considerable wealth. During the inventory, Chu Nanli discovered items that the original owner had once bestowed, feeling once again that it was undeserved.
to be cautious.
She placed the 10,000 taels of gold that Yi Yunting had previously returned into her space, and then visited the half-alive Granny Hua. Afterwards, she planned to venture out. Today's events made her acutely aware of her precarious situation in this royal society, living under the roof of another. It was simply unfeasible to fight alone. The original owner possessed a waste token given by her mother, which she could use to contact people to serve her in critical times. Examining her attire, Chu Nanli resolved to change into plain clothes for convenience. However, upon opening her wardrobe, she was dismayed to find that the esteemed warlord's wife had only outdated garments, worth little. Truly, money had been spent on others while she was left with grievances. With a soft sigh, Chu Nanli managed to find a simple green gauze long dress. Her hair loosely tied back, exuding an air of elegance and grace, reminiscent of a snow lotus on a high mountain. Yet, her striking appearance was still too conspicuous. Gazing at her own reflection, she donned a veil and felt satisfied. Is the princess heading out? The steward entered with a group of servants and was momentarily taken aback by Chu Nanli's neat appearance. It had been ages since he had seen her looking so radiant. What business do you have? Chu Nanli glanced at him coolly. The steward snapped back to reality, feeling as though she had seen through his thoughts, but quickly dismissed the notion as a mere illusion. Granny Hua's people have been sent to you. They will heed your commands from now on. What would you like them to do? In a hurry to leave, Chu Nanli replied casually, You handle their arrangements. With that, she hurriedly departed. As soon as she left, everyone in the courtyard exhaled in relief, adopting a lazy demeanor, with some even teasing the steward. Steward Wang, the princess pays no mind to affairs, so we're still entirely at your discretion. A chorus of agreement followed, elevating Steward Wang's spirits. He feigned a cough and said, Since the princess has no special instructions, you may proceed with your tasks. Steward Wang is wise. After leaving the Wang residence, Chu Nanli headed straight to the Tianji Pavilion. The Tianji Pavilion was a name known throughout the continent. It had suddenly emerged 10 years ago, first establishing its foothold in the Chu Kingdom and then rapidly expanding across various nations, becoming ubiquitous throughout the continent. It was said that there was no information they could not uncover. Moreover, the identity of the pavilion master was shrouded in mystery. No one had ever seen his true form, yet numerous rumors circulated about him. The most widely spread version hinted that the pavilion master was over 50 years old, allowing for a timeline that could account for the necessary power, influence, connections, and abilities to establish the Tianji Pavilion and elevate it to a position of great renown across the continent. Chu Nanli was intrigued by such a character. If she had the chance to meet the pavilion master one day, perhaps they could become lifelong friends. However, her immediate concern was to purchase information from the Tianji Pavilion. Young lady, what information do you seek? Past, present, or future? Upon entering, She was greeted by a beaming shop assistant whose service surpassed even that of the year 2090. What does future information entail?
Chu inquit, Kudio.
Future information, for instance, if one were to ask when Zhang San would pass away, we would analyze his identity, status, life experiences, and intended actions to predict his time of death. Of course, this information is not guaranteed to be absolutely correct. Since we began this service, our accuracy rate has only been 80%. Chu Nanli was taken aback. An 80% accuracy rate? Could she say that the shop assistant was being rather boastful? I need to investigate an identity token. Chu Nanli produced her waist token, presenting it before the shop assistant. The shop assistant stated, I have never seen such a small waist token. Allow me to introduce you to the manager. Thank you. Chu Nanli was invited to the upscale private room upstairs, where the shopkeeper carefully examined the waist token in his hand, his expression grave. This waist token, crafted with exquisite artistry, contains profound mysteries within. I have never encountered its like before. Are you seeking to investigate its origins? Just find those who possess the same waist token. Once you have located them, please contact me, she replied. The shopkeeper respectfully returned the waist token, stating that they would accept this commission, but it would require some time. No problem, Chu Nanli assured him. Having fled from the state of Chu, she knew that the situation there was still uncertain. She could not openly declare herself as the daughter of a general nor reveal her mother's identity, lest it attract unnecessary trouble. The waist token had been secretly given to her by her mother, and the existence of others with the same token was surely shrouded in secrecy. Thus, she did not expect to uncover it easily. The deposit was set at 100 taels, with further compensation based on the significance of any leads discovered. Chu Nanli nodded in agreement. After paying the deposit, she exited the Tianji pavilion. Once the shopkeeper had seen her off, he returned to the room, momentarily taken aback. Chapter 14. Why help her? A tall man in black, wearing a mask, sat at the table, his dark eyes glancing at him with indifference. Beside him stood a cold-faced dark guard. The shopkeeper's expression stiffened, and he quickly closed the door, bowing respectfully as he entered. You need not be so formal, the masked man said lightly. What brings you here today? The shopkeeper inquired. Despite their long acquaintance, he still felt intimidated in the presence of this young man, who exuded an air of nobility that seemed otherworldly. What was the woman who just left looking to investigate? The shopkeeper hesitated, confused, but relayed the situation in detail, mentioning the need to mobilize elite personnel to assist her in quickly locating the holders of identical waist tokens. The shopkeeper's heart raced, and he couldn't help but raise his head, astonished. The masked man's fingers gently tapped the table. Though light, it compelled the shopkeeper to immediately avert his gaze. Understood, he replied, taking his leave. Silence enveloped the room once more, while the masked man observed with a contemplative demeanor. His master had been acting strangely lately, repeatedly assisting the woman named Chu Nanli. Having been by his side for many years, this was the first time he had witnessed such concern for a woman. After leaving Tianji Pavilion, Chu Nanli learned of the largest slave market in the city, a typical place for purchasing servants. Unable to contact her mother's arranged people at the moment, she knew she needed to select a few suitable individuals to cultivate as companions. Suddenly, a loud shout pierced the air. Hey, old lady, what are you doing? Trying to scam people in broad daylight? Following the voice, Chu Nanli turned and, through the crowd, vaguely observed someone curled up on the ground, while a burly man holding a horse stood nearby, his expression unfriendly. She hurried over, hearing someone exclaim, "This man is being unreasonable." Clearly, his horse startled the old lady, causing her to faint. "Yes, you should take her to a doctor. If anything happens to her, you'll be responsible for a life." The burly man's face flushed with anger as he retorted, "Look at how shabby she is. She's just a village woman. My horse didn't touch her, and she just fell down. She's clearly trying to scam me for money. Step aside." With that, he glared threateningly at the crowd. Seeing his intimidating presence, the onlookers hesitated and stepped aside, allowing him to lead his horse away. Chu Nanli frowned, her silver needle twitching slightly in her hand. Just as she was about to act, a painful groan escaped from the old woman lying on the ground, who clutched her chest and began to convulse. "Oh no. We need to get her to a doctor," someone cried out. Chu Nanli knelt down, flipping the woman over and examining her condition amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Miss, you should refrain from moving her. Wait for the doctor. Yes, if anything happens to her, you could face legal consequences," well-meaning bystanders warned. Just as Chu Nonli was about to assert her medical knowledge, a young girl burst into the crowd, speaking sharply. The man with the horse didn't harm the old lady, but if you handle her so roughly, she might really be in danger. When it comes to assigning blame, you might end up pinning it on that man and he'll be wronged. Her words caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 15. Stop hurting others. Furrowing her brow, Chu Nonli noticed a pale, disheveled girl standing nearby, arms crossed, watching her. When their gazes met, the girl showed no fear, instead smirking defiantly. Now you're scared, huh? Too late. You've already touched her. It seems she was coughing earlier, and now she is completely unresponsive. The crowd fell silent, then murmured in agitation. That sounds plausible. I have a distant relative who is a barefoot doctor. He once told me that if you find someone collapsed, you must not move them unless you know their condition. It could cost them their life. I knew this woman was reckless, young and ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Now she has done it. She has killed the old lady. The accusations escalated, and the girl who had rushed and continued to provoke, TSK, a wicked woman. Chu Nonli's brow tightened. She sensed something amiss with this girl who had appeared to champion justice. However, the old lady's condition required immediate attention, and she could not afford to listen to the crowd's nonsensical chatter any longer. I am a doctor. From my preliminary assessment, this elderly woman is experiencing palpitations and fainting, with obstructed breathing. Please step back and clear space for me to provide assistance. Her tone was decisive, free of hesitation. With that, she produced her silver needles, preparing to lay the old woman flat on the ground. Wait! The girl who had been challenging her seized Chu Nonli's wrist, her expression fierce. Let go, Chu Nonli demanded. The girl sneered defiantly, refusing to release her grip. You think you can just claim to be a doctor and show off with those silver needles? What if this old lady dies because of you right here? Will you sleep soundly tonight? As her words echoed, the crowd's expressions shifted, and they began to turn against Chu Nonli. Foolish woman. Get away. Don't harm others. If you don't leave, we'll report you. The girl relished the scene, her eyes glinting with satisfaction. This was a phrase she had learned from an old storyteller at the tea house. It aptly described Chu Nonli's predicament. If all went as expected, she would face dire consequences. But what did it matter to her? She was merely looking to earn a bit of money. With a cunning thought, the girl decided to stoke the flames further. Immediately, she reached for Chu Nonli's face veil, intent on exposing her. A pained cry silenced the crowd. They stared in shock at the silver needle now embedded in the girl's wrist. She remained frozen, her hand halted inches from Chu Nonli's veil. Chu Nonli raised her eyes to the onlookers, her brows slightly furrowed, exuding an air of cool detachment, like a moon high above, untouchable. Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly maintain some quiet and step back? Those who had been the most vocal in their accusations swallowed hard and began to retreat quietly. Chu Nonli turned her attention back to the old woman, disregarding the girl who was now immobilized, and swiftly inserted several silver needles into the elderly woman's body. Her movements were fluid and practiced. Hey, wait. What are you doing? This is madness. A hurried footstep approached, accompanied by an urgent and angry shout. Chu Nonli checked the pulse, confirming the elderly lady's condition was stable before lifting her gaze. An elderly man, donned in a scholar's hat and carrying a medical bag, rushed in, panting heavily. Without acknowledging her, he shoved Chu Nonli aside, causing her, already weakened from squatting for too long, to fall onto the ground unceremoniously. The old man hastily set down his medical bag and immediately began to examine the elderly woman. The previously stagnant air around them suddenly came alive again as the man who had insulted Chu Nonli earlier, now cowed by her presence, spoke up. Thank goodness you're here. Old Master One. This woman insists she is a doctor and was about to inject the old lady. Can you see if she is still salvageable? I hope she hasn't been harmed. Chu Nonli, still crouched on the ground, cast a mocking glance at him. Upon meeting her gaze, the man became incensed and shouted louder. What else with that look? Just wait until Old Master One exposes you as a villain. You'll be waiting for the authorities to take you away. Enough. If you want to argue, take it elsewhere. A voice filled with ire silenced the man, causing his face to stiffen. Realizing it was Old Master One who spoke, his complexion flushed with embarrassment. He contemplated leaving but was reluctant to miss the spectacle of Chu Nonli's downfall. Chu Nonli was taken aback by the old man's sudden outburst. He seemed to possess a fiery temperament. After a moment of pulse-taking, Old Master Wen's expression grew increasingly grave, prompting various reactions from the onlookers. Finally, he withdrew his hand and scrutinized the acupuncture points on the elderly woman's neck and head, his demeanor shifting several times. Ultimately, he turned his gaze to Chu Nanli, curiosity evident in his eyes. Is this condition palpitations? Indeed, Chu Nanli confirmed, recognizing the old man's medical prowess and choosing not to dwell on his earlier shove. Old Master Wen inquired, did you administer these needles? Yes, Chu Nanli replied. His expression changed dramatically, becoming exceedingly serious. Given that she exhibits symptoms of palpitations, the primary acupoint lies within the thoracic cavity. May I ask why you chose to insert needles in the upper neck rather than the chest area?
Chu Nanli et lai.
The elderly lady experienced a fright prior to her palpitations, leaving her brain in a state of shock. Her body exhibited irregular spasms. To treat such palpitations, one must needle the brain's acupoints to alleviate the tension response. Moreover, it would be inappropriate to disrobe her in public. Old Master Wen's gaze towards Chu Nanli transformed completely. His face flushed with admiration. My young friend, you are indeed a medical prodigy. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable skills. I must admit, I was hasty and rude earlier. I hope you can forgive me. The crowd was left in stunned silence. The man who had earlier sought to ridicule Chu Nanli now wore an incredulous expression, unable to contain his disbelief as he asked Old Master Wen, does this woman truly understand medicine? Old Master Wen, no longer possessing the patience he had shown Chu Nanli, retorted with a cold huff. It was you, this boisterous individual, who disrupted my examination. The man's face stiffened with embarrassment. Old Master Wen smirked, turning his gaze back to Chu Nanli with newfound respect. When did you acquire such medical knowledge? Your technique in needling and the precision of your treatment are beyond my reach. The surrounding crowd buzzed with astonishment. If there had been any skepticism regarding Chu Nanli's medical abilities, it was now replaced with shock and admiration. Old Master Wen was a highly regarded figure. While not necessarily the finest physician in the capital, his reputation was impeccable. Having grown up in poverty, he nearly perished from illness due to the inability to afford treatment until he was saved by a wandering barefoot doctor. This physician, recognizing his talent for herbal medicine, took him under his wing. Inspired by this experience, Old Master Wen dedicated his practice to treating the impoverished, charging minimal fees, thereby earning the love of the common people. Unfortunately, this approach garnered him the ire of profit-driven medical establishments and some wealthy families. As Chu Nanli absorbed the murmurs of the crowd, she felt a surge of respect for the elder before her. My young friend, I have patients awaiting my attention at my clinic, so I shall not detain you further. We must find an opportunity to discuss medical techniques in depth. I have many questions I wish to pose to you. Old Master Wen's sincerity was palpable. Your praise is unwarranted. I am merely an ordinary healer, Chu Nanli replied modestly. You are too humble. Old Master Wen chuckled, casting a pointed glance at the still stunned girl nearby. He then picked up his medical bag and addressed Chu Nanli. Should you seek me? You may find me at Xinghua Alley. The neighbors there are well acquainted with me. Chu Nanli nodded earnestly in acknowledgement. Once Old Master Wen departed, the crowd's demeanor towards her shifted dramatically. The man who had previously questioned her had vanished, likely slipping away unnoticed in embarrassment. After assessing the elderly woman's condition and confirming she would regain consciousness soon, Chu Nanli removed the silver needles that had sealed the girl's acupoints. As the girl realized she could move again, she opened her mouth, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. Waving the silver needle before her in the sunlight, it gleamed ominously. The girl shivered at the recollection of her earlier loss of control and chose to remain silent. Chu Nanli regarded her coolly, stating, What is your relationship with the man who collided with the old lady? The girl's expression shifted, her eyes widening as she retorted defiantly. I don't know what you're talking about. Was he the one who sent you here?
No.
You appear quite anxious, your breathing quickens, and your gaze drifts toward the direction he left. You arrived from that same path, did you not? Chu Nanli paused before continuing. You are lying. The surrounding crowd exchanged glances, recalling how they had been misled by the girl into insulting the talented healer. They swiftly turned their ire upon her.
So,
you are in cahoots with that brute. Call the authorities. Let us have her locked up. You little wretch, how can you harbor such malice at such a young age? You nearly led us to wrongfully accuse an innocent. The girl's face flushed with a mix of crimson and pallor as she shot Chu Nanli a furious glare, exclaiming, You're clever than you look. With that, she quickly slipped away through the throng, disappearing in a flash. Some in the crowd felt embarrassed, while others, disappointed at the loss of excitement, began to disperse. Coughing once more, the elderly woman on the ground began to stir. Chu Nanli returned her focus, removing the remaining silver needles, and within moments, the elderly lady awakened. Chu Nanli intended to explain the situation, but to her surprise, the elderly woman sprang up with renewed vigor, grasping her hand with fervent gratitude. Dear girl, thank you for saving my life. Chu Nanli was taken aback. The elderly woman explained, though I was unconscious, I was aware of everything happening around me. I just couldn't respond.
It was quite distressing.
Is there anywhere you still feel discomfort?
Chu Nanli inquired.
The elderly woman beamed. Not at all. I feel perfectly well. Thanks to you. I was on the brink of death. If I had passed, what would become of my 2 sons without me to look after them? Chu Nanli raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Look after them? What troubles might her sons be facing? Just then, the elderly woman's eyes sparkled with a sudden thought. My dear girl, seeing that you are still young and likely unmarried, you saved my life, and I have no way to repay you. How about you become my daughter-in-law? Chu Nanli was momentarily stunned, struggling to process the proposal. Previously, Yi Yunting had saved the original girl, prompting her to offer herself in gratitude, and now, having saved the elderly lady, she was being offered in marriage as a form of gratitude. It seemed that, in this world, people favored the notion of using marriage as a means of repaying kindness. Seeing the peculiar expression on Chu Nanli's face, the elderly woman misinterpreted it as a sign of disdain for her modest living conditions. She immediately began to boast, my dear girl, do not be deceived by my shabby attire. It merely reflects my personal preferences. Our family is quite affluent, and I assure you that should you marry into our household, you shall live in comfort. Although my son possesses a rather eccentric personality, you are my savior, and they would never dare to let you suffer any discomfort. Eccentric? Dare not let her suffer? Chu Nanli's mind momentarily faltered. So, was she to wed the old woman's son, or perhaps both brothers?
Wait.
What nonsense am I entertaining? She quickly dismissed the thought, meeting the elderly woman's eager gaze, and promptly declining. It was merely a spontaneous act. There is no need for such formality. The elderly woman grew anxious. My dear, our family truly is wealthy. I would not deceive you. Moreover, I have never encountered a girl with whom I felt such a connection. My son is exceptionally handsome. I am certain you would take a liking to him. How about this? I shall take you to my home for a visit and arrange for you both to meet. What do you think? For the first time, Chu Nanli experienced the warm hospitality of the people in this world, to the point where it felt almost surreal. The elderly lady, despite her tattered clothing, possessed a delicate complexion and an air of nobility, indicating a well-to-do background. Thus, her claims of wealth were evidently true. However, Chu Nanli had no intention of becoming a daughter-in-law, especially with the unpredictable night Yunting around. Dear lady, you have experienced a shock today. You should return home to rest and recuperate. I appreciate your kindness, but I have recently lost my husband, and it is simply not the right time for me to consider remarriage. The elderly woman was taken aback, coming to her senses only to find the young widow had vanished. Alas, what a pity! A young woman like her, having lost her husband so soon. At that moment, a figure approached the elderly woman with swift yet light steps, clearly skilled in martial arts. The woman glanced at him, her demeanor shifting from amiable to imposing. The newcomer bowed his head. It is time for you to return. Let us go, the elderly woman replied, brushing the dust from her clothing. Her expression now devoid of the warmth she had shown to Chu Nanli. Chapter 18. Unwilling to purchase you, Chu Nanli had not ventured far. She waited until the elderly woman was safely escorted away before stepping out from the shadows, her earlier suspicions now confirmed. The elderly lady was indeed of noble status, likely bored from her life in a grand mansion, which prompted her to disguise herself for a bit of fun. Were this the year 2090, she might be likened to a punk grandmother. Regaining her focus, Chu Nanli hurried toward the largest slave market in the capital. She had already wasted considerable time and needed to conclude her business swiftly to return to the Wang residence and prevent that troublesome couple from concocting more schemes. After traversing 2 streets and winding through an alley, Chu Nanli paused, glancing over her shoulder. Come out. The area was deserted, save for fallen leaves swirling in the gentle breeze. From the moment I turned onto the previous street, you've been following me. Are you not going to show yourself? Finally, someone hesitated before leaping down from a low wall. It was the girl who had obstructed her attempt to save another, intentionally misleading those around her. Chewing on a piece of grass, the girl spat it out and, with a brusque tone, asked, "How did you know I was following you?"
Chu nan li zip lit ku li.
Your skills are lacking. The girl, embarrassed and angry, seemed ready to unleash a tirade but restrained herself. You're heading to the slave market, aren't you? Chu Nonli remained silent, not surprised by the girl's deduction. After following her for a street, it was evident she was headed to the market. Why are you silent? Have you lost your voice? The girl couldn't contain her frustration. The man with the horse said he would give me 50 coins to sabotage you. I didn't expect you to actually save her. At this, she fell silent.
So? Chu nan li from pet.
The girl steeled herself. I don't want to harm anyone. I just thought she was doomed, so when the man offered me money to shift the blame onto you, I accepted. However, he only paid me 25 coins, promising the rest upon completion. Now that you've saved her, I received nothing. You owe me. Chu Nonli was taken aback, a laugh escaping her lips. Do you truly believe I would compensate you? I would rather report the villain than conspire with someone who treats lives so callously. Don't be so unreasonable. She didn't die, did she? How have I harmed anyone? You ruined my chance to earn. Shouldn't you compensate me? Before she could finish, a series of loud gurgles interrupted the air. Chu Nonli's gaze shifted to the girl's abdomen and then to her haggard face and hair. What are you staring at? The girl snapped, her face flushing. Feeling a twinge of compassion, Chu Nonli took out a silver coin and tossed it to her. The girl fumbled to catch it, her eyes widening in shock. So much. Please refrain from engaging in such immoral acts in the future. Even if you choose not to do good, do not actively seek to harm others. With that, she turned to leave.
Wait.
The girl rushed in front of Chu Nonli, gritting her teeth. Aren't you going to buy a slave? What if you bought me instead? I'm cheaper than those inside, and I will sign a contract. Whatever you ask of me, I will do. Chu Nonli was taken aback, but did not agree. I will not purchase you. Why not? The girl looked incredulous. I cannot align myself with someone who nearly caused the death of an innocent. Do you think I'm a terrible person? The girl challenged, glaring at Chu Nonli. Those in the slave market are no better. Some may have even killed. Isn't it absurd to buy them? Chu Nonli's expression remained calm. I can discern their character and origins. However, I do not consider myself benevolent enough to employ someone who regards human life as expendable and incites malice against strangers. The girl glared at her, her eyes reddening, resembling a wolf baring its fangs. I need the money. And I told you I thought she was already dead. What difference does it make if she dies now or later? Her words were sharp, laced with malice. Chu Nonli's eyes darkened. The primary reason I refuse to buy you is that you have yet to demonstrate any genuine remorse. The girl froze as Chu Nonli turned to leave. She stood motionless, her grip tightening around the silver coin, her lips pressed firmly together, her expression inscrutable. Chapter 19. Voluntary sale. The slave market was a cacophony of voices. Slaves were bound by chains, kneeling on the ground amidst the crack of whips, shouts of abuse, and cries for mercy. The air was foul, laden with the stench of blood and decay. Chu Nonli wrinkled her finely arched eyebrows, surveying her surroundings. A steward wielding a whip approached her, sensing her distinguished demeanor. My lady, are you here to purchase a slave or merely for entertainment? Before arriving, Chu Nonli had familiarized herself with the general situation of this slave market. Entertainment referred to the practice where the elite would pay to torment slaves as long as they did not kill or maim them. Slaves designated for such purposes were the lowest of the low, often sold down the ranks of society or sent here for having offended the wrong individuals. In a somewhat dispassionate tone, Chu Nonli replied, I wish to buy a slave. The steward, perceptive to her lack of interest in the sordid amusements, acknowledged her disinterest in the darker aspects of the trade. Although he felt regret at missing out on a lucrative opportunity, he concealed it well. What type are you seeking? I can recommend a few. Obedient and clever. Chu Nonli spoke 2 words in a neutral tone before stepping inside, stating she would take a stroll herself. Very well. The steward replied, yet remained behind her, continuing to chatter. Miss, I can see your extraordinary demeanor. Ordinary slaves are unworthy to serve you. Our finest slaves have received education in private schools, and their family backgrounds are respectable. They are all here voluntarily, having fallen from grace, hoping for the chance to meet someone significant and regain their status. Upon hearing this, Chu Nonli felt a flicker of intrigue, or rather, astonishment. Voluntarily selling oneself? The steward, noticing her interest, cheerfully remarked, "Ah, you must be here for the first time to purchase a slave, right?" Chu Nanli nodded, not attempting to conceal the truth. "That explains it. Our establishment is the largest slave market in the capital, naturally attracting many high-ranking officials looking to select individuals. Slaves range in age from mere children to those in their 50s, skilled in various trades. When nobles choose personally, they seek out these superior slaves, either for immediate use or to nurture as trusted confidants." He cast an understanding glance at Chu Nanli and continued, "This is why so many willingly come here to serve as slaves. It's a gamble. If successful, they soar to prominence. If not, they become subject to abuse. Worse than pigs or dogs." Clearly, he had witnessed such scenarios countless times. After hearing his words, Chu Nanli felt a twinge of melancholy, yet had to admit that such audacity was not something just anyone could muster. "Miss," the steward observed her expression and inquired, "would you like to take a look? These superior slaves are quite obedient." Chu Nanli indeed sought an intelligent individual to assist her, rather than an ordinary maid, and thus inclined her head in agreement. Just then, a clear and resolute voice interjected, "Miss, may I be purchased?" Startled, Chu Nanli halted and turned to see a woman among the kneeling slaves. Raising her head to meet her gaze, despite her disheveled hair and the bruises on her face, her posture was straight, and her expression bore no sign of fear. The steward, taken aback by this unexpected competition from a slave, scowled upon noticing the character prisoner on her clothing. He raised his whip and struck her without hesitation. The woman did not flinch, enduring the blow that drew a pained sound from her lips, her face paling considerably. "What concern is it of yours? You, a lowly official slave whose family has fallen from grace, are the filth of the lowest order," the steward scolded disdainfully. "Even if you once held a higher status, it matters not. If your family has committed a capital offense, you share in the punishment. Be grateful you have not yet been sent to the brothel." With her hands bound by chains, the woman clenched her fists, the veins on her hands bulging, yet she looked at Chu Nanli once more and implored, "Please, miss,
Purchase me.
I have learned to read and write since childhood under my master. What business is it of yours to speak?" The steward growled, raising the whip again, aiming for the woman's face. A flicker of defiance and humiliation flashed to her eyes, yet she remained steadfast. The whip was suddenly caught in midair. The woman exhaled in relief, glancing at Chu Nanli, aware that her gamble had paid off. The steward, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and asked with feigned concern, "Miss, are you hurt?" Upon releasing the whip, he gestured for her to continue speaking, a silent warning not to instigate further trouble. Though anger simmered within him at the audacity of this official slave, he dared not interfere further. "Thank you, miss, for granting me this opportunity," the woman said, bowing in gratitude. Chu Nanli silently nodded, appreciating her resourcefulness and pride, as well as her willingness to forsake her past. "I can also keep accounts and embroider. I once crafted a floral tapestry that was purchased for use in a garment shop. Whether you seek a companion to alleviate your boredom or require assistance in managing your affairs, I am capable of fulfilling both roles. In terms of ability, I am not inferior to those superior slaves, yet I am more affordable." The last statement left the steward feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. He wanted to erupt in anger, but restrained himself due to the presence of Chu Nanli. Observing her for a moment, she inquired, "Since you were once an official's daughter, how could you possibly be familiar with accounts which are often beneath your station? In this world, officials generally disdain mingling with merchants, and it was unlikely they would allow their children access to such knowledge, especially for daughters raised in affluent households." The woman answered without hesitation, her tone earnest. "People often categorize others into ranks, with officials at the top and merchants derided for their trade. Yet, those literati failed to realize that without merchants establishing tea houses and inviting them to debate, they would lack the means to gather and boast among themselves. They might not even have the money to purchase ink and paper." Hearing this, Chu Nanli was genuinely astonished. In such a feudal society, the woman's insight was indeed refreshing. The steward, however, scoffed from the side, "You are now even lower than those merchants. How dare you mock the scholars?" Ignoring him, the woman organized her thoughts and addressed Chu Nanli. "Therefore, I never believed my status as an official's daughter made me superior. I admire women who excel in business. It was through them that I realized this world is not solely the domain of men in the pursuit of power and trade. Women can also thrive." I wished to master my finances and take control of my life, so I sought my family's accountant to learn business skills. At her last words, she appeared somewhat embarrassed, clearly aware of the surrounding slave's humble conditions and recognizing her own predicament. I apologize, miss, for my boldness, she said, lowering her gaze but not her head. Chu Nanli felt a surge of compassion. For a woman to awaken in such a constraining environment was no small feat. Had she been from Chu Nanli's own world and era, her life would have unfolded quite differently. Yet now, encountering her, it was not too late. Just as she needed someone adept in business, she had found her. Come with me, I will provide you with an opportunity to truly showcase your talents. Without further hesitation, Chu Nanli made her decision. Both the steward and the woman were momentarily taken aback. The steward's expression soured further, while the woman beamed with joy. Chu Nanli surveyed the other kneeling slaves and asked the steward, "Are all these official slaves? I require 2 guards, one to accompany me and another to protect this young lady." The steward's demeanor shifted as he realized Chu Nanli had firmly resolved to engage in the business of official slaves. Once he grasped this, his frustration dissipated significantly. And he dutifully introduced the options. Yes, this section is for women, while that side is for the younger branches of prominent families. They were once esteemed young ladies and gentlemen. He quietly advised Chu Nanli, "Be cautious, they may harbor rebellious sentiments." Chu Nanli nodded in acknowledgement. The steward's warning held merit. These individuals, once of noble birth, now forced to serve as maids and servants, would undoubtedly struggle with their pride. There was a fear that some might feign compliance while secretly harboring resentment. As Chu Nanli assessed the situation, she noticed the official slaves kneeling with their heads bowed. Some remained motionless, appearing numbed by their circumstances, while others clenched their fists, their bodies rigid, clearly unwilling to confront their reality. As Chu Nanli's gaze fell upon one individual, he suddenly raised his head, only to quickly lower it again. Chu Nanli was taken aback, raising an eyebrow at the martial artist. The individual, still with head bowed, murmured in acknowledgement before lifting his gaze. Chu Nanli spoke, and the other person obediently complied, revealing no hint of reluctance or awkwardness, only calmness and composure. His countenance was one of great steadiness, suggesting years of martial training. Would he be capable of protection? A resolution formed in Chu Nanli's mind. The individual responded with another murmur of affirmation. Chu Nanli nodded and instructed the steward to procure the contracts for the two, assuring that upon verification, she would settle the payment and take them away. The 2 kneeling figures could not help but glance at her, their hearts stirred by her decisiveness and assertiveness. Years later, they would still recall this moment, remembering the woman in a flowing azure dress who effortlessly pulled them from the mire, saving their lives. As the steward went to retrieve the contracts, a new batch of slaves arrived. Chu Nanli noticed a woman beside her still shackled and, feeling a tug of compassion, selected another slave to serve as a guard. Soon, Chu Nanli departed with the 3, seeking a nearby tea house where she reserved a private room and requested the server to fetch 3 sets of clothing. While waiting, she turned to the 3 silent figures, heads bowed in contemplation, and inquired about their names. Slaves require new names bestowed by their masters. The woman looked at Chu Nanli and replied with calm assurance. Chu Nanli pondered, acknowledging that their previous names were no longer fitting. The woman's gaze dimmed slightly at the acknowledgement, yet she listened as Chu Nanli suggested that retaining their former names might invite complications. "Today marks your rebirth. Why not choose names that you cherish?" she proposed, adding that they were not required to use derogatory titles under her care. The trio was momentarily taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise. As they had never heard of slaves having the liberty to name themselves, they had assumed that their status rendered them lesser than livestock. How about it? Chu Nanli raised an eyebrow. The woman, feeling a surge of emotion, responded, "Very well, thank you, master," her heartfelt gratitude evident in her voice. Ultimately, they each selected new names. The woman, once a noble lady, chose the name Xinlian, aspiring to embody the purity of a lotus rising untainted from the mud after the upheaval of her life. The man initially chosen by Chu Nanli, a former adopted son of a minor official, named himself Chui. When asked about his choice, he spoke earnestly. "Since it is my master who has granted me this opportunity for rebirth, I dare to borrow your surname. The signifies my unwavering loyalty to you." Chu Nanli was genuinely astonished. While she had perceived him as composed and reliable, she had not anticipated his ability to relinquish his past so swiftly and adapt to his new identity. Nevertheless, his reliability remained to be tested. The other man, previously a guard, had been injured while heroically rescuing his former master's daughter from a fire, leading to his sale due to his altered appearance. His new name, Xiangyang, was his original name, which he had been forced to abandon for a given name by his former master. "Sir, I have brought the 3 outfits you requested," came the eager voice of the server outside the room. Chu Yi rose to retrieve the clothes. "Now go and change," Chu Nanli instructed the 3. The private room was equipped with several partitions, affording them the privacy necessary for changing. Before long, Xinlian re-emerged from behind the screen, and Chu Nanli's eyes brightened. Xinlian had transformed into a tall and graceful figure, adorned in a well-fitted dress that accentuated her delicate features, exuding the refined elegance of a noble woman.
최혜우이.
Dressed simply in black attire, projected an aura of both scholarly grace and masculine charm, his well-defined features making him strikingly handsome. Although Xiangyang's appearance was more ordinary, marred by burn scars, his well-toned physique radiated a sense of security. As Chu Nanli observed them, her satisfaction grew. Conversely, the trio felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. "Is there something amiss, master?" Xinlian inquired. Chu Nanli smiled, her eyes crinkling in delight, assuring them that all was well. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of how to interpret her reaction. Clearing her throat, Chu Nanli adopted a serious tone. "From this moment forth, I wish for you to completely shed your former identities. Do not become entangled with the people or events of your past, as I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications." The 3 responded earnestly, for they had either lost their families entirely or had seen their closest kin perish in the upheaval of their lives, leaving them with little to cling to. Chu Nanli assessed them, her mind already formulating plans. "Xinlian, I need you to establish a brothel. Are you confident in this task?" "A brothel?" Xinlian hesitated, uncertain if she had misheard. Chu Yi and Xiangyang exchanged bewildered glances, equally astonished by Chu Nanli's unexpected proposition. Despite her veiled appearance, suggesting the demeanor of a highborn lady, her sudden declaration to open a brothel took them by surprise. While there were indeed noble women in the capital who made such claims, they were often flamboyant and whimsical, seeking to defy societal norms. Chu Nanli, however, did not fit this mold. "I will assign Xiangyang to assist you, ensuring you have support," she continued. Alleviating her concerns about Xinlian being taken advantage of, for running a brothel was no minor undertaking. Nonetheless, in this world, a well-run brothel could prove to be the fastest path to wealth and a source of valuable information. Thus, establishing this brothel had become imperative for her. Realizing Chu Nanli was indeed serious, Xinlian adopted a determined demeanor. "I will ensure this matter is handled properly. Whether it be music, chess, calligraphy, or embroidery, I can teach the girls skills to thrive." Chu Nanli noted the eagerness on her face and the ambition in her eyes, reaffirming her belief that she had made the right choice. In a modern context, Xinlian would undoubtedly be an exemplary employee. "Here are 3,000 taels. Use this as needed. By the way, I am currently residing at the War God's mansion. If anything arises, it would be best not to seek me there. Let our next meeting take place here. I will reserve this room for a few more days. Leave any messages regarding progress here until you finalize the brothel's location." Chu Nanli felt a surge of discontent at the thought of night yunting, further solidifying her resolve to build her own influence and distance herself from the War God's mansion. The 3 exchanged astonished glances, cautiously inquiring, "Master, you are still the War God's consort?" Chu Nanli's expression darkened at the mention of that title, her mood soured. Xinlian and the others were taken aback, exchanging glances, filled with disbelief. They had heard of the War God, a paragon among men and the most sought-after husband by women in the realm. However, the public perception of the consort was less than favorable. They had often heard tales of her humble origins, how she had allegedly schemed her way into marriage with the War God, and the rumors of her interference in his relationships. Initially, they were skeptical about the rumors, but upon discovering that the master was indeed the princess, they felt the tales were utterly unfounded. Chu Yi was unexpectedly called upon, snapping the 3 who were resentful for Chu Nanli back to reality. "Master, you command. You shall stay by my side and protect me henceforth." Upon hearing this, Chu Yi's gaze fell upon the elegant and beautiful brows of Chu Nanli, her eyelashes trembling slightly as she replied, "Understood." "That will be all for today," Chu Nanli said. Lien carefully stored the silver coins and assured her subordinate that every expenditure for the brothel would be meticulously recorded.
Chu Nanli not dead.
Glancing at Xian Lian's face and recalling something she had forgotten, she promptly retrieved a vial. This contains a brown medicine for internal consumption to alleviate bodily stagnation, and a red ointment to be mixed with water for external application on wounds, ensuring no scars will remain. She had been using this medicine for the past couple of days, courtesy of that scoundrel Yi Yunting, who had left her quite injured. Xian Lian and the other two were both touched and filled with intense curiosity about Chu Nanli, particularly Xian Lian, who understood the rarity of scar-free healing ointments far better than the two men beside her. The fact that their master could produce such a precious remedy and so casually offer it to them made her question if the rumors about the disregarded princess of the war god's mansion were truly accurate. Master, I dare to suggest that such a valuable item should not be easily displayed in the future, lest it attract the wrong attention. Upon hearing Xian Lian's reminder, Chu Nanli's eyes swept over the three of them, and a warm current flowed through her heart. I am aware of that. After parting ways with Xian Lian and Yang, Chu Nanli instructed Chu Yi to procure medicinal ingredients for her. She contemplated borrowing paper and pen from the innkeeper to compile a list, but was pleasantly surprised to find that Chu Yi had an excellent memory and remembered everything after just one mention. Once Chu Yi departed, Chu Nanli leisurely strolled through the streets. The day was still young, and she could purchase several beautiful dresses before returning home. In her previous life, she had served as a military doctor, often engaged in missions and rarely wearing her own clothes. Now, she finally had the opportunity. Moreover, the original owner's wardrobe was filled with outdated garments that did not suit her identity as a princess. Now that she had the money, why should she deprive herself and give others cause to mock her? With clarity of thought, Chu Nanli entered a ready-to-wear shop, noticing that the styles and fabrics were commendable, and selected 2 outfits. Just as she was about to check out, a delicate voice interrupted her.
Sister?
Chapter 23. The dress theft. Chu Nanli's once bright mood was instantly overshadowed by clouds of discontent. How unfortunate. She turned to see Lin Fuiying's pale, flower-like face. What a coincidence, sister. When did you leave the estate? Despite Chu Nanli being veiled, Lin Fuiying recognized her at once. Surrounded by several maidservants, Lin Fuiying relished the sight of Chu Nanli alone, while her gaze unconsciously flicked toward the elegant features of her rival, jealousy brewing within her. Madam, how much for these? Chu Nanli had no intention of engaging with Lin Fuiying. She wished to avoid any dispute, knowing that the loathsome Yi Yunting would come looking for trouble. However, trouble had a way of seeking her out. Sister, I, too, am fond of these outfits, having set my sights on them early. Yet, I did not bring enough money today, hence my plan to return another time. I didn't expect you to claim them. Chu Nanli's expression grew increasingly frosty, a cold smile gracing her lips. What a fragrant little flower she was. The garments had been chosen by her first, but in Lin Fuiying's words, it had transformed into a tale of her snatching love. Is that so? Chu Nanli's gaze drifted toward the shop's entrance. Someone had already recognized Lin Fuiying and cast disapproving glances her way. With a cold smirk in her heart, Chu Nanli lowered her voice to Lin Fuiying. I hope you can wear them. Her eyes weighted heavily on Lin Fuiying's chest. Having always portrayed a frail image, coupled with her lack of endowment, how could she possibly carry off the garments? Lin Fuiying's face flushed with a mix of red and white. Chu Nanli set the clothes down and turned to leave the shop, only to have Lin Fuiying follow her into another one. Sister? This outfit was also previously chosen by Inger. At this point, it became clear to Chu Nanli that Lin Fuiying was intent on provoking her and competing for the dresses. Since that was the case, she would indulge this White Lotus. Her gaze scanned the store, landing on a row of exquisitely crafted garments. Chu Nanli casually reached for the first piece, but a hand quickly shot out from beside her and snatched it away. Looking up, Chu Nanli saw Lin Fuiying's maid smiling at her in a taunting manner while clutching the dress. Lin Fuiying once again feigned vulnerability. Sister, I know you like this dress too, but Chu Nanli maintained a veneer of politeness. If you desire it so much, then by all means take it. Who am I to begrudge your generosity? Lin Fuiying sensed something amiss in her words, but could not pinpoint it, thus followed her instincts. Signaling her maid to snatch any dress Chu Nanli showed interest in. Chu Nanli's expression darkened further, much to Lin Fuiying's delight. At that moment, Chu Nanli turned to face her. It seems you are determined to purchase all these garments? Without hesitation, Lin Fuiying replied, of course. Chu Nanli crossed her arms, her eyes cold. Then you should proceed with your purchase. Lin Fuiying's mind raced, sensing that perhaps Chu Nanli was still holding on to hope of winning her over, which only fueled her satisfaction. Sister, if you insist on urging me, I must hasten to buy them. How much is the total? The shopkeeper, observing the pile of clothing cradled by the maidservants, grinned widely. A total of 899 taels, but as a courtesy, I shall waive the odd amount. So you only need to pay 890 taels. Lin Fuiying's expression stiffened. How much? Her voice faltered. The shopkeeper, assuming she hadn't heard correctly, respectfully repeated the price. Lin Fuiying's face paled as she glanced at Chu Nanli, instantly realizing that Chu Nanli had deliberately orchestrated this to humiliate her, revealing her precarious financial situation. Realizing this, she decided she would have to ask Chu Nanli to cover the cost. With a shift in her demeanor, she prepared to feign weakness and appeal for assistance, but Chu Nanli spoke first. Oh dear, could it be that the side consort cannot afford this? Lin Fuiying's face froze. Dreadful wretch, why did she have to highlight her status at this moment? Outside, those who were unaware of Lin Fuiying's identity suddenly understood upon hearing side consort. With a willow-like grace and a visage reminiscent of a water lily, her misty eyes evoked sympathy. Among the side consorts in the capital, only the one from the war god's mansion possessed such allure. However, the woman before Lin Fuiying did not embody the rusticity of the rumored princess. Instead, she exuded an air of nobility that commanded respect. How could that be? Lin Fuiying faintly heard the whispers around her, her expression darkening further. Absurdly, she even caught snippets of conversations speculating whether the recently acclaimed divine doctor, who had saved an elderly woman, might be Chu Nanli. How could that possibly be? It's utterly ridiculous. Chapter 24. A humiliation unveiled. Why isn't the side consort paying? It wouldn't be right to keep the shopkeeper waiting, would it?
Chu Nanli remarked Leisu.
The shopkeeper, indeed anxious, yet not daring to show it, felt grateful upon hearing Chu Nanli's words and feigned nonchalance. Oh, no rush, haha. Chu Nanli then turned her gaze to the maidservants surrounding Lin Fuiying. Lin Fuiying's entourage had previously displayed an air of arrogance in the presence of the original owner, often mocking her alongside Granny Hua for her lack of favor. With a stern expression, Chu Nanli questioned, "Why are you still standing there? Do you require the consort to pay for herself?" The two maidservants exchanged glances, their anger simmering beneath the surface, yet hesitant to act in the royal estate. In a moment of confusion, they glanced at Lin Fuiying, who, upon hearing the title, furrowed her brows and shot a glare at the maidservant before stepping back 2 paces. "I think I might be allergic." Xiaoyan quickly removed the clothing. The shopkeeper's expression shifted dramatically. It was impossible, as all the fabrics were of the finest quality. Before he could finish a sentence, he suddenly realized Lin Fuiying's status and the circumstances that had just transpired, leaving him with no choice but to swallow his indignation. "It must be the fabric that has come into contact with pollen," he muttered. Chu Nanli observed the chaos in the shop and once again recognized the cunning nature of the white lotus flower. Realizing it was best to conclude the matter to spare the shopkeeper further distress, she reassured the flustered shopkeeper, "The consort is delicate, outside the royal estate. She is prone to illness and cannot be touched. This outfit is purchased by me. I am not as precious as the consort and will not suffer from allergies." The shopkeeper looked at her with gratitude. Lin Fuiying seethed with fury as she watched Chu Nanli produce silver notes to settle the payment, her previous indecisiveness now a source of further embarrassment. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted in a fit of rage. Having witnessed this dramatic scene, Chu Nanli found little amusement in the commotion caused by Lin Fuiying's maidservants, who called for help to carry her away. She took her leave from the disheveled clothing shop, where the onlookers had been dispersed but had not strayed far. As she stepped out, a woman dressed in a flowing azure gown emerged from the turmoil, seemingly enveloped in an ethereal glow. Despite the surrounding chaos, she remained untouched by the dust of the world, akin to a flower atop a mountain, serene and unblemished. The crowd instinctively parted, watching as her figure receded into the distance. Chu Nanli continued her stroll through the streets and, after finding and reuniting with Chu Yi, decided it was time to return to the royal estate. However, after careful consideration, she chose not to have Chu Yi accompany her. "You should remain with Xinlian for now. The brothel is about to open and requires manpower and resources. Assist her in those matters." Chu Yi hesitated. "My lady, you need not worry. I will be safe within the royal estate." Since Chu Yi had not been present at the clothing shop, She was unaware of the nature of the individuals Chu Nanli had faced. Recognizing her composure and decisiveness, she decided not to linger on the matter. Very well. Please take care of yourself, my lady.
Chu Nanli note that.
Unbeknownst to her, a storm awaited her return to the royal estate. My lord, you cannot imagine how outrageous the Chu Jingfei has been today. She has stolen the consort's favored attire and flaunted her wealth before her, and most egregiously, she caused the consort to faint. The two maidservants surrounding Lin Fuiying took turns voicing their grievances, ensuring the blame fell squarely on Chu Nanli without requiring Lin Fuiying to speak. Lin Fuiying lay in bed, feigning weakness. When she saw Yi Yunting's expression darken, she pretended to be displeased, calling out, Xiaoyan Dongyue. Rather than quieting down, the maidservants grew even more incensed. Your Highness, it is your kindness that has emboldened her to treat you this way. So many witnesses were present. The moment she uttered those words, Lin Fuiying recalled the humiliation she had suffered before the crowd, her anger directed not only at the maidservant for her thoughtlessness, but also intensifying her resentment towards Chu Nanli. In truth, Inger is well and does not feel too wronged. After all, my sister is the main consort, and Inger has caused her to lose her child. It is only natural for her to take out her frustrations on Inger. However, Inger is concerned that such actions might tarnish the reputation of the War God House and become a source of ridicule for outsiders. This was a masterful display of benevolence and grace, portraying herself as a considerate figure for the royal estate. Yet, with each word spoken, Yi Yunting's expression darkened further, culminating in him shattering a teacup in frustration. Has that woman returned? Hearing the commotion, Steward Wang hurried in to report, Not yet. Shall I send someone to fetch the princess? Yi Yunting's tone was grim. When she returns, have her come to me immediately. His eyes glinted with menace. This venomous woman not only harms Inger, but also brings shame upon us. She truly has the audacity. Chapter 25. Seeking justice upon returning to the royal estate. Chu Nanli sensed something amiss as she reached the courtyard entrance. The chaos that had been present when she left had not abated. Weeds remained untrimmed, brooms lay scattered about, and some were even seated indoors, chatting with laughter echoing through the air. Chu Nanli's expression darkened slightly as she stepped inside. Princess? Some noticed her return, and their relaxed demeanor faltered as they hurried to pick up the brooms, awkwardly smiling. We were just taking a break. The others, hearing the commotion, ceased their conversations and feigned busyness with their tools. Chu Nanli couldn't help but find humor in the situation. If these people had truly disregarded her authority, they would not have put on such a show upon her return. Yet, if they recognized her position, their half-hearted pretense was evident, their faces betraying their insincerity. Did they truly think she was a soft target? A cold glint flickered in Chu Nanli's eyes just as an unfriendly voice interrupted. Princess, the Lord requests your presence for questioning. Chu Nanli frowned, glancing at the steward, who appeared out of breath and anxious. Without needing to ponder, she understood that Lin Fuiying had likely reported her to Yi Yunting. Though unperturbed, she was reluctant to deal with that insufferable man. A headache began to form. Princess, why are you still standing there? Does his lordship need to come personally to fetch you? The steward, noticing her lack of movement, grew impatient and urged her. Chu Nanli lifted her gaze and caught sight of the servants in the courtyard, who were stifling laughter at her expense. With a plan forming in her mind, she remained unfazed. Casting a sidelong glance at the steward, she replied with a hint of mockery, If you wish for your lord to come personally, then by all means, summon him. Having said this, she turned and walked into the house, holding the items she had purchased. The steward was taken aback, his mind racing as he realized her words, and in a flurry, he hurried inside. Princess. Chu Nanli had just settled down to pour herself a cup of tea when the steward entered, burning with frustration. He was at a loss, unable to confront her directly, yet unwilling to return empty-handed. My lady, I may have spoken hastily. Please do not take offense. His lordship truly has urgent matters to discuss with you, so please hurry. After finishing her tea, Chu Nanli felt she had taught him a sufficient lesson and finally stood. Let us go. Ultimately, she wished to avoid providing Yi Yunting with any additional reasons to trouble her. The steward's heart finally eased as he followed her, cursing quietly under his breath. In the courtyard, the servants who had initially anticipated a spectacle involving Chu Nanli were now rendered speechless. Witnessing the steward, whom they intended to curry favor with, falter before Chu Nanli, They quickly abandoned their desire to watch the unfolding drama, returning to their tasks with feigned diligence. Princess, we have arrived. Both the lord and the consort are inside, the steward announced, leading her to the back, finally breathing a sigh of relief, though still harboring discontent. He deliberately emphasized his last remark. Chu Nanli paid him no mind. She was not the original owner and bore no affection for Yi Yunting. So whether it was Lin Fuiying or 10 other women sharing the same space as him, she remained emotionally unaffected. As the original self departed, only disappointment and resentment remained towards Yi Yunting. Upon her sister's arrival, Chu Nanli entered the room and beheld Lin Fuiying languidly leaning against Yi Yunting. There were chairs available, yet Lin Fuiying had nearly vacated hers. How unsightly. Vile woman, why have you not knelt?
Yi Yunting bellowed.
Chu Nanli's mind was laden with questions. Might I inquire, Your Highness, what offense have I committed that warrants such punishment? With sharp wit, Yi Yunting regarded her, pulling Lin Fuiying closer to him, and coldly demanded, Why did you snatch the garments that desired at the tailor's? Is your character so base that you must seize what belongs to others? Chapter 26. To scorn her for being common, Chu Nanli's ire ignited. Her expression turned frigid as she confronted Lin Fuiying. Did I truly take the clothing coveted by the concubine? So this is how the concubine relays her tale to the prince? Lin Fuiying feigned weakness, replying, Your Highness, it is not my sister's fault. It is merely that could not procure the garments she admired. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunting frowned at Lin Fuiying's attempt to shift blame, soothingly asserting, It is not your fault. You are simply too magnanimous. Subsequently, he unleashed his fury upon Chu Nanli. A commoner cannot transform into a phoenix. Even though I have allowed you entry into the royal residence, you still cannot shed your pedestrian demeanor. I perceive no virtues of humility or kindness in you. Even if you don fine silks, you shall still lack any semblance of nobility. Chu Nanli was deeply agitated. How heart-wrenching it would have been for the original self to hear such words. This contemptible man had once professed his devotion, yet now he spoke as though he had granted her a privilege. For a woman with genuine feelings, how cruel. Your Highness has never witnessed me adorned in silks. How can you presume to judge my nobility? The original self's status surely surpassed that of Lin Fuiying, a mere daughter of a minister's household. Perhaps within the entirety of Xia Nation, few could claim a lineage more distinguished than hers. Yi Yunting's dark gaze fell upon the woman standing in the center of the room, capturing the glint of defiance in her eyes. Through her, he recalled the vibrant girl he had once wished to marry. Yet, his expression darkened once more, realizing the depths of her audacity. Chu Nanli, you resemble a beggar who, upon acquiring wealth, spends it recklessly. What right have you to discuss nobility with me? Lin Fuiying listened with satisfaction as the esteemed man belittled Chu Nanli, her eyes gleaming with delight. Chu Nanli, nearly amused by the absurdity, recognized why Yi Yunting had failed to see through Lin Fuiying's facade. They were indeed cut from the same cloth. If she, with a dowry of several thousand taels, was deemed a beggar, then what of Lin Fuiying, who shamelessly utilized her funds for treatment? Was she not even beneath a beggar? With her rage ignited, Chu Nanli retorted, You presume I am destitute because of her. How noble of you to disregard my generosity while demeaning me in return. Returning Yi Yunting's earlier insults, she felt invigorated, especially upon witnessing the embarrassment of the two. Sister, must you insult me? How can you also scold the prince? Lin Fuiying, sensing the tide turning, feigned indignation on Yi Yunting's behalf. Chu Nanli internally scoffed, eagerly awaiting this White Lotus's next words. Lin Fuiying's talent for reversing blame was unparalleled, transforming the villain into the victim. With precision, Chu Nanli addressed Yi Yunting, asserting, Today at the tailor's, it was evident to all how the concubine repeatedly seized my garments. If you doubt my words, you may send someone to investigate. Sister, Inger simply liked those garments as well, and it was ultimately you who purchased them. Lin Fuiying protested, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Nanli sneered, I anticipated this feigned innocence. Pray, tell me, why is it that every piece I coveted had to be relinquished to you, only for you to later claim a false allergy and abandon them? How is it that I am accused of stealing your garments? Mimicking Lin Fuiying's tone, she elongated her words, relishing in the sight of Lin Fuiying's vexation. Your Highness. Lin Fuiying, feeling cornered, turned to Yi Yunting, her eyes watery. Ingo is not truly allergic. I could see my sister's reluctance to part with the clothes. Hence my deceit. My intention was to buy them for both of us, but your expression filled me with fear and sorrow." With that, she collapsed into Yi Yunting's embrace, sobbing. Chapter 27. You are inferior to Inga. Yi Yunting's probing gaze softened, filled with concern, as he lost interest in the details of their quarrel. Now viewing Chu Nanli with growing disdain. "Chu Nanli, how can you, as the rightful consort, possess such a narrow heart compared to Ing? She constantly considers you. Yet you, in your pettiness, accuse her of theft, displaying the demeanor of a shrew." Chu Nanli felt utterly drained. How foolish she had been to engage in reason with such a man. The moment the White Lotus wept, his heart swayed entirely. "I refuse to bear this slander. I shall seek witnesses on the street." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, a teacup was hurled at her. Chu Nanli stepped aside just in time, narrowly avoiding the shattering cup, its remnants scattering across the floor, staining her skirt. Fury ignited within her as she turned to hear Yi Yunting's emotionless voice. "Even if it is your choice, what harm is there in letting a few garments go to Ing? Chu Nanli's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Yunting scrutinized her expression, his displeasure intensifying. "I knew it. Your previous magnanimity was merely a facade. Now, a few simple garments reveal your true nature." Stifled by anger, Chu Nanli felt an unbearable weight in her chest. If he deemed her sharp-tongued, she would not be outdone. Taking a deep breath, she faced Lin Fuiying. "Do you truly desire the garments I purchased today?" With tear-filled eyes, Lin Fuiying replied, "Inger does not wish to take what belongs to my sister."
Chu Nanli, isata.
Interjected, "I would allow you to take them." Turning to Yi Yunting, she remarked, "Since the prince is so fond of the concubine and she so desires those garments, perhaps you might offer double the price for them?" Yi Yunting regarded her with disdain.
Someone.
"Yes, your highness." A servant hastily entered. "Fetch 1,000 taels from the treasury for Inger, and send someone to retrieve the garments from the princess, so that Inger may choose as she pleases." Understood. Lin Fuiying was elated, leaning into Yi Yunting's embrace, triumphantly casting a glance at Chu Nanli. With such affection from the prince, surely her calculations had faltered. For a fleeting moment, Chu Nanli was taken aback. She had intended to retaliate against Yi Yunting, only to find that he had not adhered to her expectations. "No need. Your highness, Inger has sufficient clothing," Lin Fuiying disingenuously declined. Knight Yunting gently wiped away the tears from her eyes, declaring that Inger is the one who holds his heart, and it is only natural that she should be adorned beautifully. Purchasing an abundance of garments for her is hardly an excess. Chu Nanli cast a cold glance at the affectionate display of the couple, noting that there were only 2 chairs in the room. As they reveled in their love, Lin Fuiying nestled into Knight Yunting's embrace, rendering one chair utterly redundant. Meanwhile, she, who could stand firm without leaning on a man, found herself without a seat, standing awkwardly in the middle of the room. With this thought, Chu Nanli turned on her heel to leave.
Stop.
A sharp voice called out from behind.
Chu Nanli acted in confusion.
Taken aback by his possessiveness amidst their display of affection. "What business do you have, your highness?" she inquired as she turned around. "You are not to leave until the clothes are delivered for Inger to choose," he commanded. Chu Nanli's expression soured. "I shall fetch a stool to sit upon. I have just given birth, and cannot stand for too long." Knight Yunting's gaze sharpened as he watched her exit the room, this time allowing her to go. Chapter 28. Criticized for her cleverness, self-reliance is indeed a commendable phrase. After settling into a chair, Chu Nanli sighed in relief, reflecting on her frail condition. Her body was genuinely weak. Having ventured out today without resting, she now felt her energy and strength severely depleted. She needed to recuperate. Fortunately, she had money on hand and had acquired various medicinal herbs today, some for treating weakness and others for strengthening her constitution. "Your highness, my sister appears somewhat melancholic." Lin Fuiying hesitated, suggesting, "Perhaps we should forego the garments. I do not wish to intrude upon someone else's joy." Chu Nanli snapped back to reality, only to be bombarded with a torrent of chatter. Before she could respond, Knight Yunting remarked, "I have spent money. She should be delighted." His tone was flat, as if stating a mere fact. Chu Nanli felt a surge of irritation but chose to feign ignorance, unwilling to engage with the couple, lest she unwittingly provide them a stage for their theatrics. Indeed, Lin Fuiying, feeling her efforts were in vain, fell silent. "Your highness, the clothes and money have been brought." 2 maidservants entered briskly, casting disdainful glances at Chu Nanli as they passed. Recognizing them as the same two who had accompanied Lin Fuing earlier, she remained unfazed, finding solace in the sight of the money. Although the garments were essentially free, a windfall of cash was still a pleasant surprise. With this thought, she relaxed her mindset, observing the maidens as they held up clothing for Lin Fuing to peruse. Lin Fuing deliberately took her time, showering compliments on each piece she touched. This fabric is exquisite, isn't it? It feels delightful to the touch, and will surely look splendid when worn. Indeed, Your Highness, once you don it, you shall exude an air of nobility that will leave others in awe, Xiao Yun chimed in earnestly. This one is also lovely, though not made of cloud brocade. The fabric is incredibly light, and the layers of the skirt are truly beautiful. Once you wear it, you shall appear as if walking on lotus blooms, Dong Yu added, unwilling to be outdone. The trio exchanged covert glances at Chu Nanli, who felt as if she were merely a spectator at a circus. Alas, my body is truly weak. I am exhausted, she thought, a wave of drowsiness washing over her as she stifled a yawn behind her sleeve.
Lin Fuing,
noticing the gesture, recalled how Chu Nanli had once been so infatuated with the prince, and a smile crept onto her lips, which she struggled to suppress. Sister, have you been crying? Chu Nanli lowered her sleeve, bewildered by the accusation. What have I to cry about? Her face still bore traces of sleepiness, with her curled eyelashes glistening slightly. Knight Yun Ting's gaze darkened as he studied her, his expression inscrutable. You truly have been crying,
Lin Fuing exclaimed, secretly delighted,
yet feigning innocence. Your Highness, I must confess that I am not particularly fond of these clothes. I believe they suit my sister far better. Although her words seemed generous, the order of her logic invoked suspicion in the listener. Knight Yunting's expression chilled as he warned Chu Nanli. The woman who thinks herself clever is not to my liking. Do not presume that a few tears will sway my judgment. Chapter 29. Your money is insufficient. Chu Nanli listened in bewilderment as the two engaged in their banter, feeling utterly exasperated after being unjustly branded as clever. Did this man truly think she was pretending to cry to elicit his sympathy? What bold confidence! And how could he not notice the large, mobile leaky bucket beside him? With an impassive expression, she tugged at the corner of her mouth. I am merely fatigued. Yet neither of them appeared to believe her words.
Lin Fuing smirked internally,
thinking, still putting on a brave face, are we? In that case, I shall select even more garments and see how long this sham continues. With this thought, she feigned understanding, saying, I see. Since sister is not upset, I can freely choose. With that, she pointed to several items, quickly depleting the selection to just 2 remaining garments. Lin Fuing feigned regret, addressing Chu Nanli in a soft voice. Sister, I simply adore these dresses. I could not help myself. I promise to compensate you double the price for what I've taken, though I regret you have come all this way only to leave with so few garments. Upon finishing, she turned to Knight Yun Ting, biting her lip shyly. Your Highness, I wish to compensate my sister, but my purse is light. Might I trouble you to provide her with a little extra silver? Chu Nanli's eyes narrowed at this suggestion. So, they intended to use her as a mere errand runner? The White Lotus truly knew how to maximize humiliation, even while cloaked in the guise of a mere concubine. If this had been the original her, she would have been infuriated or left in despair. Very well. As you wish, Knight Yun Ting replied coolly, glancing at Chu Nanli with a look of disdain that could pierce the heart. Calculate the cost. I shall give you an additional 100 taels. 100 taels? The number did not sting in the slightest. Knight Yun Ting observed the gleam in her eyes and felt an inexplicable irritation rising within him. This woman was utterly disappointing. How could such a trifling sum elate her so? She was truly beneath notice. In comparison, Ing Er was like the radiant moon, while she was but a muddy flower on the ground. Knight Yun Ting's expression darkened, and he suddenly spoke. Should I find you falsely reporting the price? For every tale over, you shall receive a lash. Chu Nanli's smile slowly faded as she met his imperious gaze, the retort she had prepared dying on her lips. Living under another's roof requires patience, she reminded herself. The tumult of emotion within her gradually calmed. The world is ruled by the powerful. If she were to offend Knight Yun Ting gravely, her very survival upon leaving the war goddess residence would be in jeopardy, let alone escaping unscathed into the outside world. How could she dare? Chu Nanli forced a smile, saying, If your Highness doubts my integrity, you may dispatch someone to investigate. My conscience is clear. However, I do hope that your highness will not delegate this task to others, but rather handle it yourself, as I have my reservations. While she did not specify her concerns, Lin Fuing understood, her expression darkening as she sought a way to retaliate, yet found no grounds to do so. Prince Lin Fuing could only call out to Yi Yunting in a delicate and feeble manner, hoping he would advocate for her. The total amounted to 1,300 taels, plus the 100 taels in compensation the prince owed her, bringing the total to 1,400 taels. Your Highness, it seems you are somewhat short on funds, Chu Nanli quickly interjected. As soon as the words left her lips, both Yi Yunting and Lin Fuing's expression soured. Chapter 30. A fate worse than death. Yi Yunting cast a heavy gaze upon Chu Nanli, who met his stare unflinchingly. Humph. Yi Yunting's irritation deepened as he coldly commanded someone to fetch an additional 1,000 taels, instructing that the remainder be given to the consort. Upon hearing this, Lin Fuing's countenance brightened instantly. Initially displeased that Chu Nanli had gained so much silver without merit, she now felt a sense of vindication, appreciating the prince's favor towards her. Your Highness, you are truly kind to Inger, she remarked. As she sensed the warmth of soft silk nestled against him, Yi Yunting's demeanor softened, and he gently replied, Silly Inger, you simply do not understand how to strive for what you deserve. Chu Nanli felt as though she was being subtly mocked. Nevertheless, with over 1,000 taels soon to be in her possession, she decided not to dwell on it. She contemplated leaving after collecting the silver, wishing to avoid witnessing the pair's affection. Rising, she went to retrieve the remaining 2 garments. Does Inger not fancy these 2 outfits? Yi Yunting's voice rang out unexpectedly. Recognizing his implication, Chu Nanli felt as if she had swallowed a fly, discomfort washing over her. She reluctantly withdrew her hand, turned to the couple, and, suppressing her temper, said, If Lady Consort has any interest in these 2 sets, she may take them as well. The servants will deliver the silver shortly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fuing displayed an expression of hesitation. Sister, the colors of these dresses are too dark and heavy, making them unflattering when worn. Though I find you quite lovely. Pure black is particularly discerning. She quickly added, Oh, I do not mean to say your character is lacking, it's just that I am clumsy with words, and may have upset you. With a worried glance towards Yi Yunting, her tone turned anxious. Chu Nanli felt a wave of irritation wash over her as she recognized the traps embedded in Lin Fuing's words. First, she subtly criticized her taste. Then she masked her critique of her demeanor and finally attempted to label her as petty. The corners of Chu Nanli's mouth twitched coldly. Indeed, I am quite vexed. Lin Fuing's expression faltered, her eyes wide in shock as she lost track of her next words. Yi Yunting's countenance darkened. This woman truly could not change her ways. At the tailor shop, you snatched my first dress, one of these very black ones. Surely, Lady Consort has a poor memory. Conversing with you must be exhausting for His Highness. Lin Fuing turned pale, feeling the embarrassment wash over her in front of the servants. Tears sprang to her eyes. Sister, why must you dwell on the incident at the tailor's? Chu Nanli, get out. Yi Yunting's furious reprimand caused the servants to tremble and kneel in fear. Anger simmered within Chu Nanli as she clutched the 2 black dresses and declared, Once I have the silver, I shall take my leave. With that, she picked up a stool and turned to exit the room, settling in the courtyard instead. Yi Yunting's frustration boiled over as he watched her, wishing he could strangle her. The servant returning with the silver did so just in time to diffuse the tense atmosphere. Without waiting for Yi Yunting to speak, Chu Nanli counted out 400 taels, then retrieved the previously mentioned 1,000 taels, casting a parting remark as she departed. Thank you for your generosity, Your Highness. The servants quaked in place, sensing that the prince appeared even angrier after the unappreciated consort's departure. Your Highness? They were not the only ones concerned. Lin Fuing felt a pang of unease, worried that Yi Yunting harbored feelings for Chu Nanli. If you have something to say to my sister, then by all means go ahead. She adores you and would surely be delighted to see you, even if she does not express it openly, Lin Fuing ventured cautiously. A woman who is enamored only by wealth is unworthy of my favor. Humph. If she covets my affection, she must first prove her worth. Chapter 31. Chu Yi's red face with that, he flung his sleeve and departed. Lin Fuing was taken aback by his departure, her fair face freezing momentarily before she regained her composure, reassuring herself that as long as he did not visit that wretched girl, all would be well. As Chu Nanli had yet to stray far, She felt the sound of rustling fabric behind her. In the next moment, a strong grip seized her wrist. She met Yi Yunting's brooding gaze. Chu Nanli, you would do well to behave, or I shall make your life a living hell. With that, he forcefully cast her aside and strode away without a hint of compassion. Chu Nanli fell to the ground, silver scattering around her, her palms scraped and bleeding.
Inyardli kursing Ye Yunting's madness.
Lin Fuiying, the favored one, could shed a few tears, and this foolish man would wish her a fate worse than death. Gathering the fallen silver, Chu Nanli felt a slight ease in her heart. Forget it, I shan't quarrel with a blind and foolish madman. Setting aside the facts, he was indeed quite generous. Should another opportunity arise, she would profit immensely. Upon returning to her small courtyard, Chu Nanli encountered Chu Yi. When they parted earlier, she had thoughtfully given him her identification token from the palace, allowing him access should he need to contact her or relay messages to Xian Lian. This also served a dual purpose, to test Chu Yi's loyalty and because, as an unimportant and unvalued consort, the token held little significance. Master, Chu Yi greeted respectfully. There's no need for excessive formalities, Chu Nanli replied, glancing at the half-closed gate. Why do you not enter? Chu Yi responded, without your permission, I dare not enter. Fearing it may cause you trouble. Chu Nanli noticed his demeanor was somewhat unnatural. A thought crossed her mind, and she subtly gestured for him to follow her to the side. How did you know I was not in the courtyard?
Chu Yi said.
Biting his lip before quietly replying, I overheard the servants inside speaking ill of you, mentioning your departure. Chu Nanli mused to herself, as I suspected. Moreover, it was likely the servants spoke without decorum, perhaps mocking her for being summoned to Yi Yunting for punishment. What brings you here? She inquired, regaining her composure. Chu Yi lifted his gaze, quickly assessing her expression before lowering his head again, producing an item from his garment and presenting it. Xian Lian instructed me to deliver this letter to you. Looking closer, Chu Nanli saw it was a wax-sealed letter. Internally, she nodded in approval, recognizing Xian Lian's meticulousness. From another perspective, Xian Lian was also seeking to garner her favor, knowing that Chu Yi and Xian Lian were in close proximity, and he would be well informed of her affairs. Chu Nanli shattered the wax seal and retrieved the letter within. Master, the address for the brothel has been finalized at 43 Xinghua Street. Though it may not be as prosperous as the city center, it is free from the clutches of powerful factions, making it suitable for development. Additionally, the diverse clientele brings in many rumors, which are invaluable for business. The more she read, the more satisfied Chu Nanli became with Xian Lian. She handed the letter to Chu Yi to be destroyed and asked, Have you thought of a name? Not yet. Xian Lian requests you to bestow one. Chu Nanli sighed inwardly. Her novice subordinate seemed unaware of her struggles with naming. In her past life, after gaining fame, the military never allowed her to name the medicines she developed, fearing she might tarnish their reputation. Lacking the skill to create names, she merely named things based on what they reminded her of. For instance, one life-saving potion was whimsically named Meat Bun, because it was presented to her while she was enjoying a warm bag of steamed buns. Later, due to the remarkable efficacy of her medicine against the genetic diseases afflicting humanity in 2090, she gained widespread renown and was recruited into the military. From that point onward, all her concoctions lost the privilege of being named after their creator, as their titles bore an unfortunate resemblance to counterfeit goods found at street stalls. Reflecting on this, a wave of bittersweet sorrow washed over her. Have you thought of a fitting name? Chu Yi inquired softly as he noticed her changing expressions. Chu Nanli candidly admitted that her chosen name lacked elegance. However, Chu Yi perceived her humility as false modesty. Despite their brief acquaintance, he recognized her exceptional capabilities and commanding presence. Any name she devised would undoubtedly be breathtaking. Master, Xian Lian and Xiangyang, along with the subordinates, hope you could bestow a name upon this brothel. For us, it represents our future abode and the commencement of a new chapter in our lives. You have pulled us from the mire, so we wish for your blessings through this naming. Chu Nanli found herself at a loss for a reason to refuse, silently lamenting her misjudgment of his character. Initially, she had thought him a taciturn individual, yet he proved to be quite loquacious. Let us call it. Chu Yi glanced at her, his expression earnest. Chu Nanli surveyed her surroundings, hoping to find a flower to inspire a name. However, after scanning the area, she only encountered weeds, further confirming her status as an uncherished princess. With a sigh, she withdrew her gaze. Just as her eyes fell upon the silver coins in her arms, and an idea sprang forth. Let us call it the Silver House. Chu Yi was momentarily stunned, his face revealing a peculiar mixture of shock and embarrassment. The Silver House? Yes, the Silver House. The more Chu Nanli repeated the name, the more she found it pleasant and memorable, imbued with significant meaning. At last, she could shed the title of being inept at naming. Master. Chu Yi's face flushed as if set ablaze. Unable to meet Chu Nanli's gaze, he lowered his head, speaking in a barely audible whisper. I fear this name may not be entirely appropriate. His head lowered further, his ears burning red as he endeavored to dissuade Chu Nanli from her idea. I dare to offer counsel. While the name is indeed fitting, it may not be well received by society.
Chu Nanli was taken aback.
Not well received? Do people truly regard wealth with such disdain? What is wrong with the Silver House? Do they not require money to survive? Chu Yi froze, then awkwardly lifted his head. Chapter 32. The Servant's Mockery Master. Are you referring to the silver in currency? Indeed. Chu Nanli nodded, only then realizing the misunderstanding, casting a dubious glance at him. Which character did you think I meant? Chu Yi's face turned crimson, his gaze darting away, his entire demeanor stiffening. And used to deceit. He found himself at a loss for words amidst the awkwardness. Observing his flustered expression, Chu Nanli's mind raced, replaying various homophones in her head, her countenance growing increasingly peculiar. Never mind, the name does not seem auspicious. Let us choose another. The dignity of adulthood lies in acknowledging truths without voicing them, maintaining appearances for both others and oneself. Chu Nanli feigned calmness, while internally feeling a strong urge to scratch the wall in embarrassment. Indeed, she was ill-suited for naming things. Chu Yi sensed that Chu Nanli had realized the character in question, feeling a profound urge to vanish into the ground. Master, it is my fault, he uttered, preparing to kneel. Chu Nanli hastily stopped him, exasperated. It is not your fault. I simply wish for you to refrain from asking me to name things in the future. Following this incident, Chu Yi took on the responsibility of naming, while Xian Lian and Xiangyang were curious as to why Chu Nanli did not name things herself. Yet naturally, they could extract no information from Chu Yi. This, however, is a tale for another time. What do you think of the name Mingyue Tower? Not bad. Quite good, Chu Nanli replied with a nod, relieved not to have to name it herself. Chu Yi silently exhaled, the heat fading from his face somewhat, and respectfully asked, Does the master have any further instructions? Nothing else, you may return. Oh, right, please have Xian Lian help me choose a few well-fitting outfits. Chu Nanli suddenly recalled this matter and gave her instructions. Having been interrupted by Yi Yunting and Lin Fuiying, she had lost interest in personally selecting clothes. So she entrusted the task to Xian Lian, hoping to assess her taste. If Xian Lian passed this test, there would be further tasks for her in the future.
Yes.
Chu Yi complied, cupping his fists in a bow before departing. Watching him retreat, Chu Nanli sighed inwardly.
Now.
Chu Yi should understand why she initially refrained from naming things for them. Touching her nose, Chu Nanli pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside, glancing around. The courtyard remained as it was before her departure, unchanged. If they could not even manage the superficial aspects, the interior must be in an even worse state. As she returned, the servants ceased their idle demeanor, awkwardly offering their greetings, calling her princess. Their attitude was not only disrespectful but even more perfunctory than when she had first encountered them. Chu Nanli's gaze swept over them, and without uttering a word, she entered the house, her presence causing the servants to exchange glances filled with unspoken understanding. They were servants of Madame Hua. How could they dare to take orders from an uncherished princess? Once Chu Nanli was out of sight, they began to murmur amongst themselves. How ridiculous! I thought she would enter with a stern face and impose some consequence upon us. Indeed, when housekeeper Wang summoned her to see the prince, she even wore a scowl. I saw housekeeper Wang bowing and scraping to invite her, fearing she might take her anger out on us afterward. It turned out to be a false alarm. Surely she was punished by the prince. In this household, the prince holds all authority. Alas, we are pitiful. We were initially Madame Hua's people, which should have led to our rise, yet this wicked woman has ruined everything. The whispers, thought to be suppressed, reached Chu Nanli's ears, causing her expression to grow cold.
Oh.
A figure emerged from the inner chamber, not paying attention, nearly colliding with Chu Nanli. Chapter 33. Following her holds no future, Chu Nanli regained focus, recognizing a somewhat familiar face. The maid, upon seeing Chu Nanli, was startled and quickly knelt. This servant greets the princess. I did not mean to bump into you. Please punish me. Chu Nanli paused, observing the maid closely. Noticing her head bowed and her body trembling slightly, she seemed to be clutching a cloth. Understanding dawned upon Chu Nanli as she looked toward the inner chamber. She now resided in the western side of the courtyard, having moved there after a fire rendered the eastern wing uninhabitable. However, the fire's aftermath had left dust permeating even the west wing. Presently, the few pieces of furniture inside were spotless, devoid of any dust. Chu Nanli felt a mix of emotions. The servants of the war god manor had a perplexing attitude towards her. They simultaneously condemned her as a wicked woman, firmly believing her to be petty, jealous, and malicious, yet also perceived her as unworthy of respect. However, this maid appeared to be an exception, genuinely fearful of her. You may rise, Chu Nanli instructed. Yes. The maid stood, still keeping her head lowered. Lift your head. Following her command, the maid raised her gaze, revealing a round, youthful face that seemed to retain a hint of childishness. She appeared to be around 14 or 15, younger than Chu Nanli. Realization struck Chu Nanli. So, it is you. Upon her return from outside, the courtyard was devoid of any laborers, save for a vague figure sweeping the corridor of the east wing, whose profile she caught a fleeting glimpse of. What is your name? Chu Nanli inquired. Her tone softened slightly. I am called Yenner, the maid replied. Chu Nanli nodded and said, You have worked hard. You may leave now. Yes, Yenner responded, lowering her head and hastily making her way downstairs, her racing heartbeat gradually calming. The princess was undeniably a kind and beautiful person, she mused, finding her more attractive than the side consort. Why, then, did they all label her as a shameless shrew? A sense of indignation welled within Yenner. Upon exiting the room, she noticed others congregated together, but chose not to approach, instead opting to wash the rags by the well. Whispers circulated among the others. Look at that fool, pretending to work hard. Trying to curry favor with her, huh? Haha, isn't it laughable? With that dull mind of hers, what prospects could she possibly have by following this one? The derisive remarks reached Yennu's ears, and although she wished to confront them, the sheer number of individuals intimidated her. Previously, when she had spoken a few words in favor of the princess, they had doused her bedding with water. Just then,
Chu Nanli em gờ.
The laughter in the courtyard abruptly ceased, and the servants exchanged uncertain glances, none daring to move. Even the pretense of cleaning was abandoned. Leave, someone suggested, attempting to test Chu Nanli's limits by nudging the person next to them to lead the retreat. As one took the initiative, the others, emboldened, began to scatter towards the servants' quarters.
Halt.
Chu Nanli's cold voice rang out. The group paused, then carelessly continued forward. A smirk crept onto Chu Nanli's lips as she flicked a silver needle from her hand. A scream pierced the air, followed by a thud. The others jumped in alarm, turning to see one of the ruffians clutching his leg on the ground, howling in agony, a silver needle embedded in his kneecap. Someone rushed to pull it out, but upon touching the needle, another scream erupted, and no one dared to intervene further. Yenna stood by the well, transfixed by the scene, her gaze shifting to Chu Nanli. How impressive, she thought, having just seen the princess lift her hand. The others, too, began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, turning to Chu Nanli with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Why aren't you leaving?
Chu Nanli inquit non trả len.
This solidified the suspicions of the servants, their faces a blend of fear and indignation. Ah, sister, what has transpired here? It seems rather frightening, a voice suddenly exclaimed from outside. Chapter 34. The servant's turn against her. Chu Nanli's brows knitted together, a flicker of impatience flashing in her eyes. The arrival of this white lotus was indeed ill-timed, thwarting her plans. Side consort. The servants greeted, their faces lighting up with joy, each eagerly offering their salutations, even those who remained on the ground. Lin Fuiying sauntered in, her waist swaying, and upon witnessing the scene, a smirk of satisfaction crossed her face. Please rise, she commanded, her gaze landing on Chu Nanli. Noting the exquisite cloud-patterned attire she wore, resplendent with embroidery that appeared almost alive, as if the birds were about to take flight. Yet her bosom sagged, revealing that Lin Fuiying's figure did not fill the garment as it ought to. Unbeknownst to the White Lotus, who was oblivious to this shortcoming, she continued to revel in her perceived triumph. Although Chu Nanli felt a twinge of displeasure at seeing Lin Fuiying donning the dress she had chosen, she found satisfaction in witnessing Lin Fuiying's failed imitation. Sister, it appears you are not particularly pleased to seeing her come to visit you, Lin Fuiying remarked, approaching her intentionally. Chu Nanli retorted, Indeed, I did not anticipate the side consort's lack of self-awareness in wearing the garment I selected in such an unbecoming manner. Lin Fuiying's expression darkened instantly. Women despise nothing more than being told by their rivals that their attire is unflattering, especially under the scornful gaze of Chu Nanli. At that moment, a sycophantic voice interjected, Your Highness, you must be mistaken. The side consort looks resplendent in that gown, akin to a celestial being. I was utterly entranced just moments ago. Lin Fuiying's expression faltered, but upon realizing it was one of Chu Nanli's maids speaking, her demeanor brightened. With a quick mental shift, she feigned sorrow. Oh dear, sister, you needn't flatter me. I know how it truly is. At this, a throng of servants, already discontented with Chu Nanli, gathered around Lin Fuiying, chattering in eager praise, even disparaging Chu Nanli to please Lin Fuiying. This is no flattery. This is pure honesty. If I uttered a single falsehood, may heaven strike me down. One maid declared, while another added, You are indeed the favored one of the prince, the embodiment of grace. Only you can wear such fine garments with such elegance. Indeed, some have never donned such exquisite fabrics. Their jealousy only spurs them to speak ill of you. A commoner, even draped in silk, cannot transform into a phoenix. Yet you, side consort, were born one. Lin Fuiying's smile faltered at the last remark. She was not born a phoenix. Her transformation came only after aligning herself with Yi Yunting. However, since the words served to undermine Chu Nanli, she dismissed her discomfort. She intended to show Chu Nanli that even if she held the title of the principal consort within the vast expanse of the war god manor, where the prince cherished her, the servants revered her, and she was the one to be courted, she was the true matriarch. Enough, enough. Your words lack discretion. You risk upsetting my sister, Lin Fuiying interjected nonchalantly after having heard enough. Chu Nanli maintained a stoic expression. She was indeed displeased and desired nothing more than to sharpen her daggers against these duplicitous individuals. We heed the side consort's words, the servants chorused in unison. Side consort, please, save me. The man on the ground crawled to Lin Fuiying's feet, pleading desperately. What is the matter?
Lin Fuiying feignait de surprise.
Though she had long noticed him and had refrained from speaking, waiting for him to approach her, thus ensuring Chu Nanli's embarrassment would deepen. Your Highness, the princess seeks to harm me. The man wailed, sweat beading on his forehead, his cries pitiful and disheveled. Lin Fuiying's eyes glimmered with disdain as she subtly stepped back, leaning slightly to inquire with feigned concern. Are you unable to rise? With tears and snot. The man clutched his leg and lamented. The princess stabbed me in the knee. The pain is unbearable, and she shows no concern for my suffering. Hearing this, Chu Nanli chuckled coldly within her heart. He still had the strength to complain to the White Lotus. Clearly, the initial jab had not been deep enough. Perhaps he deserved a needle in the other leg as well. Just then, Lin Fuiying stood and looked over. Sister, if Inga remembers correctly, this is the person you specifically requested from the wet nurse, isn't it? Now, not only has the wet nurse vanished, but you are also mistreating her charge. How am I to explain to the prince that the wet nurse's sudden disappearance has nothing to do with you? Chu Nanli regarded her with an unyielding expression, feigning a facade of sorrow and disappointment, maintaining a brave front. Truly, the White Lotus had a way with words that never strayed from her art of rhetoric. However, she would not indulge her. I recall it differently. It was you who informed the prince that Aunt Hua's departure was somehow related to me. Lin Fuiying feigned sorrow. Sister, I once harbored doubts about you, but in the end, I chose to follow my heart and believe in you, even urging the prince to do the same. However, witnessing you mistreat the wet nurse today, I am uncertain if I should continue to trust you. Her words were undeniably eloquent.
Chu Nanli let out a disdainful scoff,
casting a cold glance at the surrounding servants who reveled in her misfortune. When have I ever mistreated you? I merely disciplined those who refused to listen. The group of servants she scolded turned pale, their faces a mixture of fear and shame. The man prostrated on the ground immediately pleaded with Lin Fuiying, the favored concubine. Your Highness, I am willing to serve you, like a beast of burden. Please grant me the opportunity to work in your courtyard. Upon hearing this, the other servant's eyes lit up. Indeed, What future could they expect by serving the legitimate wife? It was only by aligning with a favored concubine that they could hope to rise in status. Furthermore, Lin Fueying was so gentle and kind that serving her would surely be far more pleasant than enduring the whims of the jealous and venomous Chu Nanli. Thus, they all began to echo his sentiments. Your Highness, I too wish to serve you. Me as well. In the blink of an eye, the courtyard was filled with kneeling figures. Lin Fueying felt a surge of triumph in her heart, ready to mock Chu Nanli, hoping to provoke her into a frenzy. However, her gaze fell upon a standing figure, and her expression darkened instantly. Yenner had not anticipated the concubine's sudden attention and froze in place, uncertain whether to bow or take any action. Following Lin Fueying's line of sight, Chu Nanli spotted Yenu and felt momentarily taken aback. She had not expected to find a maid loyal to her in this courtyard. She could not allow the White Lotus to scare her away. With that thought, Chu Nanli spoke languidly. So, you all wish to follow the concubine? Upon hearing this, Lin Fueying withdrew her gaze, watching Chu Nanli with a composed demeanor. Today, she would show this wretched woman just how powerless she truly was. The kneeling servants did not disappoint her, responding in unison. Yes. We wish to work in the concubine's courtyard. Lin Fueying sweetly interjected, Sister, if that is the case, then let us sell them to a brothel. Chu Nanli smiled slightly. Her brothel had just begun operations and was in dire need of staff. Lin Fueying's expression stiffened, her unfinished words caught in her throat. The servants on the ground looked up in alarm. Chu Nanli, with a calm demeanor, stated, The maidservants will be sold to solicit customers, and the male servants will be sold into servitude. It is up to you to decide your fate, for I shall not harbor treachery within my household. Fear gripped the servants' faces, rendering them speechless as they cast desperate glances toward Lin Fueying. Chapter 36. Will the concubine save them? Lin Fueying was momentarily stunned before regaining her composure, furrowing her brow. How do you know such uncouth terms, sister? Although you come from humble origins. Chu Nanli interrupted. Oh, I nearly forgot. Lin Concubine is a great benefactor. A sense of foreboding coursed through Lin Fueying, but before she could respond, Chu Nanli continued. Hear us the deal. I know that Lin Concubine has compassion for them. If you are willing to pay 1,000 taels of silver to purchase their freedom, I shall refrain from selling them to the brothel. 1,000 taels. Lin Fueying's expression faltered. She only had 600 taels on hand. This wretched woman was clearly envious of the prince's generosity towards her and sought to reclaim the prince's money by any means necessary. Sister, these servants are innocent. How can you? It appears that the concubine is unwilling to part with such a sum. Chu Nanli cut her off, addressing the kneeling servants. You should plead with Lin Concubine and see if she is willing to save you. Lin Fueying gritted her teeth. She certainly did not wish to spend such an outrageous sum. Moreover, why should she squander her money on these lowly servants? However, the servants, unaware of her thoughts, took Chu Nanli's words to heart and treated her as their savior. Concubine, please save us. You are the kindest in the household. One maid recalled how she had seen Lin Fueying cry for a long time after accidentally stepping on an ant, believing that she would never stand by and watch them perish. Lin Fueying felt increasingly cornered, unable to refuse or agree, her face gradually paling. Chu Nanli observed with a calm demeanor, adding fuel to the fire. Does Lin Concubine appear to be displeased? Perhaps she is reluctant to help? Lin Fueying could not admit to such feelings, grinding her teeth. Of course not. It's just that asking for 1,000 taels is rather excessive. The servants, having heard their mistress's words, began to shift their anger and resentment towards Chu Nanli. Chu Nanli, sensing the shift, retaliated with a sly remark. I did not expect that a concubine so favored by the prince would casually receive 600 taels of silver as pocket money today. Not to mention the prince's past rewards. Yet, she is unwilling to part with even a small sum to save lives. Does this not imply that your intentions to help are insincere? Lin Fueying's face turned ashen. Chu Nanli continued, addressing the kneeling servants. You have shown disrespect toward me, and I have every right to sell you. However, out of a modicum of compassion, I have provided you with a chance for survival. The outcome is entirely in your hands. With that, she casually pulled over a chair and reclined against it, lazily watching the unfolding drama. As expected, the servants seized upon the sole opportunity she had offered, abandoning their grievances to rush towards Lin Fueying. Concubine, 1,000 taels is but a trivial amount for you, yet it could save our lives. Please have mercy. Indeed, I will serve you like a beast of burden in return. Surrounded by the desperate pleas of the servants, Lin Fueying's complexion oscillated between shades of green and white, her fury nearly palpable. She longed to unleash her wrath, but was constrained by the image she had meticulously crafted. In a fit of desperation, she pressed her forehead and feigned discomfort. Sister, how can you disregard the lives of these servants so callously? You have disappointed me greatly. With that, she collapsed weakly, as if overcome by Chu Nanli's provocations. Your Highness! Xiaoyan and Dongyue gasped in shock, rushing to support her. They then glared fiercely at Chu Nanli, warning, when the prince learns how you have bullied our mistress, he will not spare you. One of them hoisted Lin Fueying's arm, struggling to carry her away due to her small stature and lack of strength. Chu Nanli keenly observed Lin Fueying's feet dragging along the ground and remarked to the kneeling servants, "Oh, look. The concubine has fainted, yet still manages to lift her feet." The trio had likely not heard her words, but the servants in the courtyard did and looked over, catching a glimpse of Lin Fueying's agile feet. Their expressions shifted dramatically. In the courtyard, only Yenner suppressed her laughter. Chapter 37. I am not a soft persimmon. Chu Nanli regarded the servants with a mocking gaze, her piercing eyes causing them to lower their heads in embarrassment. At this point, what more was there to understand? Their heartfelt allegiance to Lin Fueying had been in vain. She had merely sought to exploit them to provoke the legitimate wife. Meanwhile, they had foolishly believed her to be kind-hearted and willing to rescue them from peril. Realization dawned upon them, and one by one, they bowed in supplication. Your Highness, we were blinded by foolishness. Please forgive us. In an instant, the courtyard was filled with cries for mercy. Yenna stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her, her round eyes filled with admiration for Chu Nanli. Chu Nanli remained unfazed, walking over to the man she had pricked with a silver needle. Do you understand your mistake now? The man, filled with shame and rage, nodded vigorously. I understand. I deserve punishment. Chu Nanli bent down and removed the silver needle from his knee. The man instinctively recoiled, only to realize that the silver needle on his knee had been removed, and astonishingly, his knee felt entirely different, as if everything that had transpired earlier was but an illusion. Thank you, Princess. Coming to his senses, he hurriedly rolled over and knelt, bowing his head in reverence. Chu Nanli's gaze swept over the group, her tone indifferent, yet exuding authority. I am not a soft persimmon. Do not dare disturb me. I shall spare you this time. But should there be a next, your fate will be far worse than mere sale to a brothel. The crowd, initially resigned to their doom, was taken aback by her leniency, and joy surged within them as they responded eagerly. Chu Nanli commanded them to complete their tasks diligently. Yes, rest assured, Your Highness, we shall do our utmost. They pledged their loyalty one after another. Once Chu Nanli retreated indoors, they collectively exhaled, feeling as though they had narrowly escaped a calamity. However, thoughts of Lin Fueying's actions chilled their hearts, dispelling any remnants of their previous naivety. Inside her chamber, a shadow flickered in Chu Nanli's eyes. Although she had thwarted the scheming Lin Fueying today, the latter's vindictive nature would likely provoke Knight Yunting to seek retribution. It would have been intolerable to swallow her indignation in front of Lin Fueying. To do so would surely render her life in the palace increasingly unbearable, with servants whispering slander behind her back and disregarding her presence. Thus, in the grand scheme of things, her counterattack had been justified. Exhaling a breath of pent-up frustration, she summoned Yenner. Remembering Chu Nanli's earlier display of power, Yenner felt a twinge of anxiety as she bowed and asked, What orders do you have, Your Highness? Do not be afraid. I merely wish to inquire if you would be willing to serve as my chief maid. Yenner paused, her round eyes wide as she stammered. I am willing, but I fear I may not be up to the task, as I have never held such a position before. She appeared somewhat flustered. Chu Nanli observed her sincerity and replied earnestly, I have but one requirement. Yenner, suppressing her nervousness, asked, What is it? Loyalty to me, Chu Nanli stated. Yenner was taken aback, but as she regarded the calm and earnest countenance of the woman before her, her unease gradually dissipated. Clenching her fists and summoning her courage, she assured, Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will be steadfastly loyal and harbor no ulterior motives. Though I may not fully grasp the duties of a chief maid, I will strive diligently to ensure I do not disappoint you. Her words were devoid of grandiose promises or sycophantic tones, instead radiating a simplicity that rendered her sincerity palpable. Chu Nanli, rarely showing such ease, smiled lightly and winked. We are allies now. Yenna seemed momentarily taken aback by the princess's sudden playfulness, flustered, her cheeks gradually flushing. Very well, Chu Nanli continued. Your first task is to keep an eye on those individuals outside. Do not allow them to interrupt me. Yenna promptly nodded in agreement. After she exited, Chu Nanli concentrated her thoughts and entered her private space. In that realm, Granny Hua was more vexed than relieved, yet upon hearing an unexpected noise, she quickly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Chu Nanli, she was taken aback and stammered, What sorcery have you employed to ensnare me?
Chu Nanli scoffed.
You can still hurl insults. It seems I have not locked you away sufficiently. At her words, a flicker of fear crossed Granny Hua's eyes. Chu Nanli glanced at the bloodstains left from her escape, feeling a sense of disdain, and tossed a vial of medicine her way.
Take this.
Granny Hua, startled by the vial that struck her, recoiled in terror. What further tortures do you intend to inflict upon me?
Chu Nanli only the plead.
I had contemplated granting you a chance at life, but if you wish to perish, I shall not hinder you. Once you take your last breath, I will incinerate your remains to avoid occupying space with a corpse. Her realm was not infinite. Even a single body would be an unwelcome sight. Granny Hua's aged face trembled as she eyed Chu Nanli with uncertainty. Yet the instinct for survival compelled her to cautiously grasp the vial and pour a single grain into her mouth. After consuming it, she soon felt the excruciating pain diminish. Her eyes widened in astonishment. This. Granny Hua then proceeded to pour the contents of the vial directly into her mouth.
Chu Nanli only the mat, foon.
Granny Hua halted, choking on a pill that lodged in her throat, her eyes rolling back in distress. Chu Nanli observed with a detached expression, refraining from intervening. She had offered a vial of medicine solely due to Granny Hua's potential utility, should the latter prove foolish enough to seek her own demise. There was no need for Chu Nanli to intervene. After a series of coughs, Granny Hua finally dislodged the pill and gasped for air like a fish out of water. Only then did Chu Nanli speak slowly. If you wish to live, 1 grain a day will suffice. Excessive consumption will only hasten your end. Having narrowly escaped death, Granny Hua's face turned pale, and she dared not act recklessly, tightly gripping the vial as she regarded Chu Nanli, her mind swirling with questions and astonishment. Such the miraculous medicine, capable of swiftly alleviating pain, was something even the renowned healer Bai Wuhan could not provide. What manner of being was this witch? Since the fire, Chu Nanli had transformed. Was she concealing her true abilities, or was she possessed by some otherworldly force? How could she possibly relay a message to the side consort? Granny Hua's thoughts raced. You cannot escape here. Cease your futile scheming. Chu Nanli, recognizing her thoughts, warned coldly, it would be wise to comply, otherwise. I possess numerous ways to ensure your demise is anything but swift. Granny Hua shivered at the coldness in her gaze, recalling her previous torment. Chu Nanli briefly demonstrated how to operate the water faucet and toilet in the room, leaving Granny Hua in a state of shock and confusion. Before departing, Chu Nanli calmly instructed, clean up the blood you have spilled in this room. Do not let me see it upon my next visit. With that, she exited, ensuring the door to the small chamber was securely closed behind her. Chu Nanli then moved to the adjacent room, retrieving the pregnancy box and finding the fetus in satisfactory condition, alleviating her worries. She had other considerations in keeping Granny Hua around. This fetus was a secret she had chosen to safeguard. Until she successfully left the palace, it would remain hidden within her space. Even with the warming box, she felt uneasy. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she might not be able to detect them in time. If Granny Hua could assist her, she would at least serve as a caretaker within this realm. Moreover, with the utility of the pregnancy box, the fetus need not develop for the full 10 months. It could begin feeding and grow like a normally born infant. Eventually, it would require constant care. However, for now, Granny Hua was not yet useful. She needed to remain confined a while longer for the latter to comprehend the inescapable reality. Given Granny Hua's fear of death, she would undoubtedly be willing to serve her in due time. Settling her thoughts, Chu Nanli extracted a nutrient solution and injected it into the pregnancy box. Good child. Eat well and grow strong, she said with tenderness in her eyes. As for Granny Hua, she could endure hunger for now. That evening, the courtyard was tranquil, with servants attending to their tasks. Once their work was completed, they settled in their quarters, free from the chaos of the day. The charred eastern wing had been cleaned up, albeit appearing somewhat dilapidated. Chu Nanli enjoyed a peaceful dinner prepared by the servants, and after the day's exertions, she retired early. The next morning, as sunlight streamed through the window, she awoke. After summoning Yenner to inquire about the time, she felt a twinge of confusion. This was unexpected. After night Yunting returned home, Lin Fueying should have sought him out to lodge a complaint, even if she felt too lazy to stir things up at night. After a night of whispered winds, she should have been confronted early in the morning. Where was he? Where was Yi Yunting? Yenner was startled when she heard Chu Nanli call his name directly, but quickly recalled how the prince treated the princess, and thus, she understood. In response to the princess's inquiry, Yenner informed that the prince had spent the previous day in the palace with concubine Yang and had not returned home. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli's mind conjured memories of the relevant figures. This concubine Yang was Yi Yunting's mother. The Yang family was renowned in the Xia Kingdom, having produced 2 grand preceptors, and the current emperor held them in considerable esteem. With such a maternal lineage, concubine Yang's status in the palace naturally soared, and her pride was palpable. Moreover, her son was the famed god of war of the Xia Kingdom. Thus, concubine Yang held the original owner's humble origins in disdain. The few times the original owner had entered the palace, she had faced significant difficulties. Reflecting on this, Chu Nanli couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Oh, original owner. You did not marry into happiness, but rather into a den of wolves and tigers. Princess, breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine now?
Yenner softly reminded.
Chu Nanli came back to her senses, rose from the bed, dressed, and said, Yes, I shall wash up first. Yi Yunting returned from the palace, striding purposefully toward the main courtyard while inquiring about the estate's affairs. How is she? Steward Wang, instinctively assuming he was referring to the side consort, replied. The side consort is. Yi Yunting furrowed his brows, interrupting, I mean Chu Nanli. Steward Wang was taken aback, a cold sweat trickling down his back, both from misunderstanding and from Yi Yunting's unexpected concern for Chu Nanli. He carefully chose his words, hesitating to say, The princess is quite well.
Ha!
How could she be well? Just yesterday, she made concubine Lin faint with anger. He had initially intended to embellish concubine Lin's grievances against the princess before the prince. But the first question upon the prince's return was about the princess, leaving him unsure of Yi Yunting's thoughts. Steward Wang's mind raced, though his expression remained neutral. Yi Yunting replied with a simple his countenance inscrutable. Just then, a maid hurried over. Steward Wang squinted and recognized her as Xiao Yun, concubine Lin's maid. It seemed there was a spectacle to behold. My lord, you have finally returned. Please help the side consort. Yi Yunting frowned. What happened? Yesterday. The side consort kindly went to visit the princess, but upon witnessing the princess mistreating the servants, she intervened. To her surprise, the princess paid no heed and even insulted the side consort, claiming she looked ugly in her cloud brocade. The side consort, already in poor health, fainted from the distress and has not eaten since last night. With each word, Yi Yunting's expression darkened, culminating in a furious countenance. Outrageous. Both Steward Wang and Xiao Yun were taken aback. Xiao Yun lowered her gaze to conceal her glee and continued, My lord, please persuade the side consort not to let herself suffer from hunger. She forbade me from telling you, but I could not bear to watch. Yi Yunting abruptly turned on his heel, striding purposefully toward Furong Courtyard while declaring, No more medicine needs to be sent to Chu Nanli. Steward Wang, realizing this referred to the medicine meant to nourish Chu Nanli, instinctively replied, It has already been prepared for today. Dispose of it. Yi Yunting's tone was chilling. Steward Wang, trembling, hurriedly agreed, I will instruct them at once. In Furong Courtyard, cough side consort, why must you do this? It's not worth harming your health for someone like that. Please eat something, or at least take your medicine. The moment Yi Yunting entered the courtyard, he was met with a strong scent of medicinal herbs, accompanied by the earnest pleas of a maid and the low sounds of a woman coughing. His expression shifted, and he quickened his pace. As he entered the room, Dong Yue was the first to notice him, her face lighting up as she hurried to greet him. Your Highness! Lin Fueying struggled to rise from the bed. Upon seeing her pale visage, Yi Yunting swiftly approached and pressed her back down. If you feel unwell, lie down. I have said many times, Fueying need not observe such formalities in my presence. Rituals must not be neglected. Lin Fueying coughed lightly, her voice frail. Yi Yunting sat at the bedside, gently patting her back. Has that vile woman Chu Nanli bullied you again? Lin Fueying discerned the underlying concern in his tone, secretly amused, yet feigned displeasure as she shot a glare at Xiao Yun. You shouldn't say everything out loud. Xiao Yun retorted, you refuse to voice your grievances. But I cannot stand by. Yi Yunting commanded, bring me the medicine. At his words, Dong Yue hurriedly presented the medicinal bowl. Yi Yunting accepted it, instructing, you all may leave. My presence suffices. Dong Yue and Xiao Yun exchanged glances, sharing a satisfied smile as they exited. Indeed, the prince still cherished his side consort the most. Why do you not take better care of yourself? Yi Yunting chided, preparing to feed Lin Fueying the medicine. However, Lin Fueying would not allow him to do so. As her mother had advised, a woman should neither demand excessively from a man nor comply with all his wishes, even if he has the intent to care for her. My lord, Fueying's heart aches, not her body. This medicine is of no use. Lin Fueying gently pushed away Yi Yunting's hand holding the medicine spoon, a troubled expression adorning her delicate features. Yi Yunting pressed his lips together, placing the bowl on the nearby table. Lin Fueying seized the moment to say, yesterday, after I wore the dress chosen by my sister, I was quite fond of it. I intended to thank her for her good taste, but upon entering, I heard someone wailing. After inquiring, I learned that my sister had pricked a servant's knee with a needle. I wonder if it's because they belong to Mama Hua's people. As she spoke, Lin Fueying began to weep uncontrollably. Yi Yunting's expression darkened. Fueying did not mention how Chu Nanli had insulted her. Focusing solely on the servant's plight, how could Chu Nanli lack even a fraction of her kindness? Simultaneously, concubine Yang's words echoed in his mind.
Tingar.
When will you divorce, Chu Nanli? That coarse woman is unworthy of your illustrious status as the god of war of the Xia Kingdom. Mother, I have my own decisions. Tinger, tell your mother the truth. You cannot possibly have developed feelings for that coarse woman? Never. As his thoughts returned, a wave of irritation surged within Yi Yunting, his expression increasingly grim. The original obedience had indeed been feigned. A natural-born villain, her inherent flaws were impossible to amend. Lin Fueying feigned concern. My lord, do not speak so harshly of my sister. Perhaps she is simply distressed from your kindness towards me and the loss of her child. Alas, my sister's temperament has shifted dramatically these past days, leaving me quite remorseful. However, those servants are also human. She ought not to vent her frustrations upon them, nor threaten to sell them to brothels. I wish to assist those poor souls, yet my sister demands 1,000 taels for their release. It is my ineptitude. Yi Yunting's face darkened further. That vile woman's so-called change in temperament was merely a ploy to capture his attention. Realizing her previous tactics of feigning obedience were ineffective, she revealed her true nature and escalated her torment of Fueying, wielding power over the servants. Humph. If that is the case, then he would indulge her. Suppressing the rage in his eyes, Yi Yunting patiently coaxed Lin Fueying to take her medicine, instructing the maid to ensure she had breakfast before departing. Just after he left, a maid stealthily followed him out of the courtyard. Shortly thereafter, she returned, breathlessly reporting, my lady, the prince is headed toward Chu Nanli's courtyard. Lin Fueying leaned languidly against the headboard, her complexion improved significantly. I feel weary. I wish to rest for a while. Unless it is the prince, do not disturb me. To appear convincingly weak this morning, she had endured a sleepless night. Seeing the prince seeking trouble with Chu Nanli, she could finally rest easy and enjoy a good night's sleep. The maid answered respectfully and exited the room, closing the door behind her. Chapter 41. Forcing her to kneel and admit guilt after finishing her breakfast, contentedly patting her belly, Chu Nanli suddenly heard a sharp and cold inquiry. Did you bully Inger again yesterday? Even before the man arrived, his voice had already penetrated the air. The servants in the courtyard trembled, kneeling on the ground. Chu Nanli's good mood was utterly shattered. When she lifted her head, a shadow loomed over her. The tall figure of the man entered the hall, exuding a powerful sense of oppression, the wind from his flowing robe carrying a chill. Chu Nanli did not rise but gazed up at him, saying, if the prince refers to the fact that concubine Lin deliberately wore the clothes I picked out to flaunt before me, then indeed, I scolded her. You dare to admit it? Chu Nanli retorted, in such a situation, anyone would feel displeased, wouldn't they? Has the prince not heard the phrase, the one who provokes first is the lesser? Yi Yunting's expression darkened. Such coarse language. This is your upbringing? Chu Nanli found it uncomfortable to keep her head tilted back and stood up. Although she still could not meet Yi Yunting's gaze due to their height difference. It was an improvement. Is it right for the prince to question me without even listening to the facts I presented? Yi Yunting sneered. You spew lies. How can I trust you? Furthermore, I am well aware of Inger's temperament and will not allow you to shift the blame. Chu Nanli laughed in anger. Although she wished to have the servants in the yard testify for her, she knew they would not dare to confront Yi Yunting. At that moment, Yi Yunting glanced towards the courtyard, his eyes darkening as he recalled Lin Fuiying's accusations of mistreatment. From now on, you will serve Inger in her courtyard, he commanded. Chu Nanli's eyes dimmed slightly. Indeed, Lin Fuiying had reported every detail. The servants in the courtyard froze, trembling in fear. They had worked hard to achieve their goals yesterday, yet now it seemed to come too easily. Logically, they should have felt joy. However, upon sensing that concubine Lin was not as kind as rumored, they felt reluctant. After all, yesterday, the other party had preferred to feign fainting rather than allow them to serve her. They felt they must consider whether the master would strike them down if they approached. The atmosphere in the courtyard became tense. Chu Nanli was somewhat surprised. Did these people not feel grateful? Are you unwilling? Yi Yunting sensed their reluctance, his expression darkening. The servants, trembling, listened intently to the prince's orders. Humph. Yi Yunting flicked his sleeve, his gaze inscrutable. Chu Nanli, you have concealed your true nature well. It hasn't been long. Yet you have already bribed the servants you once mistreated. If I do not teach you a lesson, you may rebel in the future. My war god mansion cannot have such an indiscreet princess. With this thought, Yi Yunting coldly declared, since you wish to remain here, then stay. The servants felt a flicker of joy at this command. Yi Yunting returned his gaze to Chu Nanli, coldly asking, do you realize your mistake regarding yesterday's incident? Calmly, Chu Nanli replied, I have made it very clear to the prince. Yesterday, concubine Lin provoked me first, showing disrespect for my position as the legitimate wife, which prompted my retort. Such evasive arguments. Yi Yunting's patience had worn thin as he shouted, kneel before me. The servants were startled, glancing towards the room. Chu Nanli furrowed her brow, suppressing her displeasure, and dared to ask, why must I kneel, your highness? To admit your fault. Chu Nanli nearly laughed in anger. What fault do I have? Yi Yunting's eyes darkened as he glared at her. You are unrepentant. I shall not indulge you. With that, he seized Chu Nanli's shoulder, pulling her from behind the table. The pain shot through her shoulder, and before she could speak, a force pressed down on her, forcing her to kneel. With a loud thud, Chu Nanli felt her knee nearly shatter, her face paling in an instant. The suddenness of the incident left her no time to retrieve her invisible cushion from her space, and this kneel was solid. Chapter 42. Yenner's growth. Yi Yunting looked down at her from his elevated position, coldly stating, from today onwards, the number of maids serving Inger will double. Moreover, all provisions in your courtyard will be halved, with the savings used to enhance the food and clothing of the servants in Furong Courtyard, until you sincerely apologize to me. The courtyard erupted in whispers. The implication of the prince's words was clear. The servants in Furong Courtyard would be better off than the princess. At that moment, they regretted not going to Furong Courtyard. However, that regret was fleeting. More so, they felt pity for Chu Nanli. This legitimate wife seemed to have it far worse than the rumors suggested. Yi Yunting, you are ruthless. Chu Nanli felt cold sweat trickle down her forehead from the pain. But more than that, she felt anger for the original owner of this body. Such humiliation was unbearable for her, and how could the original owner, who had invested her heart, withstand it? Yi Yunting, ignoring her, withdrew his hand, took out a handkerchief to wipe it clean, and then tossed the handkerchief aside as he strode out. The sunlight outside shone upon him, yet in Chu Nanli's eyes, it brought no warmth. Once Yi Yunting's figure disappeared from the doorway, the servants in the courtyard still did not dare to rise, all bowing their heads in feigned humility. Only Yenner rushed towards Chu Nanli, her eyes welling with tears as she saw her pale face. My lady, are you all right? Chu Nanli suppressed her growing anger, saying, help me up. With Yenner's assistance, she managed to stand, but the sharp pain in her knee forced her to sit back down. Seeing her discomfort, Yenner recalled her own earlier fright and couldn't help but blame herself for not stopping the prince. It is not your fault. When he goes mad,
No one can stop him.
the servants in the courtyard shivered, pretending not to hear. Chu Nanli glanced at them, asking, why are you still kneeling? Immediately, someone spoke up, pledging loyalty. My lady, I truly wish to serve in your courtyard. Others chimed in with awkward affirmations. Me too. I will not reveal anything that happens in the courtyard to the prince. Please rest if you feel unwell. Some, bolder than the rest, even closed the courtyard door to prevent outsiders from eavesdropping. Chu Nanli observed their busy antics with a cold gaze, choosing not to express her trust in them. She turned to Yenner, saying, "Help me inside."
Yenner quickly complied.
Once back in the room, Chu Nanli had Yenner roll up her pant leg, revealing a shocking bruise on her knee. Yenner wanted to apply medicine, but remembered that no one had brought any supplies to the princess's courtyard. It was only when Chu Nanli mentioned she had purchased medicine from outside that Yenner felt less helpless. After applying the medicine, Yenner brewed some tea and quietly left the room. Upon returning to the courtyard, the other servants eyed her curiously. Yenner suppressed her nervousness, took a deep breath, and declared, "I am now the head maid beside the princess. Although I know you may not accept me, I hope everyone can work together faithfully to serve the princess without negligence. Most importantly, each of you in the princess's courtyard must be loyal." Expecting no response after her speech, she was surprised when applause erupted. "What Miss Yenner says is true. We are all here to serve the princess and will be loyal." "Indeed. Can't Miss Yenner see our sincerity?" Yenner gazed at the faces in the courtyard, each adorned with sincere smiles, feeling a sense of disbelief wash over her. Just yesterday, these same individuals had mocked the princess, deriding her as a fool. Yet today, as Yenner clenched her fists, a sense of tranquility began to settle within her. Indeed, this transformation was a result of the princess's influence. Although she could not ascertain whether their allegiance was genuine or feigned, the change was nothing short of monumental compared to before. Henceforth, their courtyard would surely thrive. A genuine smile broke across Yenner's face, only to be replaced by a purposeful sternness as she instructed, "Everyone, let us get to work. But please keep the noise down so as not to disturb the princess's rest." "Yes, we shall heed Miss Yenner's words," the group of servants replied as they gradually dispersed. Chu Nanli stood behind the door of the side chamber. Initially, she had no intention of lying down, wishing instead to step outside for some fresh air. But she was taken aback by Yenner's words. What surprised her most was Yenner's demeanor. The young girl, typically shy and somewhat timid, had bravely taken the most challenging step on her second day as the head maid, demonstrating remarkable growth. Chu Nanli's previously restless mood began to lighten, and she returned to her room to collect herself. Chapter 43, exclusively for the side concubine Hara. "Is it true?" She knelt down. Dong Yue's voice rang with schadenfreude. "Indeed." The prince showed her no leniency, forcing her down by the shoulders. "I witnessed it all from the courtyard entrance." Her face went pale. "Ha ha ha, this is too amusing. It's so satisfying to see her bully our lady." Lin Fuiying, hidden behind a screen, overheard the maids chatting outside and imagined Chu Nanli's embarrassment, which filled her heart with delight. Immediately, she gracefully stepped out from her room and instructed Dong Yue, "Prepare the bathing supplies. I wish to indulge in a rose bath this evening before meeting the prince." Upon hearing this, Dong Yue beamed and replied, "Rest assured, my lady. I will procure the finest rose petals and incense for you, ensuring you and the prince enjoy a delightful evening together." Lin Fuiying shot her a playful glare, admonishing, "Do be careful with your words, you little minx." Yet, she did not deny her intention to attend to the prince. "The lady is the apple of the prince's eye. What can I not say?" Dong Yue retorted. "I would even dare to speak thus before that princess." "Enough," Lin Fuiying feigned annoyance. At last, Dong Yue fell silent and departed with another maid. Once the two figures vanished from the doorway, Lin Fuiying's expression darkened, her face shadowed with discontent. It was fortunate that the child within Chu Nanli had been lost. Otherwise, even if the prince denied the child now, it might become a source of future trouble as it grew. Nightfall arrived swiftly. Chu Nanli, wishing to bathe, learned of a hot spring in the residence and decided to go there for a thorough cleanse. Upon discovering her intention, Yenner promptly gathered the few soap pods they had in their courtyard and led Chu Nanli to the spring. However, upon reaching the courtyard where the hot spring was located, they were halted by Steward Wang. "What brings the princess here?" he inquired, feigning ignorance at the sight of the clothes Yenner was holding. A sense of foreboding settled over Chu Nanli as she sensed trouble brewing. "The princess wishes to bathe," Yenner replied. The steward feigned exaggerated surprise, raising his voice slightly. "Princess, are you not aware? The prince has decreed that your accommodations and provisions shall no longer be as before. This hot spring is now reserved solely for Lady Lin." Chu Nanli's eyes darkened. Indeed, the situation was as she suspected. She immediately decided to send Yenner away. However, the steward, still smiling, suggested, "Princess, why not consider this? Although the hot spring is currently for Lady Lin, she regards you as a sister. Surely, if you were to seek her assistance, she would be willing to lend it to you." Clearly, among the two women in the residence, it was Lady Lin who wielded influence and commanded the prince's favor. It was no wonder the steward thrived under her patronage. Chu Nanli discerned the steward's veiled mockery and held Yenner back as she attempted to confront him. Coldly she said, "It seems to me that you, Steward Wang, are more of a sycophant to Lady Lin than I am. Perhaps you should speak on my behalf?" The steward's expression froze. Chu Nanli disdainfully averted her gaze and instructed Yenner, "Let us return." Yenner complied, promptly following her. Watching the pair depart, the steward's face shifted between hues of green and white. Finally, when they were out of sight, he muttered under his breath, "Such airs. I await the day you are reduced to a cast-off." Upon returning, Yenner requested that the kitchen prepare water for her bath and had a tub brought into her room, surrounding it with screens for privacy. However, Chu Nanli found the small tub uncomfortable and dismissed the servants, opting instead to cleanse herself in her space. Chapter 44. An uninvited guest. Upon entering her space, Chu Nanli first checked on Granny Hua, confirming she was still alive. She tossed 2 buns nearby, and then ignored her. In the adjacent room, the fetus lay peacefully in the nurturing box. Though it exhibited signs of breathing, the data indicated it had yet to achieve true viability. Caution was still warranted. Chu Nanli conducted a personal health check and found her own condition concerning. The fetus was unstable, and the heartbeat was weak. Coupled with her own physical frailty, she felt a dull ache in her lower abdomen after her earlier exertions. If she did not act promptly to restore her health, the repercussions of a miscarriage could haunt her for a lifetime. With a sigh of resignation, Chu Nanli moved to another room in her space to soak in a medicinal bath. Just as she finished cleansing, Yenner's voice called out from outside, "Princess!" Realizing she had spent too much time in her space, Chu Nanli quickly rose and exited. Returning to her room, she responded, "Come in." Yenner inquired, "Princess, have you finished bathing?" "Yes," Chu Nanli replied as she emerged from behind the screen. Yenner entered, carrying a tray with a small bowl. Chu Nanli's gaze fell upon the bowl, with curiosity. "What is this?" "It's rather late for a meal, isn't it?" Yenner, looking somewhat guilty, explained, "I went to the pharmacy to fetch some nourishing medicine for you, but the steward wouldn't prescribe any. I had to boil some red dates and goji berries in syrup for you instead." The young girl lowered her head as she spoke. With a sigh, Chu Nanli said, "You've gone to great lengths for me." Yenner shook her head vigorously, insisting, "It's my fault for not doing better." "This is not your fault. Being with me has certainly placed you in a challenging position. Please bring it here." Chu Nanli kept her medicinal supplies stored in her space, so she did not mention having medicine on hand, but she resolved to bring Yenner along next time she purchased it. Yenner stepped forward to hand over the small bowl, saying, "I find it quite pleasant to be with you. It's not a hardship." A warmth spread through Chu Nanli's heart as she playfully remarked, "One day, when I am free, I shall take you with me, and you can enjoy all the delicacies life has to offer." Unaware of Chu Nanli's plans to leave the prince's residence, Yenner nodded in agreement. After finishing the syrup, Chu Nanli felt a gentle warmth spreading through her body. Leaving her quite comfortable, she decided to sit in the courtyard to admire the pristine, unpolluted night sky. Concerned she might catch a chill, Yenner draped a small blanket over her shoulders and brought over a lounge chair. Lying back, Chu Nanli gazed at the brilliant expanse of stars above, listening to the rustling leaves stirred by the gentle breeze. It was a moment of pure bliss. Suddenly, a wisp of dust tickled her nose, prompting an unexpected sneeze. The sudden movement caused a faint pain in her abdomen. Quickly, she placed her hand on her belly, gently caressing it while reflecting on the child's resilience. Having escaped a perilous fate at the hands of its father, she hoped that upon birth, the child would inherit her traits, rather than those of Yi Yunting. "What are you doing, touching your belly?" A sudden voice pierced the silence, startling Chu Nanli. She heard the maid and servants calling out to young Master Bai. "Young Master Bai?" Chu Nanli squinted to adapt to the light, using the moment to conceal the coldness in her eyes. The only person who could roam freely within the war goddess residence was the renowned Dr. Bai Wuhan from the Chu Kingdom. It must be this vile doctor who concocted the malicious scheme of claiming the fetus could be used to treat Lin Fuiying's illness. Rumor has it that he, along with Yi Yunting and Lin Fuiying, were childhood companions, Hence it was no surprise that their shared malevolence inflicted such grievous harm upon her original self. Chapter 45: A Normal Heartbeat. Has the illness taken root? Bai Wuhan observed the woman's silence, and his thoughts drifted to the day when Yi Yunting sent someone to forcefully terminate the pregnancy, accompanied by the woman's anguished cries. Ultimately, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. After all, it was he who had prescribed the medicine. Although he harbored disdain for the woman who harmed Inger, he had nonetheless caused suffering to an innocent child. Chu Nanli lifted her gaze and saw Bai Wuhan approaching, clearly discerning his features. Clad in a white robe and adorned with a jade crown, he was strikingly handsome, his expression a blend of noble pride and complexity. What a remarkable figure! Both elegant and imposing, yet his heart remains dark. Chu Nanli did not rise, her tone unyielding as she addressed him. Why has the esteemed Dr. Bai graced this humble abode? Her expression remained unchanged, but her heart raced. Could it be that he was aware of the 2 children she carried and now harbored ulterior motives for the other? Bai Wuhan pressed his lips together. Initially, he had no intention of entering. However, upon hearing a sneeze, he instinctively glanced into the courtyard. The remnants of the fire were still hauntingly visible in the night, and for reasons unknown, he found himself stepping inside. "Allow me to take your pulse," he proposed. At his words, Chu Nanli became instantly alert. Was this a test? Or had the flicker of compassion within the esteemed doctor truly surfaced? She dared not take this risk. Quickly, she rose and retreated 2 steps. "No need. I wouldn't want to trouble you, esteemed Dr. Bai." Upon hearing this, Bai Wuhan paused, silently mocking his own meddling. Without uttering another word, he turned to leave. Chu Nanli watched as his figure vanished at the courtyard entrance, releasing a sigh of relief, though her heart felt heavy. With Bai Wuhan in the residence, she could no longer merely contemplate leaving the war goddess estate before her pregnancy became obvious. If she experienced morning sickness, it would be nearly impossible to conceal. She had to hasten her departure from the war goddess estate. Thus, earning money became an urgent matter. The following day, Chu Nanli received delightful news. The fetus in the nurturing box had developed a normal heartbeat. "Dear little one, you have truly come to life." She immediately retrieved the herbs she had organized the previous day, dividing them into 2 portions. After preparing one part with the correct dosage, she began to brew it. While waiting, she found a patch of empty space within her realm and planted the other portion. When she purchased the herbs, not only did she acquire dried medicinal ingredients, but also a good number that could be used as seeds, along with some fresh herbal plants. The space possessed preservation capabilities, so keeping them for a few days posed no issue. After laboring for a little over half an hour, she gazed upon the lush greenery of the herbs. Her mood greatly uplifted. Indeed, for a doctor, herbs served as a balm for the spirit. However, she still lacked a few herbs and would need to instruct Chu Yi to continue procuring more. As Chu Nanli exited her space, she took with her the purchasing list she had written the day before. "Princess," she heard Yenner calling from outside as soon as she stepped out.
What is it?
Yenner entered and reported that someone named Chu Yi was looking for her. Chu Nanli's eyes lit up. "Speak of the devil. Is he in the courtyard?"
Yes. Let him in."
As she entered the main hall, Chu Yi also arrived. "My lord, here are the herbs and the garments new Lotus selected for you." Meanwhile, Yenner looked at him in surprise, her thoughts plainly written on her face. Has the princess recruited others to assist her? Indeed, the princess was both clever and formidable. She recognized that the fickle servants in the residence were unreliable. Chu Nanli examined the herbs, confirming their accuracy, and smiled as she praised his efforts. Then, she retrieved the herb list and handed it over. "I will need your assistance once more in gathering these." Chu Yi promptly replied, "My lord, you are too kind. This is my duty." Opening the garments, she found a total of 7 outfits, each perfectly tailored to her taste, including 2 sets of men's clothing. How splendid! The joy on Chu Nanli's face was unmistakable, and Chu Yi's expression softened slightly. "My lord, New Lotus has opened her shop. Would you like to take a look?" Such speed? Chu Nanli was genuinely astonished. It had only been a few days. Truly, New Lotus was a talented individual, possessing both vision and execution. "Let us go." Chu Nanli instructed Yenner to take the items to her room while she conversed with Chu Yi about the situation. Once Yenner returned, she said, "I shall take you out of the residence for a stroll." This statement was also a way of acknowledging Yenner as one of her own. Yenner was taken aback, her cheeks flushing with surprise as she repeatedly thanked the princess. Chapter 46. I shall only incite your displeasure before departing. Chu Nanli, considering convenience, asked Yenner to bring along a set of men's clothing. By the way, do you have any men's outfits? Chu Nanli wished to lend Yenner her own, but her garments would not fit the petite maid. Fortunately, Yenner did possess some. Yes. Seeing Chu Nanli's curiosity, Yenner quietly explained. I previously worked in the large kitchen as a fire girl. The styles of women's and men's clothing are the same. I have a set in gray that is quite durable. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli instructed Yenner to fetch the clothing. Shortly after, the three of them set off. Yenner followed behind Chu Nanli, her face betraying her excitement and joy. Noticing this, Chu Nanli turned and asked, How long has it been since you last left the residence? Yenner shyly replied, The last time I went out was last year. A year? Chu Nanli understood why Yenner was so elated. If you enjoy it, I shall take you out more often in the future. Yenner was astonished, quickly replying, My lord, you need not. I'm just a servant.
Chu Nanli interrupted. Nonsense.
Quick. Let us move. We have encountered someone unpleasant. Yenner and Chu Yi lifted their heads to see two figures seated in the pavilion ahead. One was as graceful as a willow, while the other was tall and imposing. They appeared quite well matched. Yenner and Chu Yi exchanged glances, understanding the situation without further words, and bowed their heads, trailing behind Chu Nanli. Only a few meters away, Yi Yunting could not possibly have overlooked the trio. His gaze fell heavily upon Chu Nanli, a flicker of scrutiny passing through his eyes. Is this the venomous woman? Under the sunlight, her previously pale and gaunt face bore a hint of color, and her hair, no longer disheveled like a madwoman, was partially secured with a jade hairpin. In profile, she appeared delicate and somewhat graceful. If he had not been mistaken, Chu Nanli had clearly altered her path upon seeing him. What game was she playing now? Your Highness? Lin Fueying called out after feeding the fish, noticing his lack of response. Following his gaze, she saw Chu Nanli and her companions walking along the pebbled path in the garden. Her expression instantly hardened. Your Highness, it seems my sister is in a hurry, as if she has something urgent to attend to. Concern etched on her face. She wished to call her sister over to inquire about the matter. Lin Fueying tightened her grip on her handkerchief. Does your Highness still harbor feelings for that wretched woman? Sister Lin Fueying swallowed her displeasure, calling out in a sweet voice. The trio of Chu Nanli felt a shiver run down their spines. Chu Nanli pretended not to hear. Your Highness, is my sister unwilling to speak with me? Lin Fueying looked at Yi Yunting with a pitiful expression. Stop right there, Yi Yunting commanded coldly. In an instant, a wave of frustration surged within Chu Nanli, leaving her breathless. Within the span of a fleeting moment, countless thoughts raced through her mind, ultimately prompting her to turn away. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. After all, Your Highness, did you just call for me? Chu Nanli feigned surprise, and after Yenner and Chu Yi retreated to their positions behind her, she did not advance. Inger just called for you, did you not hear? The distance between them and the gloomy expression on Yi Yunting's face was unmistakable.
Chu Nanli's surprise deepened.
Did the noble consort Lin just call for me? My apologies, I thought I only heard the faint buzz of a mosquito. As expected, she caught sight of Lin Fueying's pale face and understood that the White Lotus would soon lodge a complaint. She had to act preemptively. Perhaps Consort Lin's voice was too soft, suitable only for whispering to the prince. I certainly did not intend to feign ignorance. For your Highness called me with such vigor that how could I not hear? Her words dripped with irony, and those present could not only discern the strength in her voice, but also the palpable threat it carried. Yi Yunting, unable to unleash his anger, coldly taunted. You venomous woman are adept at scheming to attract my attention, but your methods are so clumsy, I am fully aware. Chu Nanli subtly tugged at the corner of her mouth. How self-assured this man was. Yi Yunting pulled Lin Fueying into his embrace, declaring, In my heart, no matter what you do, you cannot compare to Inger. You will only incite my disdain. Your Highness. Lin Fueying lightly punched his chest in protest. Chu Nanli felt a pang of discomfort at the sight and, maintaining a blank expression, stated, Your Highness, I am aware that I offend your eyes. I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Yi Yunting's response, she swiftly turned with her companions and departed. When Yi Yunting attempted to say something further, the trio had already vanished from sight, leaving his countenance darkened. Lin Fueying, having not been angered by Chu Nanli, felt a twinge of discontent herself. Her eyes darted, and she remarked, Your Highness, Just now I noticed that the male guard behind my sister possesses an impressive appearance and a steady demeanor. How is it that we have such a figure in our household? This seemingly innocuous inquiry cast a shadow over Yi Yunting's expression, his emotions swirling ominously. Chapter 47. The dismembered corpse. After departing from the war god manor, Chu Nanli, accompanied by Yenu, sought out a tailor shop, paying a sum of silver to borrow 2 fitting rooms. Chu Yi stood vigil outside, his handsome visage drawing the attention of several passing young ladies, yet he remained unmoved. How so? It was not until a familiar voice reached his ears that he looked up, and upon seeing Chu Nanli, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Though Chu Nanli's figure was slender, her posture was impeccably straight, exuding an air of elegance akin to a green bamboo, her porcelain complexion radiating an exquisite nobility. Truly, she was a striking young gentleman. Chu Nanli raised her hand to adjust her tightly bound hair, ensuring its security before retracting her hand. "I can hardly recognize you as a woman," Chu Yi remarked candidly. Chu Nanli had mastered the art of concealing her femininity, instead revealing the gallant spirit of a young man. "That is fortunate," she replied, modulating her voice to echo that of a young master.
Jeg too.
Donned male attire and tied her hair in the style of a scholarly attendant. Due to her youth and round face, her true gender remained undetectable.
Jehui.
"Go procure some medicine," Chu Nanli instructed as they exited the tailor shop. "I shall take Yenner with me." Before she could finish her sentence, it suddenly dawned on her that she had overlooked something in her plans for the day. Yenner was merely a child of 14 or 15, innocent and naive. Bringing her to a brothel was inappropriate. Realizing this, Chu Nanli felt a pang of regret and quickly amended, "Yenner, did you not wish to visit the apothecary to acquire some tonics for my health? I have instructed Chu Yi to buy the medicine, and you can have him accompany you to purchase some nourishing ingredients for us to take back to the manor." Yenu's eyes brightened at the suggestion, and she eagerly agreed. Chu Yi, somewhat uneasy regarding Chu Nanli's safety, proposed, "Shall I escort you there first, my lady?" "No need. I am capable of protecting myself," she replied. Reluctantly, Chu Yi acquiesced, accepting the silver note Chu Nanli offered before departing with Yenu. Number 43 Xinghua Street. As Chu Nanli recalled the address, she purchased a box of pastries from a vendor along the way and inquired for directions before arriving. The streets of the capital remained bustling, filled with vendors calling out and gossiping passers-by. Chu Nanli, attuned to certain keywords, paused upon overhearing a conversation. "Did you hear that Wang Shi was killed? The one who owned a fierce horse? Indeed, his corpse was discovered on the outskirts of the city yesterday, alongside that of his horse. Can you guess how he died? Dismembered by 5 horses. The horse, however, remained intact. How brutal! It must be revenge. May I ask, gentlemen, did Wang Shi not knock into anyone while galloping recklessly through the streets a few days ago?" The chatting group paused, turning to see a handsome young gentleman, their demeanor shifting to one of caution upon perceiving his remarkable presence. Who might this young brother be? Chu Nanli clasped her hands in greeting and casually fabricated a name. "I am Jean Nan. A few days ago, I witnessed a large man collide with an elderly lady, which piqued my curiosity as I overheard your conversation." With his sincere demeanor, the group gradually lowered their guard. One of them replied, "The one who knocked into the elderly lady was indeed Wang Shi." "Do you believe that elderly lady held an extraordinary status?" Chu Nanli chuckled softly. "I did not see the elderly lady up close that day, so I cannot ascertain. However, given that man's irritable temperament, it is easy for him to offend others." This statement evidently shifted the group's perception. Indeed, Wang Shi's disdainful nature must have ruffled many feathers over the years. It is truly uncertain who sought vengeance. Chu Nanli engaged them in further trivial conversation before gracefully extricating herself from the gathering. As she walked toward Xinghua Street, her thoughts wandered. Wang Shi's death was likely connected to the elderly lady she had saved that day. She must possess an uncommon identity. Her earlier intervention in preventing others from jumping to conclusions stemmed from a desire to avoid embroiling them in troubles, for calamity often arises from careless words. Chu Nanli pondered the girl who had colluded with Wang Shi and felt a flicker of concern. She wondered if the girl had faced retribution. However, every cause yields a corresponding effect. Chapter 48. Infiltrating the brothel. "Oh my, what a handsome young master. Are you here all alone? Do you have any familiar ladies?" Upon reaching the entrance of the brothel, a flamboyantly adorned matron approached, swaying her hips. "Yes, I am alone. I shall explore on my own," Chu Nanli replied, only slightly taken aback by the strong scent of makeup that wafted from her, yet she appeared completely at ease, successfully impressing the matron. The young master seemed youthful, with striking features and an innocent demeanor. Could he also be a seasoned visitor of such establishments? Ignoring her, Chu Nanli walked confidently inside, surveying her surroundings. The first floor was a grand hall, filled with tables and chairs, where guests sat sipping wine and nibbling on snacks while watching the performances of the ladies on stage. The second floor housed private rooms, where she caught sight of several patrons in revealing attire embracing the ladies, their actions quite the eyesore. Chu Nanli averted her gaze and chose a corner table, ordering a pot of tea and some snacks to quietly observe the performances. Each dancer moved with grace, occasionally revealing their fair thighs as their sheer garments slipped from their shoulders, inciting applause from the men below. Ah! So this is what a brothel in this world is like? It aligns with my expectations. Initially, she intended to visit Mingyue Tower, but upon seeing other brothels along the way, she decided to investigate this one instead. Such a handsome young master. A melodious voice chimed beside her. Turning her gaze, she noticed a young lady had seated herself beside her, pouring tea into a cup for her. This young master did not summon the lady for companionship, implying that I have not paid for such services, so why are you here? The lady, Mei Yi, smiled sweetly and said that she approached because young master looked different from those loathsome men, and thus she did not require payment. Chu Nanli inquired if the madam would reprimand her. Mei Yi hesitated for a moment before responding with a newfound smile, saying that the madam was preoccupied with a new courtesan in the establishment, busy trying to please that lucrative patron, and dared not provoke her. Young master, do you know why? Chu Nanli was indeed there to gather information about this brothel, and upon hearing this, he feigned ignorance. Mei Yi continued, revealing that she was once the brothel's esteemed courtesan, and many unpleasant men still sought to spend a night with her. The madam, being astute, feared that Mei Yi would steal clients from the new courtesan, which might cause her precious patron to leave. As a good listener, Chu Nanli displayed a look of sudden understanding and complimented the lady on her remarkable beauty. This remark delighted Mei Yi, causing her to blush, and she captivated even Chu Nanli, a woman. Mei Yi possessed an enchanting allure, her every smile and frown laden with seduction, her beauty striking enough to stir one's desires. Suddenly, Chu Nanli entertained the thought of recruiting her. They, at Mingyue Building, were in need of beautiful ladies. After a brief conversation over tea, Chu Nanli confirmed Mei Yi's character and talent were commendable and extended an olive branch. Have you ever considered seeking better opportunities? Mei Yi, unfazed by the question, smiled and asked if young master wanted her to join his household.
Chu Nanli, Verlutster,
clarified that he owned a newly opened brothel named Mingyue Building, which required staff. The ladies there performed arts without selling their bodies and did not entertain clients. They would also regularly arrange for specialized instructors to cultivate the ladies' talents. Mei Yi, taken aback, regarded Chu Nanli with a curious expression, almost as if questioning her sanity. Chu Nanli remained patient, pouring her a cup of tea, allowing her to digest the information. After a moment, Mei Yi regained her composure, her previous flirtatious demeanor replaced with earnestness, stating that if what the young master said was true, she would certainly be interested. Moreover, she would personally pay to redeem her contract from this brothel. Noticing the surprise in Chu Nanli's gaze, she smiled again, explaining that she had saved a considerable sum over the years. If the young master could help her escape her predicament and return to a respectable life, how could she allow him to pay the ransom? Chu Nanli felt a pang of compassion for the fate of women ensnared in such establishments. He assured her that everything he said was indeed true. Should Mei Yi wish to join Mingyue Building, she could find Miss Xian Lian at 43 Xinhua Street and mention the name Jean Nan. She would understand. Chu Nanli resolved to speak with Xian Lian about his alias, Jean Nan, later. Mei Yi raised her teacup in a toast and asked if she could bring along familiar companions. Of course, came the reply. With her heart eased, Mei Yi decided to gather information about Mingyue Building and make her decision swiftly. She had little desire to linger in this sordid place. After bidding farewell to Mei Yi, Chu Nanli left the brothel. A turn ahead and a few steps forward brought her to 43 Xinhua Street. An elderly woman selling malt candy kindly directed her. Chu Nanli purchased a good amount of candy, thanked her, and, with a sense of anticipation, turned the corner to behold a grand 3-story building. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Nanli wore a rare expression of confusion. This was indeed 43 Xinhua Street, yet there was no sign for Mingyue Building. Moreover, there were no patrons, and the door was locked. Taking a few steps back, she confirmed the street sign before knocking on the door. Who is it? A familiar voice called from inside. It was Xian Lian's. Chu Nanli sighed in relief, realizing she had not made a mistake. With a belly full of questions, she entered to find Xian Lian and Xiangyang. It had been a few days since their last meeting, and Xiangyang wore a half-mask to conceal his scar. The moment Xian Lian laid eyes on Chu Nanli, a flicker of astonishment, laced with uncertainty, crossed her features. As she was not entirely sure if it was indeed Chu Nanli, young master. Are you here to see someone?
It is I.
Chu Nanli replied in her original voice. Xian Lian and Xiangyang sighed in relief, almost believing their master had a long-lost twin. A quarter of an hour later, seated in a private room, Chu Nanli awkwardly sipped her tea, finally realizing she had made a blunder. It turned out that the establishment's opening did not solely refer to a grand ceremony. After leasing the premises, one must also conduct a preliminary inventory of the interior, clean it, and prepare for the owner's inspection, which was also referred to as opening. Chu Nanli chided herself for her earlier naivety. How could she not have thought of this? In just a few days, how could 3 people possibly prepare a brothel? Thankfully, she had not disclosed her thoughts to Xian Lian and Xiangyang. Ahem, Xian Lian, what progress has been made? My subordinate has secured a batch of fabrics and visited a tailor shop to discuss dozens of clothing designs. Here are the drawings. Along with the impressions left by the tailor, Xian Lian replied, producing a box and unveiling a stack of blueprints. Examining the designs one by one, growing increasingly impressed. The creations were beautiful and distinctive, each dress possessing unique qualities that would surely captivate the capital's inhabitants. Upon inquiry, it became evident that Xian Lian had played a pivotal role in these designs, even leading the project. If the brothel stabilized, she could consider establishing a boutique for bespoke garments, with Xian Lian overseeing the designs, and the brothel's ladies could serve as models for the clothing line. Chu Nanli's ideas became increasingly lucid, a novel concept for the brothel forming in her mind. Initially, she had planned a standard brothel with some innovative ideas due to time constraints, but now she felt emboldened to think bigger.
Xin Lian.
I have a novel approach that will distinguish Mingyue Building entirely from other brothels. Intrigued, Xian Lian asked, what do you propose? Her master's ideas were always extraordinary. For instance, she had previously declared that all ladies at Mingyue Building would perform arts without selling their bodies, and that the courtesans must not only excel in music, chess, literature, and painting but also possess martial skills. Such conditions were virtually unheard of in other brothels. Chu Nanli elaborated on her vision for a full 30 minutes. The expressions of Xian Lian and Xiangyang transformed from initial surprise to awe, culminating in admiration. Very well, if you comprehend everything. Let's put this plan into action swiftly. I require funds. Chu Nanli made her intentions clear. Both Xian Lian and Xiangyang nodded in agreement. Chu Nanli placed the silver notes on the table. Renovations, advertising, and recruiting ladies all required financial support. They should take the funds and spend wisely. If more was needed, they could have Chu-yi send her a message. Understood. I assure you every coin will be spent judiciously. Chu Nanli then changed into women's attire and instructed, if Chu-yi comes with someone, let them wait here while I explore the surroundings to find a doctor. A doctor? Xian Lian paused, glancing at Xiangyang, and quickly added, Master, my injuries have healed. The ointment you provided was very effective. Chu Nanli waved her hand, explaining, I mean to hire a dedicated doctor for Mingyue Building so you can consult him for any ailments in the future. He is also on Xinhua Street, which makes it convenient. Upon hearing the words, Xian Lian was taken aback, her thoughts suddenly invigorated. My lord, she said, I am acquainted with several sisters who, due to unfortunate family circumstances, have been sold to a brothel to serve as entertainers. I wish to bring them to our Mingyue Tower. What are your thoughts on this matter? Chu Nanli's eyes brightened. Since they were once daughters of officials, their demeanor would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary courtesans. Thus, there was no reason for Chu Nanli to refuse. Of course, you may proceed, but do ensure that their character is impeccable. Xian Lian's face lit up with joy as she expressed her gratitude, promising to uphold the standard. Chu Nanli nodded and turned to leave Mingyue Tower. She recalled that the old physician she had encountered previously, unborn, had a clinic on Xinhua Street. She casually approached a woman and inquired, "Excuse me, is there a doctor named Oldwin nearby?" Initially wary of the unfamiliar girl, the woman's demeanor warmed upon hearing the name. Yes, Oldwin is a renowned physician in this area, known for his kind heart. After a brief compliment, she remembered Chu Nonli's question. "Are you looking for Oldwin, young lady?" Chu Nonli smiled and replied, "Indeed. I had a brief encounter with him, and he mentioned I could visit him at his clinic if I had the time." The woman immediately understood. "You must be unfamiliar with the area, right?" Chu Nonli nodded, sheepishly asking for directions. The woman kindly not only pointed the way, but also personally guided Chu Nonli through several winding alleys, as it was easy to get lost in the labyrinthine streets. "Just walk about 100 meters ahead, and you'll arrive." After expressing her gratitude, Chu Nonli soon spotted Oldwin's clinic. The establishment appeared somewhat dilapidated, with a sign hanging above the door that read Win Family Clinic. Noticing the door was ajar and a number of people waiting inside, she entered. Upon entering, she overheard a discussion regarding a new apprentice Oldwin had taken on, noting the young girl seemed to be disabled. Instinctively, Chu Nonli followed their gaze and saw a person in a wheelchair, their back turned to her, busy drying herbs in silence. "You don't know?" This girl appeared at Oldwin's clinic early the day before yesterday, her legs twisted beyond recognition, crawling on the ground. When Oldwin opened the door, she bowed multiple times, begging him to save her. Oldwin seemed to recognize her and hesitated for a moment before she hugged his pant leg, and he finally took her inside. For the past couple of days, he has not only taught her about herbs but also the three-character classic, treating her like a child of his own. Chu Nonli's gaze flickered. She had a strong inkling of the girl's identity. When the girl turned around, Chu Nonli recognized her as the one previously bought by Wang Shi. Oldwin's kindness was evident, not only saving her but also taking her in with the hope of nurturing her into a virtuous person. She admired such individuals, but felt she could never be one of them. "Do we have any Codonopsis and Puraria?" Oldwin emerged from the room. "Yes," replied the girl in the wheelchair, named Luo Yu, as she turned the chair. "I'll fetch some for you." "Good." Chu Nonli approached Oldwin, her voice melodious, drawing the attention of those in the courtyard. Luo Yu's expression changed slightly, then she lowered her head, pretending to casually scoop up the herbs. Oldwin recognized Chu Nonli and smiled brightly. "Let us talk inside," she suggested. Once in the room, she explained her purpose, indicating that a friend required a physician for a brothel. To her surprise, Oldwin readily agreed, stating that he treated all patients equally, regardless of their status, as long as they did not do evil. After expressing her thanks, Chu Nonli discreetly left a few silver notes behind before returning to Minghua Tower. Chu Yi and Yen Er were present. "My lord, I have yet to acquire all the herbs on your list," Chu Yi said apologetically. "Some herbs are rather rare, and it may take a bit more effort to procure them. Do not fret about not obtaining them all this time, just keep an eye out in the future." Chu Nonli reassured him. "Understood," he replied. "I also picked up some snacks and malt candy on my way here for you all. They are upstairs in the elegant room. Remember to enjoy them. Moreover, I have arranged the physician's assistants. Remember the Win Family Clinic." Xian Lian was both touched and surprised, thanking her again for the physician's help before asking, "Did you bring us any snacks on purpose?" "It was merely a casual purchase I made while passing by," Chu Nonli replied before heading off with Yen Er to change her clothes. As Xian Lian and the others watched her figure fade from view, they silently returned their gaze. "She truly is remarkable," Xian Lian remarked. No one knew that she had felt a fleeting urge to weep, a feeling of being cared for that she hadn't experienced in a long time. Indeed, Xiang Yang, though more reserved, spoke with a determined expression, his demeanor conveying everything. Chu Yi contemplated for a moment before saying, "My lord's situation in the Wang household is worse than we imagined. We must expedite the tasks she has entrusted us with." At his words, both Xian Lian and Xiang Yang were taken aback, and seeing that Chu Yi did not intend to elaborate further, they refrained from asking, feeling an increased urgency regarding time. Chapter 51. The princess is incredible. As Chu Nonli walked back to the residence with Yen Er, she inquired, "Do you know where we just were?"
Yen Er nodded obediently.
"Yes, it's a brothel. When Brother Chu Yi took me there earlier, I curiously asked where we were going, and he informed me." Chu Nonli did not intend to keep secrets from Yen Er, for the girl had become one of her own. "This establishment operates under my male persona. You may call me Jun Nangongzi. However, in the Wang household, you must keep this matter confidential." Yen Er nodded vigorously, her little face serious as she promised, I will certainly keep it a secret. As they spoke, she stole glances at Chu Nanli, feeling immense admiration. The princess truly was remarkable. It was the first time she had heard of a woman owning a brothel. However, if Lin Sufei from the residence found out, she would undoubtedly report it, leading to trouble for the princess. Thus, she resolved to keep her lips sealed. What do you think about my owning a brothel? Chu Nanli was curious to hear the young girl's opinion. If Yen Er was opposed, she would refrain from bringing anyone along to Mingyue Tower in the future. I think the princess is incredible,
Yan Er replied earnestly. Chu Nanli Chukka.
Upon returning to the Wang residence, Chu Nanli instructed Yen Er to place the herbs purchased by Chu Yi in her room. After Yen Er left, Chu Nanli moved some of the herbs into her space and replaced them with some daily supplements to avoid raising any suspicion from Yen Er. Once she had completed her tasks, Chu Nanli went to the outer room to give Yen Er further instructions. The herbs in my room will be under your care from now on. They are portioned out, and you must prepare them twice daily, each time requiring an hour of simmering. I appreciate your hard work. Yen Er accepted the task and added, I have also purchased many nourishing ingredients today to prepare for you daily, so that you may recover swiftly. Though still young, Yen Er understood the significant toll a miscarriage could take on a woman's health. Seeing Yen Er's diligent nature, Chu Nanli couldn't help but pinch the little tuft of hair on her head, causing Yen Er to blush deeply. All right, you may go about your tasks. I shall rest for a while in my room, as I am somewhat fatigued. With her head bowed and her cheeks flushed, Yen Er softly replied, I will make you a nourishing soup.
Good.
Once inside her room, Chu Nanli closed the door and entered her space. She first planted the necessary herbs and then went to check on the child. As the fetus gradually grows, the nutritional components required in the nurturing chamber correspondingly increase, truly deserving the title of a four-legged gold-swallowing beast. Chu Nanli, having procured precious medicinal herbs at great expense, meticulously prepared them, dividing the concoction into several portions for future use when new nutrient solutions are needed. Just as she completed this task, a hoarse voice from next door broke the silence. Princess, have you come? Spare this old servant. I do not wish to die. Chu Nanli raised an eyebrow, but did not rush over. Instead, she methodically administered a few acupuncture needles to regulate her own qi and blood, only proceeding after concluding her treatment. Upon entering, she found the old matron, Granny Hua, lying motionless on the floor. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of her chest, Chu Nanli might have assumed she was deceased. Checking her pulse, she found it merely weak, indicating that the woman had fainted from hunger. Chu Nanli took out her silver needles and administered a few precise pricks to the acupoints of Granny Hua. The old woman let out a few weak cries of pain before regaining consciousness. Upon seeing Chu Nanli, she broke out in a cold sweat. Princess, please spare this old servant. I did not recognize your celestial powers and inadvertently offended you. It was entirely my fault. Noticing the old woman's fervent desire to live, Chu Nanli's thoughts shifted. Coldly, she commanded, list down all the misdeeds you have aided the concubine in over the years. Only after you have written them will you be allowed to eat. With that, she placed the prepared paper and pen before Granny Hua. Granny Hua's expression stiffened. Chu Nanli taunted, you may continue to be Lin Fuiying sycophant, as long as you are not afraid of death. The final remark sent a shiver down Granny Hua's spine. And without hesitation, she exclaimed, this old servant will write. I will write diligently. However, she added, but many matters were handled by Lin Fuiying without my involvement. She did not confide in me, so I cannot be aware of everything. Chu Nanli replied indifferently, just write down what you do know. After about half an hour, Granny Hua completed her writing. Chu Nanli examined the pages, which were filled with several sheets, confirming Lin Fuiying's numerous misdeeds. However, the incidents listed were insufficient to serve as leverage against Lin Fuiying. According to Granny Hua, Lin Fuiying was not favored in the Prime Minister's residence and acted with great caution. After arriving at the royal mansion, she remained prudent, fearing the loss of her hard-won comfortable life. She only resorted to indirect means against the original owner, maintaining appearances most of the time. Disappointed, Chu Nanli still tucked the papers away. She then turned to Granny Hua and inquired, is it true that the idea of using my child in medicine originated from Bai Wuhan? She suspected that Lin Fuiying held the reins, as the greatest beneficiary of destroying the original owner's child would be Lin Fuiying herself. Granny Hua did not dare to conceal the truth, stammering, It was indeed Lin Fueying, who casually mentioned to young Master Bai that she had heard of ancient prescriptions utilizing fetuses for medicinal purposes, leading him to consider the child in your womb. The following day, Lin Fueying feigned a worsening condition, prompting young Master Bai to present that prescription to the prince. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli's fury surged. Indeed, Lin Fueying was a heartless white lotus. How could she, who often pretended to be virtuous, have the audacity to plot against an innocent fetus? Noticing Chu Nanli's rising anger, Granny Hua trembled even more and hastily revealed another piece of information. This old servant knows something else. Chu Nanli shot her a glare, her anger still simmering. Granny Hua continued, Lin Fueying has not consummated her marriage with the prince. What? Chu Nanli was taken aback, doubting her ears. Was Lin Fueying's relationship with Yi Yunting not as harmonious as it seemed? Was it due to Lin Fueying's health? Granny Hua tentatively replied, it is likely due to Lin Fueying's condition. As for feelings, she hesitated, glancing at Chu Nanli. Chu Nanli scoffed, speak freely. This palace harbors no interest in Yi Yunting. Granny Hua, startled by this statement, obediently stated, Lin Fueying and the prince grew up together. Initially, the prime minister's wife intended to marry Lin Fueying to a crippled nobleman, but the prince, unable to bear it, brought her into the royal residence, where he has cared for her greatly ever since.
Chu Nanli lit stand impassive.
She was aware of this matter, but the original owner had been naive, believing Yi Yunting regarded her merely as a sister, while he truly saw Lin Fueying as a beloved. Regarding the consummation, how did you learn of this? If Lin Fueying concealed many matters from Granny Hua, it seemed illogical for her to reveal something so significant. Fearing for her life upon sensing Chu Nanli's suspicion, Granny Hua quickly explained, once, I accompanied Lin Fueying back to the Prime Minister's residence and inadvertently overheard her speaking in hushed tones with her aunt, which is how I learned of this. However, this was over a month ago, and I do not know whether they have since consummated their marriage.
Chu Nanli note that.
Refraining from further inquiries, after tossing a bun to Granny Hua, she locked the door and departed. Although this woman was easily intimidated, she also possessed a rebellious streak. So Chu Nanli could not fully trust her to assist in her space until that rebellious spirit was subdued. As Chu Nanli contemplated, she resolved to concoct some toxic pills. In the future, when she needed Granny Hua's assistance, she could first administer the pills. The deterrent effect of the poison would ensure that Granny Hua would not dare to engage in any mischief. This plan seemed feasible. Chu Nanli immediately drafted a prescription, only to discover that several required herbs were absent from her inventory, not even listed on the previous list she had prepared for Chewy. It appeared she would need to spend more money. Sighing, she decided to tally her finances, only to find that she had unexpectedly spent over half her funds in recent days. It was imperative to earn more money, as there would be many expenses ahead. Besides managing Minghua Tower, the nurturing chamber was also costly. Moreover, with a child growing in her womb, she needed sufficient resources to escape the royal residence before her pregnancy became apparent. Otherwise, if Yi Yunting were to see her with a pronounced belly, given his volatile temperament, he would very likely accuse her of carrying another man's child and might even resort to violence against her. This thought brought to mind what Granny Hua had mentioned about the consummation issue. Given Lin Fueying's health condition and Yi Yunting's concern for her, the reasons for their lack of consummation seemed evident. He was being considerate of Lin Fueying's health. What a scoundrel! Chu Nanli could not help but grind her teeth in frustration. With such a cherished childhood sweetheart, why did the original owner have to sacrifice herself? The original owner, in gratitude for being saved, had entrusted herself to this man from afar, only to encounter such betrayal. Yi Yunting, this scoundrel, showed compassion for the White Lotus, yet what about the original owner? Chu Nanli recalled the day they visited the Xingshan temple, where the original owner had rescued Yi Yunting from an assassination attempt, treating his wounds only to later realize something was amiss with him. Subsequently, when Yi Yunting pinned her down, the original owner, believing they were husband and wife, did not resist, thinking that after that night, they would truly be a married couple, thus cooperating willingly. In the end, Yi Yunting had exhausted her completely throughout the night, repeatedly taking advantage of her. Not long after returning from Xingshan Temple, the original owner discovered she was pregnant, and Yi Yunting's ashen face upon hearing the news remained etched in her memory. Furrowing her brow, Chu Nanli found this all deeply perplexing. The very child conceived in such passionate flames was denied by Yi Yunting? What on earth was he thinking? Or was it possible he had lost that memory? Of course. It was also plausible that this dog of a man simply despised her child, wishing for one of his own with the white lotus. Even at the cost of placing a green hat upon his own head. She would need to find an opportunity to probe further.
Chu Nanli silenti di sonvet.
The princess. I have prepared the nourishing soup. Yen-er's voice resonated outside the space. Chu Nanli then exited the space. The aroma of Yen-er's soup was delightful. The tremella melted in the mouth, and the flavors of goji berries and red dates were fully released, complemented by the sweet taste of snow pear. Yen-er's culinary skills were truly commendable. Chu Nanli smiled and praised her. Yen-er's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she replied, I will prepare it for you daily. Upon hearing Chu Nanli's agreement, Yen-er's eyes sparkled with joy as she suggested, Princess, may I give you a shoulder massage? She had taken the time to learn this skill. Chu Nanli, feeling a bit fatigued from her work, consented. Just then, two maidservants arrived at the door, hesitating to enter. They bowed and nervously inquired if they could massage the princess's legs and feet as well. Chu Nanli glanced over and recognized them as familiar faces from her courtyard, raising her eyebrows slightly. It appeared these individuals had made progress, knowing to approach her proactively, indicating their desire to remain in her service. There was no harm in accepting a massage. Chu Nanli leisurely invited them in. The two maidservants exchanged delighted glances and bowed again, expressing their gratitude for the princess's trust before entering the room. They certainly knew how to enjoy life, which was quite pleasant. Outside the courtyard, a faint chuckle echoed from a large tree, where a figure in a black robe and half a mask fleetingly appeared. A few leaves fluttered down, and soon, there was no trace of anyone in the tree. Chapter 54, A Footbath for Oh, the princess is enjoying herself so. A rather sarcastic voice emerged. Chu Nanli, having just finished her nourishing soup and closing her eyes to rest, was disturbed by this voice and opened her eyes with displeasure to see Steward Wang entering. Inside the room, the two maidservants halted their leg massage upon noticing the newcomer. Glancing at Chu Nanli with uncertainty, unsure whether to continue. Continue, Chu Nanli replied nonchalantly. The two maidservants, reassured by her words, resumed their diligent massage. Forgetting that Steward Wang had once been their object of flattery, Steward Wang's expression darkened, feeling that Chu Nanli was asserting her authority over him, while also believing she was a person of lowly status who had gained power. Holding back his frustration, he spoke with an even more sarcastic tone. Princess, the prince is looking for you. Although this old servant is unaware of the circumstances, it is evident that the prince is in a foul mood. You should take care. Chu Nanli furrowed her brow. That dog of a man is in a bad mood again? Wasn't he just sweet with Lin Fuiying? Why was he calling for her now? The more she thought about it, the more she felt Knight Yunting was a man of complexities. And her willingness to go was dwindling. Must I go? Steward Wang paused, seemingly incredulous, and upon seeing Chu Nanli still seated, appearing like a languid concubine, he found her demeanor quite inappropriate for being disturbed. His lips twitched in disbelief. This Chu person was merely a commoner. How could she possess such airs? How dare she disregard the prince's summons? With a forced smile, Steward Wang insisted. Of course, the princess must go. Otherwise, the prince's wrath may be something you cannot endure. Internally cursing Knight Yunting, Chu Nanli reluctantly rose to follow Steward Wang to meet him. Upon reaching Knight Yunting's courtyard, Steward Wang announced outside, "The princess has arrived." "Let her in," came a voice from within, ambiguous in tone. Steward Wang cast a glance at Chu Nanli, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude. "Please, princess, go ahead." Ignoring his pompous demeanor, Chu Nanli walked in at a measured pace. Upon entering, her gaze met Knight Yunting's dark, brooding eyes, which startled her. Regaining her composure, she nearly exclaimed, "What is the matter with the prince?" Chu Nanli managed a half-smile. "Will you not explain yourself to me?" Knight Yunting's voice was cold. A question mark slowly formed above Chu Nanli's head, yet upon observing Knight Yunting's serious demeanor, her mind raced. Could it be he discovered her involvement in the brothel? With uncertainty, she decided to be direct. "I ask the prince to speak plainly." Knight Yunting coldly inquired about a certain Chu Yi. "How is it that I am unaware of a stranger entering the war god's residence at will, using the princess's identity token?" So, it was this matter. Chu Nanli's anxieties eased. Explaining Chu Yi's presence was simpler than addressing her clandestine operations. He is a guard I hired, Chu Nanli stated with calm assurance. However, Knight Yunting was not convinced, sneering at her words as if they were utterly absurd. In such a grand establishment as the war goddess residence, you still seek an outsider for protection? Chu Nanli, do not let me remind you of your status. Such disgraceful behavior, so frivolous, is utterly scandalous. With a sweeping motion, he knocked a teacup off the table, shattering it on the floor. The atmosphere in the room thickened, and Chu Nanli's expression shifted from calm to icy. Does the prince enjoy wrongfully accusing others? Though the words nearly escaped her lips, she refrained from directly confronting Knight Yunting about his preference for dishonoring her.
Wrongfully accuse?
Pray tell how I have wronged you. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, you shall face 30 strikes and serve as a foot servant in the Farong courtyard for a month. Hearing this, Chu Nanli could no longer contain herself. Prince, if you wish to amuse Lin's side consort, you need only say so. There is no need for such roundabout measures. Knight Yunting's expression grew even colder. Chu Nanli, unfazed, retorted, it is quite laughable. In this grand war goddess residence, I, as the esteemed princess, have fewer servants at my disposal than Lin's side consort. Not only that, but I have even fewer than the humble wet nurse, Granny Hua. It was only after Granny Hua generously provided assistance that I had any help at all, and they are only capable of attending to minor tasks within the courtyard. I value my life. When I leave the residence, I wish to be protected like a proper princess. Hence, I hired a guard with my own funds. Who would have thought the prince would humiliate me so? Knight Yunting's expression remained unchanged, his gaze still devoid of warmth. If he is a guard, why does he not reside in the prince's mansion? What scheme are you concocting? Chu Nanli countered, I have already stated that I value my life. Chu Yi is outside the mansion gathering medicinal herbs for me, so I may restore my health, lest I struggle to reach the prince from my courtyard. Knight Yunting's dark gaze fixated on her face. The perspiration at her temples glistened, and her complexion was pale. Knight Yunting coldly warned, you had best ensure that everything you have said today is truthful. Chapter 55. The medicinal herbs were stolen initially. On her way to meet Knight Yunting, Chu Nanli had contemplated probing him about why he did not acknowledge their child. However, given the current situation, she feared that asking might send him further into madness. Chu Nanli returned to her courtyard with a face full of frustration, and Yen looked at her with concern. Princess, are you alright? As she spoke, her gaze uncontrollably scanned Chu Nanli. A warm current swept through Chu Nanli's heart, and her expression gradually improved.
Fine.
Do not worry. Your princess has not been struck. Yenner felt a bit awkward having her thoughts laid bare. Chu Nanli brushed it off, calling upon the two maidservants who had previously massaged her legs, instructing, please continue the massage for me. If that dog of a man has angered me, I shall indulge even more. The maidservants quickly complied, and seeing this, Yen astutely went to wash fruits and prepare floral tea. Chu Nanli reclined lazily in her chair, her mood finally lifting. Sunlight poured into the courtyard, creating a serene atmosphere. However, this tranquility was soon disrupted in the afternoon when Chu Yi arrived in a hurry, explaining his purpose. My lord, this afternoon in the capital, a grand auction is taking place. Upon hearing the news, I hastened there and spotted the precious herb, Su Lan Ling, which you require. However, it was snatched away by someone wielding a VIP badge. The buyer requested the auction house to inform me to meet them in their private room for a transaction. Understanding the rarity of this herb and fearing any delay would inconvenience you, I asked the auction house staff to stall for time and rushed to inform you. Su Lan Ling is a rare and invaluable herb, renowned for its exceptional efficacy in preserving pregnancy, with no suitable alternative available. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli could no longer remain seated. Her gaze swept around the room, hoping to call for Yen to accompany her, only to remember that Yen had gone to brew her pregnancy tonic. With time pressing, she decided not to delay further and set off immediately. The pair hurriedly left the War God Manor and made their way to the auction house. Chu Yi, ever reliable, had even rented a carriage to facilitate their journey. The carriage sped along, and soon they arrived at their destination. The auction was still ongoing, and Chu Yi led Chu Nanli inside, directing her towards the private room while speaking in hushed tones, informing her that the other party was in the Tianzi private room, where only the most affluent individuals of the Xia Kingdom could gain entry, no more than 10 in total. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli felt the gravity of the situation. The fact that the other party could directly seize the herb she had won indicated they were not to be trifled with. Moreover, they might even recognize her as the war god Manor's neglected princess, leaving her uncertain whether she could invoke the name of Yi Yunting to her advantage. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, Chu Yi suddenly alerted her that the other party was emerging. In the next moment, Chu Yi's expression shifted. Chu Nanli raised her head and saw a striking couple exiting the nearby private room. The man was tall and imposing, his sharp features emanating a natural authority, while the woman, petite and delicate, leaned languidly against him, resembling a boneless doll. Chu Nanli's expression darkened. It was indeed this insufferable couple. Confirming it was the occupants of that private room, Chu Yi discerned the murderous intent in the woman's voice and inwardly chided himself for failing to handle the matter properly. As the box held by the war god was precisely for Su Lanling Chu, Nanli cursed her bad luck under her breath and strode towards them. "Ah, sister. What brings you here?" Lin Fuing, keen-eyed, was the first to spot Chu Nanli, then glanced at Chu Yi and casually remarked that her sister had brought her newly appointed guard to the auction house, though she seemed to have misplaced Yan Er. Chapter 56. This herb shall not be taken. Yi Yunting's expression darkened, his piercing gaze landing on Chu Nanli and Chu Yi, halting his steps. From a distance, Chu Nanli overheard Lin Fuying's words and caught a whiff of the strong scent of tea. "Your Highness, is it fitting to seize an herb that another has already won at auction?" Chu Nanli quickly approached and pointed at the box in his hands. Yi Yunting's expression faltered momentarily, and he frowned. Chu Yi cupped his hands in greeting, saying, "Your Highness, this Su Lanling was purchased by the princess on behalf of the war god." In a brief sentence, he clarified the reason for Chu Nanli's presence. Lin Fuying's countenance shifted, fearing that Chu Nanli might snatch the herb away. She feigned innocence, expressing, "Oh, so it was my sister who won the herb. However, this is a vital pregnancy tonic, and I must apologize for bringing up such a painful matter for you." As she spoke, she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief before continuing, "Whatever my sister wishes to say to me afterward is acceptable, but this herb is specifically for my mother, who has just become pregnant and needs it to ensure a healthy pregnancy." Lin Fuing insisted that she need not demean herself before Chu Nanli. Yi Yunting frowned, appearing displeased, and addressed Chu Nanli, stating, "This prince will compensate you fairly. Let this herb be given to Ing Er." Lin Fuing bit her lip, remaining silent, her heart swelling with delight. Yet, Chu Nanli was seething with anger, unable to maintain her composure. How could the prince so shamelessly seize something that belonged to another? Unbelievable. Yi Yunting's expression abruptly turned cold, his dark eyes exuding an oppressive aura. Chu Nanli remained unyielding, her eyes ignited with defiance. "The auction house has its rules. The item belongs to whoever bids on it. How is your Highness's action any different from that of a thief?" Yi Yunting's expression hardened, his displeasure evident. "Had I not arrived late and missed the auction, I would have secured this herb myself, rather than needing to buy it from you." Pausing, he added, "Ing Er's mother is not favored in the Prime Minister's residence, and this child is likely to be a boy. If she bears him safely, her status will rise significantly, allowing Ing Er to benefit as well." Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a cold smirk, she retorted, "Your Highness seems quite adept at expressing concern for others. Yet, why have you never shown such compassion for the original owner?" After seizing her herb, he had the audacity to speak of how difficult things were for Lin Fuing and her mother. How ironic it was that he once forced the legitimate wife to abort her child for a concubine and now sought to rob his legitimate wife's medicine for another's child. "This prince will instruct the steward to compensate you," Yi Yunting remarked, sensing that Chu Nanli had become increasingly troublesome. Her piercing gaze annoyed him, and he resolved that this was merely a new tactic to garner his attention, thus adopting an even colder demeanor. Chu Nanli stepped forward, blocking his and Lin Fuying's path, and coldly declared, "This herb shall not be taken." Chu Yi silently positioned himself behind her, adopting a protective stance. Though he had no place to speak, his actions clearly indicated his support. Yi Yunting's expression turned stormy, just as Lin Fuing let out a soft sob beside him. "Sister, you have no use for this herb. Can't you allow it to go to someone who truly needs it? Even if Ing Er is not to your liking, her mother is innocent. Sister, can you truly bear to see Ing Er's mother suffer?" Her words were crafted with skill, conveniently omitting any mention of how she had provoked Chu Nanli's disdain, leaving the blame entirely on her. In her accusations, Chu Nanli was painted as a narrow-minded and unsympathetic person. Just as Chu Nanli was about to retort, she was interrupted by Yi Yunting's grim warning. Chu Nanli, do not be so malicious. This pregnancy tonic would serve you no purpose. Giving it to Ying Er's mother would earn you some merit. What a bewildering statement. He had stolen her medicine and yet urged her to accumulate virtue? Were it not for the innocence of the child within her, Chu Nanli would have wanted to ensure that the child knew what foolish words his father had spoken once he was born. Chapter 57. Do not let her suffer. What a grand spectacle this is. In a nearby private room, with the window half open, the unfolding drama was perfectly visible, and much of the conversation was overheard. Across the table, a masked man observed the commotion below, a flicker of darkness passing through his eyes. Zhuang Lin. Go assist that young lady, he said calmly. Zhuang Lin, startled, nearly dropped his teacup, turning to the man with an incredulous expression. You can't be serious. You're not one to meddle in others' affairs, especially when the individual in question is. He abruptly ceased speaking. As he was among the few who knew the masked man's true identity, the masked man did not respond to his curiosity, but stated, the rules of the auction are clear. Whoever wins the bid owns the item, and to obstruct, that is against proper conduct. That young lady is currently facing undue hardship due to your auction house's negligence. Zhuang Lin felt a pang of guilt, nervously touching his nose, and couldn't help but retort. I, Zhuang Lin, the esteemed master of Xianbaoge, the largest auction house in the Chu Kingdom, am often praised by all. Only you would dare to criticize me so. The masked man ignored his complaints and simply reiterated, once you have finished speaking, you may go lend your assistance. Zhuang Lin was momentarily speechless, casting an annoyed glance at him. You truly are my dear brother. You rarely ask for my help, yet when you do, it is always a monumental challenge. For the next month, I shall seek news from Tianjige, free of charge. Zhuang Lin was not genuinely unwilling to help. He was merely contemplating what benefits he could appropriately extract from the true god of wealth. Suddenly, he overheard a statement that left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it be true? 1 month? In an instant, Zhuang Lin's face lit up with joy, fearing that the man in black might retract his words. He hastily set down his teacup and made his way outside, assuring, wait, I, Zhuang, promise to handle this matter properly. Do not let that girl suffer. However, as he reached the doorway, the words he heard made him stagger, and he couldn't help but wonder about the relationship between the esteemed deity and that warrior princess. After all these years, it was the first time he had seen such concern for a woman from this individual. Nonetheless, there were pressing matters at hand. So Zhuang Lin refrained from turning back to inquire and hurried upstairs. Upon arriving, he was greeted by an atmosphere thick with tension, as the warrior's icy gaze seemed ready to slice through the girl before him, causing Zhuang Lin a headache. The presence of the war god truly brings radiance to Xianbao Pavilion. He approached swiftly, donning a courteous smile. The tense air was broken as several pairs of eyes turned towards him. It was Zhuang, the owner of the auction house. Chu Yi lowered his voice, speaking from behind Chu Nanli. Chu Nanli regarded the sun-kissed man, whose genial smile easily inspired fondness, with a slight furrow in her brow. Could he possibly be here to assist Yi Yunting? Boss Zhuang, Yi Yunting greeted coolly. In this capital city, few powerful figures were unfamiliar with Zhuang Lin, whose extensive business connections often led him to procure valuable items, earning him the respect of many. Zhuang Lin continued, I am already aware of the reason for the disagreement between the prince and this esteemed princess. Su Lanling indeed secured the item first, and according to the auction house's rules, it rightfully belongs to her. As he spoke, he noticed Yi Yunting's expression darkening with each word, forcing himself to conclude with great reluctance. Both Chu Nanli and Chu Yi secretly exhaled in relief, surprised to find the auction house owner quite amiable. However, Lin Fuiying's mood soured instantly, cursing Zhuang Lin for siding with Chu Nanli. Does Boss Zhuang imply that this prince should relinquish the medicinal herb to Chu Nanli? Yi Yunting's cold voice cut through the air. Zhuang Lin was taken aback by the lack of deference Yi Yunting showed to his own princess in front of others. However, this was a private matter, and he dared not interject. At that moment, he simply wished to resolve the issue satisfactorily and report back upstairs. To speak plainly, that was indeed the implication. However, as this incident unfolded in Zhuang's auction house, causing displeasure among 2 esteemed guests, he felt genuinely remorseful. To express his sentiments, Zhuang offered to prepare 2 modest gifts to send to the war god's residence shortly. What does the prince think of this? Yi Yunting snorted coldly, clearly unimpressed. Does Boss Zhuang think so little of me? That I could be easily swayed? Not at all, Zhuang Lin replied with a smile, cursing inwardly. Wishing that this war god would refrain from visiting his auction house in the future, for he did not lack this major client. Yi Yunting's voice turned icy, declaring, I will have this medicinal herb today. Lin Fuiying, appearing apologetic, chimed in, Boss Zhuang, I sincerely apologize. Su Lanling is in dire need of this herb, and I must insist that you part with it. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lin silently cursed. How naive. The current owner of the herb was not him. Why should he suffer the loss? Wasn't it Chu Nanli who should be the one sacrificing? However, witnessing the war god's obvious favoritism, it was no wonder that a mere concubine could flaunt her power over the princess. Sighing inwardly, Zhuang Lin sympathized with Chu Nanli and endeavored to advocate for her once more. Your Highness, this herb was indeed secured by the princess first. He barely finished his sentence when Yi Yunting's dark voice interrupted him. I was unaware that Boss Zhuang held such power in the capital, dismissing even my authority. Zhuang Lin felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Glancing back, he saw Chu Nanli poised to confront Yi Yunting, quickly gesturing for her to hold back. He then mouthed, Let it go, I'll get you a bai rua. He felt a bead of sweat trickle down his back, fearing that Chu Nanli might not grasp the significance of the herb, which would jeopardize his efforts.
Fortunately, Chu Nanli understood.
Bai rua was a rare and superior herb for preserving pregnancy, far more valuable than Su Lanling. She had no reason to refuse. Turning to Yi Yunting, she said, If the prince insists on having this herb, I understand my lack of power in the capital means I cannot contend with you. Lin Fuiying's face brightened at this, weakly adding, Thank you, sister, for your willingness to part with it. The prince is only concerned for me. I understand the prince's concern, Chu Nanli replied, thus. If the prince is willing to pay 3 times the price for the herb, it shall be yours. Lin Fuiying's subtle smile faltered. Yi Yunting's expression darkened once more. His gaze directed at Chu Nanli with displeasure. Zhuang Lin stifled his laughter, commending Chu Nanli's cleverness, and voiced his agreement. I believe the princess's proposal is quite reasonable. Neither party incurs a loss. He wished to avoid offending Yi Yunting, choosing his words carefully, yet his blatant dishonesty was palpable. Yi Yunting's gaze swept over Zhuang Lin before settling on Chu Nanli, a flicker of menace in his eyes. The princess claims she lacks power, yet I see otherwise. Even the esteemed owner of Xianbao Pavilion speaks on her behalf. The princess possesses quite the influence. Zhuang Lin's expression shifted slightly. Chu Nanli's countenance darkened as she retorted. I must trouble the prince not to cast aspersions upon me. I cannot bear such accusations. Yi Yunting's face clouded with a terrifying darkness, a storm brewing in his gaze that seemed ready to engulf Chu Nanli. Sister, how can you demand such an exorbitant price? You have already received clothing from the prince. Chu Nanli, uninterested in her sister's words, sneered, and how can you justify your brazen theft? Lin Fuiying's complexion turned a sickly hue. Chu Nanli understood that Lin Fuiying was not the one holding the purse strings and chose to ignore her, directing her gaze firmly at Yi Yunting. Your Highness, I wonder if you will proceed with this transaction or not. She added with a smile, surely, a man of your wealth would not concern himself with such a trivial sum. Moreover, my relinquishing Su Lanling is a significant sacrifice. To win someone's favor, a price 3 times the original is hardly excessive. Yi Yunting was nearly driven to laughter by his fury. I was previously unaware that you possess such a sharp tongue. Perhaps it is because you have never truly sought to understand me, Chu Nanli replied nonchalantly. Yi Yunting's rage morphed into a mocking smile, his gaze sweeping disdainfully across her and Zhuang Lin. A woman so fixated on wealth, petty-minded and malicious, is unworthy of my attention. Chu Nanli felt a pang in her heart. This was a cruel statement for someone who had once been sincere. A stack of banknotes was suddenly thrust toward her face, striking her with force. In her daze, she could not evade it. The suddenness caught Chu Yi off guard, leaving Zhuang Lin astonished that Yi Yunting would resort to such actions. Stinging pain flared across Chu Nanli's cheek as she stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Yi Yunting regarded her disheveled state with an icy demeanor, his voice devoid of warmth. This should suffice. Lin Fuiying gently leaned against him, whispering as they departed, Sister, do not provoke the prince again. Once they left, Chu Nanli cursed inwardly. Those wretched fools. Master, are you all right? Chu Yi inquired with guilt, eager to apologize. Chu Nanli rubbed her sore cheek and replied, I am fine. It is fortunate you did not confront him directly. He might not kill me, but he would certainly vent his rage upon you. After all, in Yi Yunting's eyes, a mere guard could be easily disposed of. Chu Yi bit his lip, a wave of unexplainable thoughts washing over him as he recalled the earlier scene, silently crouching to gather the scattered banknotes. There's no need to worry. We've made a profit. Indeed, at 3 times the price. Despite having been in business for many years, I have never seen Su Lanling auctioned at such a price. Today, thanks to the princess, I have gained a new perspective. Zhuang Lin teased, attempting to console Chu Nanli, while performing a mock bow. Chu Nanli exhaled a breath of relief, acknowledging, at least we have earned something. However, that scoundrel Yi Yunting clearly had money on him but insisted on having his steward settle the payment for my medicinal materials. I suspect he simply does not wish to pay. Zhuang Lin nodded in agreement, feeling that Yi Yunting displayed a lack of grace by flaunting his wealth in front of the princess. He cast a discreet glance upstairs, wondering how the observer of the earlier scene would react. Thank you for your timely intervention, Boss Zhuang. Chu Nanli expressed her gratitude as she collected the silver note handed to her by Chu Yi. Ultimately, it was the auction house's negligence that had subjected the princess to this unwarranted ordeal. Zhuang Lin waved his hand dismissively, offering an apology, then curiously inquired, does the princess possess knowledge of medicinal herbs? He had felt a pang of anxiety when he mentioned Bai Ruo earlier. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli was struck by a new idea.
Chapter 60. No.
Divine Physician. After acquiring Bai Ruo, she noted the exceptional quality of the herb, which bolstered her trust in Zhuang Lin. She then stated that she required his assistance with another matter. Zhuang Lin, intrigued, replied, please do tell, princess. I have previously informed you, Boss Zhuang, that I am quite knowledgeable about medicinal herbs. Therefore, I often concoct my own pills, which yield satisfactory results. I have brought some along, and wish to ask Boss Zhuang to auction them at Xianbao Pavilion on my behalf. Zhuang Lin was taken aback, unable to suppress his curiosity as he gazed at her. In this day and age, a neglected princess was also an alchemist? He pondered. May I first take a look at these pills? Of course, Chu Nanli replied, and with a gesture of retrieving something from her sleeve, she produced several vials of pills from her space. This one is for scar removal, this one for skin whitening, this one is a potent hemostatic, and the last is for treating damaged meridians. She introduced them one by one. Initially, Zhuang Lin appeared indifferent, but upon hearing the last pill's purpose, his expression changed dramatically. Princess, did you say this is for treating damaged meridians? Unable to resist, Zhuang Lin picked up the vial, itching to open it. Chu Nanli reassured him, yes. Boss Zhuang may open it. It will not affect the efficacy. However, I concocted this for fun, and it may only have a 70 to 80% healing effect. I wonder if Boss Zhuang would be interested in purchasing it. Zhuang Lin's lips twitched, while his heart raced uncontrollably. If it could indeed treat damaged meridians, that would be a priceless remedy. Moreover, Chu Nanli claimed it could achieve 70 to 80% effectiveness, which was astonishing. To his knowledge, the best pills he had encountered over the years for such ailments only offered around 60% efficacy. If what Chu Nanli said were true, her casually made pills were remarkably potent. How impressive would her serious concoctions be? Zhuang Lin quickly steadied himself, realizing his earlier thoughts had been overly naive. If Chu Nanli were truly such a talented alchemist, how could she be the neglected princess of the war god manor? Princess, may I have someone test the pill? Typically, we at Xianbao Pavilion require a testing process before accepting pills for auction. Once approved, they can be sent to the auction stage. Zhuang Lin wore a flawless smile. In fact, for renowned alchemists, Xianbao Pavilion did not usually demand testing. Despite her connection to the one who requested his help, he did not dare to jeopardize the pavilion's reputation. Understanding Zhuang Lin's concerns, Chu Nanli readily agreed, very well. Seeing her composed demeanor, Zhuang Lin was convinced of her confidence in the pill's efficacy and made a decision. As a martial artist, I have sustained injuries to my meridians. I shall test the pill myself, which will also aid in pricing. Chu Nanli smiled gently. As long as you are not worried about any issues with the pill, then I am at ease. Haha, I trust the princess. Zhuang Lin thought to himself as he calculated the situation, swiftly pouring out a pill according to Chu Nanli's instructions, swallowing it before immediately channeling his energy. After circulating his technique for half a cycle, he felt his meridians begin to warm and even itch, prompting a change in his expression. Do not panic, Chu Nanli advised. The warmth and itching of the meridians are normal phenomena. After about 10 breaths, you will sense a warm current flowing through your meridians. At that point, your technique will have completed its small cycle, and the pill's effects will become apparent. A vial of pills constitutes one treatment. Once consumed, the meridian injuries will be nearly healed. If the original injuries were not severe, they could fully recover. With Chu Nanli's reminder, Zhuang Lin regained his composure and soon indeed felt a warm current gliding through his meridians. When he concluded his technique, the soreness and swelling in his meridians had subsided. He opened his eyes, his gaze radiant. Princess. No. Divine Physician. Chapter 61. Everyone feels they've gained an advantage. Chu Nanli cleared her throat and asked, as for the other pills, does Boss Zhuang wish to test them himself, or have someone else come to test them? No need for testing. Zhuang Lin exclaimed excitedly, rising and waving his hand. I trust in the princess's abilities. Chu Nanli fell silent for a moment, pondering the extraordinary potency of her casually concocted pills. Not only could they heal the body, but they also seemed to enhance one's intellect. Before she could voice her thoughts, Zhuang Lin, fearing she might reconsider her decision to auction the pills, hastily declared, I will purchase this vial of pills for treating damaged meridians. However, I cannot take advantage of the princess, so I will pay double the market price. Taken aback, Chu Nanli paused, as she had a general understanding of the market price for such pills. Even if they were auctioned at inflated prices, it was unlikely they would exceed double the market value. After all, pills for treating damaged meridians primarily serve a recuperative purpose, inferior to life-saving medicines. Zhuang Lin's offer was indeed quite generous. She felt it might even be a bit excessive. 3 times. Zhuang Lin insisted through gritted teeth. A question mark slowly formed above Chu Nanli's head as she gazed at him in confusion. Zhuang Lin tightened his grip on the pill. He was certain of its considerable value, knowing the princess would not easily part with it. No. If necessary, I shall add a bit more. Today, I must acquire this pill. The additional funds will be considered an investment in befriending a talented alchemist. Resolute, Zhuang Lin opened his mouth to speak again. Boss Zhuang can increase the offer, but... Boss Zhuang, Chu Nanli blinked, softening her cold expression, revealing a hint of youthful charm. There is no need to raise the price. I am willing to sell this vial of pills directly to you. However, I would like you to help promote the other few vials during their auction. Chu Nanli understood that having the owner of the first auction house in the Summer Kingdom endorse her products was far more valuable than mere gold and silver. Zhuang Lin paused, then grasped Chu Nanli's intent. As a businessman with a keen mind, he quickly comprehended her plan, and his admiration for her increased considerably. This girl is quite clever. He relished dealing with intelligent individuals. It seemed that the rumors circulating about the princess of the War God Manor were entirely unfounded. It is only fitting for me to assist a divine physician such as the princess in promoting her remarkable medication. However, as for the price, I shall still pay you 3 times the amount, Zhuang Lin replied with a beaming smile. Seeing him so eager to part with his money while she found herself in need of funds, Chu Nanli saw no reason to refuse and returned a smile. Thank you. As their gazes met, both felt they had emerged as the fortunate ones in this transaction. Zhuang Lin, seizing the moment, discreetly tucked away the vial of medicinal pills designed to heal damaged meridians into his sleeve. Turning to Chu Nanli, he expressed that he would let a professional pharmacist set the starting bid for the other pills, and after a successful transaction, the auction house would take a 40% commission. Chu Nanli nodded in understanding. Zhuang Lin then summoned the pharmacist and inquired whether the princess wished to use her true name as the seller, or perhaps a pseudonym. Chu Nanli suggested Liuli, indicating that Zhuang should present her as the southern healer, Liuli. The first step in gaining reputation was crucial, akin to the star-making agencies of her past life. One must dazzle upon entry. With the auction house owner willing to personally promote her, she was determined to make the most of this opportunity. Zhuang Lin secretly admired Chu Nanli's mature and thorough thinking, readily agreeing. Excellent. Liuli is indeed a splendid name. At these words, Chu Nanli smiled softly. For it was a title she had drawn for herself in her previous life, thus quite fitting. However, she realized that the names of the pills remained undecided. With her smile fading, she said, Let Zhuang take care of the naming. Zhuang Lin, taken aback, expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trust, Your Highness. No need for formality, replied Chu Nanli. Behind her, Chu Yi, who was privy to the situation, raised his gaze slightly, a faint smile flickering in his eyes. Chapter 62. Underestimated by the alchemist, he named the 3 pills: Ningji pills, Baiyu pills, and Ji Shui Dan. When the pharmacist arrived, he observed the pills' quality, their color, aroma, and powder, all exceptional, and soon set a starting bid. However, Zhuanglin was not entirely satisfied with the price. The pharmacist, a seasoned member of Xianbao Pavilion, glanced at the veiled Chu Nanli, unaware of her identity, and candidly remarked, "These 3 pills are quite common in the market, classified as second-tier pills that most alchemists can produce." Although it is evident that Miss Liuli possesses refined techniques and has controlled the heat and proportions with great skill, even the best results cannot surpass the works of our top alchemists with whom we frequently collaborate. After all, Miss Liuli is still young. Achieving this level of craftsmanship is commendable. The alchemist acknowledged Chu Nanli's abilities, yet he still underestimated her due to her youth. Seeing no displeasure on Chu Nanli's face, Zhuanglin sighed in relief and turned to the alchemist, saying, "You have misjudged this time." The alchemist was taken aback. Zhuanglin continued, "Miss Liuli has actually produced a vial of pills for treating damaged meridians, which I personally tested, and the effects were astonishing. Hence, I have already purchased that vial." The alchemist was stunned, then expressed concern. "You should not have tested the medicine yourself. It is risky." As Chu Nanli wandered about, examining the displayed herbs, she paid no heed to the conversation between the master and servant, her carefree demeanor evoking Zhuanglin's admiration. "Without personally testing, I would not have discovered the prowess of Miss Liuli." He chuckled lightly, then produced the Ji Shui Dan, stating that the Ningji and Baiyu pills required time to verify their efficacy, but the Ji Shui Dan could be tested immediately. During the auction in a quarter of an hour, these 3 vials would be presented first, and I shall invite someone willing to test the medicine on stage to witness the results firsthand. His words conveyed significant implications, leaving the alchemist momentarily bewildered. Is the master truly going to personally endorse this young lady's medicine? Not only that, but to allow someone to test it publicly? What if something goes awry? Alarmed, the alchemist quickly interjected, "Master, if the effects do not satisfy everyone present, it could tarnish the reputation of Xianbao Pavilion and affect your standing as well." Zhuanglin smiled nonchalantly, turning to Chu Nanli, "I have complete faith in Miss Liuli's abilities." Upon uttering this, he proposed a wager to the alchemist. "If the effectiveness of the medicine and the final price exceed your expectations, you must sincerely apologize to Miss Liuli and, as per your alchemist guild's custom, compensate her with some medicinal materials as a show of goodwill." The alchemist, overwhelmed by the absurdity of his master's gamble, cast a resentful glance at Chu Nanli, mustering the courage to respond, "Master, and if I win, you will allow me to set the prices for any future medicine sent by Miss Liuli without your interference." Zhuanglin raised an eyebrow, glancing at the composed Chu Nanli, devoid of any worry, and asked, "What do you think, Miss Liuli?" "Of course, no problem," she replied confidently, despite the fact that these pills were crafted with ease. She remained assured in her skills. The alchemist, casting another glance her way, felt frustrated. If he won, it would mean his master and their pavilion would suffer embarrassment. But if he lost... Chapter 63. Am I mistaken? This medicine? A quarter of an hour later, the new auction commenced. Zhuanglin had arranged for Chu Nanli to be in a private room on the 2nd floor and took the vials with him as he departed. After a few steps, he suddenly remembered. "Oh no! How could I forget about that ancestor?" "Master, what did you say?" The alchemist, trailing behind, did not catch his words and inquired. "Nothing. You wait for me below," Zhuanglin replied hurriedly, ascending to the 3rd floor, leaving the alchemist bewildered. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Zhuanglin found the man calmly seated by the window, leisurely savoring tea, showing no signs of anger, which eased his tension. "Ahem. You ask me to care for that young lady, a divine healer, whose medicinal effects are remarkably effective at such a young age. I now believe that it is Knight Yunting who is fortunate to have her." The man set down his teacup and replied coolly, "That is indeed the case." Zhuanglin was taken aback. Curiosity piqued. "Do you also think Knight Yunting is fortunate to have Miss Chu?" The man did not respond further but instructed, "If she sends any medicine for healing meridians in the future, set aside a portion for me." Zhuanglin nodded, "Of course." At that moment, he suddenly slapped his forehead. Couldn't you also ask Miss Chu to check your health?" "The auction is starting," the man reminded. Zhuanglin smirked. "It seems nothing that happens in my auction house can escape your notice." Very well, I shall head down now, and remember to redeem the benefits you promised me. Zero had already issued the orders. Zhuang Lin instantly beamed with joy. Wait for me. I shall go down and negotiate a favorable price for Miss Chu's pills. With that, he hurriedly departed and soon stood on the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I shall personally unveil the first item for this auction. His words elicited a stir in the auction hall. The owner is personally auctioning. What treasure is this? When was the last time the owner auctioned something himself? I recall it was a treasured sword that fetched 10,000 gold. In a corner, the alchemist was in a state of inner turmoil, desperately wanting to rush up and pull his master down. However, he dared not. On the second floor, Chu Nanli watched from the window, her admiration for Zhuang Lin increasing significantly. This owner is quite capable. All right, everyone quiet down. I will not keep you in suspense. As you all know, Xianbao Pavilion has auctioned numerous pills, and the few that I present personally are rare and miraculous medicines. However, what I am presenting today is not a life-saving elixir, but rather the Ningji pills for scar removal, the Baiyu pills for skin whitening, and the Ji Shui Dan for effective hemostasis. As he concluded, a wave of astonishment swept through the hall. Am I mistaken? Aren't these 3 types of medicine found in every apothecary? Why would they require the personal introduction of the owner of Xianbao Pavilion? In the corner, the apothecary listened to the whispers, his ears burning with embarrassment as he envisioned the comical outcome of their auction house's predicament. At that moment, a rational voice called out, suggesting that since Boss Zhuang had personally taken the stage, the medicine must possess extraordinary qualities. Zhuang Lin, upon hearing this, chuckled and agreed, causing an immediate hush to fall over the crowd. He signaled the apothecary to bring forth 3 vials of medicine. The apothecary, lowering his head, hurriedly exited, as if pursued by hounds. From above, Chu Nanli observed the scene with a light chuckle, pondering what medicinal materials he would use to make amends. Chapter 64. The Blade Falls. Blood Sprays. Zhuang Lin proclaimed, revealing the auction items, each of the 3 types of pills in a separate vial. Upon learning the nature of these items, Zhuang Lin, like the others present, felt little surprise. However, unbeknownst to the audience, the brilliant apothecary had also brought forth another vial. With a subtle smile, he revealed it was intended for treating damaged meridians, and upon discovering it could restore 70 to 80% of function, Zhuang Lin volunteered to be the test subject. 70 to 80%. The crowd erupted in excitement. Indeed, 70 to 80%, with 1 vial serving as a complete course of treatment. Zhuang Lin had previously tried other remedies for damaged meridians, yet this time, genuine astonishment washed over him. After consuming the pill and circulating his energy, he felt a significant reduction in the discomfort within just 1 cycle. Those present, particularly martial practitioners, understood the allure of Zhuang Lin's words. After allowing the excitement to build, Zhuang Lin intentionally paused, noting the escalating discussion among the crowd. He then tucked the vial back into his sleeve, shifting the conversation. However, I have already purchased this vial of medicine. My apologies to everyone. The atmosphere grew tense, faces displaying a myriad of emotions. Chu Nanli surmised that half of the attendees were likely inclined to confront Zhuang Lin. Fortunately, Zhuang Lin, seasoned in tumultuous situations, maintained control of the room. Zhuang Lin's comments were a prelude to the main event, a demonstration of the hemostatic pill. He assured everyone that no one had yet tested its efficacy. If the hemostatic pill meets your expectations, you should have an understanding of the potency of the other 2 vials. This statement once again stirred the crowd into a frenzy. A live demonstration? Who was this unknown apothecary that could compel Boss Zhuang to stake the reputation of Xianbao Pavilion? Who is this? The apothecary murmured quietly from the corner, unable to contain his astonishment. I will. A loud voice pierced the air, silencing the crowd as a burly figure stepped forward. Isn't that Jiangsu? Murmured one onlooker. Known for his work at the escort agency and frequent buyer of medicines, he was certainly no plant from Xianbao Pavilion. Zhuang Lin recognized him as well and gestured for him to proceed, smiling broadly. As the burly man took the stage, before anyone could react, he unsheathed a knife from his waist. With a swift motion, blood splattered towards Zhuang Lin's face. He flinched and narrowly avoided the spray, his heart racing as he beheld the man, whose arm now flowed with crimson. Boss Zhuang, how do we test this medicine? Zhuang Lin's forehead throbbed. He momentarily questioned whether this man intended to sabotage the event. At that moment, he couldn't help but worry about the efficacy of the pill. Having never anticipated such brutality in a mere demonstration. Such a fierce individual, Chu Nanli observed from above, startled by the man's actions but quickly reassured by her own composure. Suggesting she was confident in the outcome. Half to be crushed and applied to the wound, the other half to be ingested, Zhuang Lin instructed, pouring a pill from the vial and dividing it as Chu Nanli had directed. Excellent, the burly man exclaimed, tossing one half into his mouth while applying the crushed portion to his wound. The injury was substantial, leaving the powder insufficient to cover it entirely, leading many to doubt the pill's effectiveness, fearing Xianbao Pavilion might falter in this venture. The apothecary, anxious, began to sweat. At that moment, the burly man exclaimed, "Wow!" The entire venue held its breath, all eyes on him. Zhuang Lin feigned calmness, inquiring, "How is it?" "This medicine's pain relief is incredible," the burly man remarked in astonishment, inspecting his wound. "By Jove, it has already stopped the bleeding." He gazed at Zhuang Lin with wide eyes, declaring, "Boss Zhuang, this medicine is extraordinary. I was considering deepening the cut to test its limits, but I never expected it to work so effectively." Zhuang Lin, inwardly cursing the man for his earlier intentions, felt a wave of relief wash over him. The burly man continued, "Boss Zhuang, I want this medicine. How much?" Before Zhuang Lin could respond, the crowd erupted in disgruntled shouts. "Zhang Su, get down. You're just a tester. We must compete fairly." "Exactly. Zhang Su, you scoundrel. No tricks." The apothecary stood in the corner, dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before him. After years at Xianbao Pavilion, he had never witnessed a bottle of hemostatic pills incite such chaos in an auction. Truly absurd. Zhuang Lin was momentarily taken aback, yet he felt a surge of joy. Quickly calming the crowd. Once only he remained at the auction platform, he spoke leisurely. "I presume you all now comprehend the potency of this hemostatic pill and have gained some insight into the skill of this apothecary. Allow me to introduce her. This talented apothecary is remarkably young, even younger than I, and hails from the south. Her name is Lu Li, truly a remarkable woman." Upon hearing Zhuang Lin's words, the crowd erupted once more. "Younger than Boss Zhuang? He is 25. What a prodigy this apothecary must be." "Wait, this apothecary is a woman?" The audience buzzed with disbelief. Zhuang Lin, reveling in their astonishment, smirked to himself. "Now you too can experience the shock I felt initially." With that thought, he discreetly glanced toward the box where Chu Nanli was seated. Noticing his gaze, she instinctively leaned back, wishing to remain inconspicuous. "All right, everyone. The hemostatic pill is now up for auction. The starting price is 100 taels, with a minimum increment of 10 taels, Zhuang Lin announced. "What? Only 100 taels? Is Boss Zhuang employing a long-term strategy?" Although they voiced their surprise, the bidders wasted no time in raising their offers. In the corner, the apothecary felt his face flush with embarrassment. 100 taels was his set price. In the market, a bottle of superior hemostatic pills, as consumables, was worth precisely that. However, if crafted by a top-tier apothecary, he would surely raise the price. Ultimately, after a fierce bidding war, the hemostatic pill was sold to the burly man for 350 taels. While the sum may not appear exorbitant, it was indeed a staggering price for a hemostatic pill. The apothecary quietly concluded his thoughts and bowed, presenting a small box containing a 20-year-old snow lotus, hoping that Miss Lu Li would overlook his earlier demeanor. Having retreated during the first round of bidding to fetch the medicinal materials, he hurried to the box where Chu Nanli was seated. "A 20-year-old snow lotus? This is an excellent ingredient for enhancing beauty, and I happen to need it for crafting pills to improve my complexion," Chu Nanli remarked, raising an eyebrow as she accepted the box and opened it. "I graciously accept your apology, and we shall put the past behind us." The alchemist sighed in relief, performed another bow, and then exited. As he closed the door, his expression appeared somewhat intricate. It is a common trait among talented alchemists to be quite proud. He had initially believed he had offended the individual significantly, yet was pleasantly surprised by their amicable demeanor. It seems he had underestimated the situation. Chapter 66. Half-sister with Zhuang Lin personally promoting the event and the live demonstration of the hemostatic pill. The subsequent auction of the nourishing pills and jade pills was met with fervent enthusiasm. After all, the attendees included not only a group of gentlemen but also numerous affluent young ladies in the private rooms on the second floor. These young ladies possessed considerable financial means and exhibited a determination to secure their desired items, causing the prices of the 2 vials of pills to soar to unprecedented heights. 600 taels for the first bid. Excellent. Miss Lin bids 650 taels. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Zhuang Lin maintained a calm facade, though internally he was somewhat astonished. Indeed, it seems that money from women is easier to acquire. In the next moment, another bid was placed. The onlookers on the first floor could not help but exclaim in amazement. My goodness, these young ladies are extraordinarily wealthy. Indeed, the ones bidding just now are daughters of high-ranking officials in the imperial court, with ample wealth and power to spare. Thankfully, those ruffian young masters did not attend. Otherwise, I might not have been able to secure the hemostatic pill, Zhang Su remarked with relief. Eventually, the nourishing pills and jade pills were sold for 750 taels and 600 taels, respectively, purchased by the same individual. Chu Nanli observed Zhuang Lin personally delivering the medicine, pondering the identity of the buyer. Before long, Zhuang Lin approached, his handsome face adorned with a spirited smile. The princess is formidable. These 3 types of pills have achieved record prices at Xianbao Pavilion for the first time, successfully elevating the reputation of Southern Divine Dr. Liuli. Chu Nanli echoed his sentiment, expressing gratitude for Zhuang's willingness to assist in the promotion. Zhuang Lin chuckled heartily. I should be the one thanking the princess for allowing our Xianbao Pavilion to engage in this business. I hope that in the future, when you concoct other pills, you will think of us first. Chu Nanli understood that without Zhuang Lin's involvement, it would have been quite challenging for her to establish the identity of Liuli within such a short time without spending a single coin.
Consequently,
she promptly assured him that she would consider Xianbao Pavilion for the sale of any future pills she concocted. Zhuang Lin was not surprised by her response. Yet seeing her agree so readily brought a hearty laugh. With the princess's promise, I need not fear other auction houses or pharmacies trying to poach our talents. Chu Nanli could not suppress a smile. Zhuang Lin recalled the previous instructions from the 3rd floor and asked, by the way, will the princess be concocting pills for treating damaged meridians in the future? I have taken the liberty of naming it the Tongmai pill. Does Master Zhuang require it? Indeed. Not only am I personally seeking the medicine, but the market demand for the Tongmai pill crafted by Miss Liuli will surely increase after today. A lucrative opportunity was at hand. Chu Nanli felt as though she could hear the sound of coins clinking into her pocket. Zhuang Lin produced a stack of silver notes. This is the profit from today as auction after deducting the commission, along with the payment for the Tongmai pill I purchased. It is all here for the princess to count. I have provided silver notes for your convenience. Upon seeing the stack of silver notes, Chu Nanli felt a wave of reassurance wash over her. Indeed, the sensation of earning money was utterly intoxicating. Ah, there seems to be a bit more than expected, she remarked as she noted a discrepancy in the amount, raising her gaze to Zhuang Lin. Zhuang Lin displayed an appropriately teasing smile, stating, I only charged a 20% commission to demonstrate my sincerity in collaborating with the princess. The fervor of the auction had exceeded his expectations, and the pills crafted by Chu Nanli were indeed extraordinary, warranting his willingness to offer a concession to foster goodwill. Hearing this, Chu Nanli couldn't help but reflect on why Zhuang Lin had managed to build such a substantial business. His audacity was something many lacked. One more thing. Zhuang Lin's expression grew slightly serious. Does the princess know who ultimately purchased the last 2 vials of pills? Could there be some significance to this person's identity? Chu Nanli looked at him and truthfully replied, I do not know. It is the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. At this revelation, Chu Nanli's gaze flickered slightly. The legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence. Was that not the esteemed Miss Lin, the half-sister of Lin Fuing? While Lin Fuing needed to solicit help from men to procure medicine, Miss Lin could easily and casually spend lavishly. If Lin Fuing were to learn of this, she would surely be infuriated. Earlier, Miss Lin expressed a desire to meet with Miss Liuli, but I declined on behalf of the princess, Zhuang Lin stated. Chu Nanli regained her composure and thanked Zhuang Lin. Having encountered Miss Lin once before, she anticipated further interactions. Thus she preferred to keep her identity as Liuli concealed in her presence. Zhuang Lin likely considered this, which was why he had declined. Chapter 67. What connection does she have? There's one more matter for which I must trouble Master Zhuang. Please do not hesitate. Chu Nanli requested paper and pen, compiling a list of medicinal materials for Zhuang Lin. This list not only included the materials she required for Chu Yi but also contained numerous ingredients for concocting other pills. This served a dual purpose, to fulfill her needs and to create confusion, ensuring Zhuang Lin remained oblivious to her intention to preserve a pregnancy. I would appreciate it if Master Zhuang could keep an eye out for these materials, as I wish to purchase them. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lin took the list, glanced at it, and remarked, many of these items are scarce and difficult to procure. However, since Xianbao Pavilion bears the title of the premier auction house in the Xia Kingdom, we have the confidence to take on this task. With a dozen types of materials already available at the auction house, Zhuang Lin instructed his staff to retrieve them and offered Chu Nanli a discounted price. After completing the payment, the proceeds from the recently auctioned pills were promptly utilized. Nevertheless, Chu Nanli felt no remorse. After all, she had now discovered a lucrative pathway through alchemy, and she had also received a substantial sum from Yi Yunting. Thank you once again, Master Zhuang, for your assistance today. I am delighted to have made your acquaintance, Chu Nanli reiterated gratefully, preparing to leave with Chu Yi. Zhuang Lin personally escorted the two out through a side door, which led to a discreet passageway. It was currently the intermission of the auction, and the sounds of chatter from the attendees could be faintly heard. My friend, I just arrived. Who is this divine Dr. Lioli you are all discussing? I've never heard of her. How could you not know of Lioli? Let me enlighten you. It's truly a pity you didn't arrive earlier. This young lady, though younger than Master Zhuang, is already a top-tier alchemist, capable of garnering Master Zhuang's personal endorsement. Could she possibly surpass the renowned divine Dr. Bai Wuhan? That comparison is difficult to make, as they have yet to meet. However, considering her age, it seems likely that Miss Lioli possesses even greater talent. What does this Lioli look like? She has yet to reveal herself, so we cannot say. However, one can only imagine that someone with such an ethereal name must be a great beauty. Zhuang Lin chuckled softly at their remarks as they traversed the hidden passage. While Chu Nanli believed herself to be quite attractive, she lacked the audacity to boast about it. Noticing her modesty, Zhuang Lin refrained from further teasing, instead shifting the conversation to after the auction more and more people will come to know of the figure of Lioli. The princess is astute. Leveraging the auction to create a name for herself has proven highly effective. Too kind, Chu Nanli replied with a polite smile. After escorting them out of the auction house, Zhuang Lin returned to the third floor. The masked man remained present. As Zhuang Lin spoke, his smile stretched from ear to ear. You truly are my benefactor. This young lady is exceptionally clever, with remarkable talent in alchemy. I have a premonition that our collaboration will double the fame and profits of Xianbao Pavilion. The masked man remained silent, though a fleeting glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Zhuang Lin was accustomed to his reticent nature and did not expect a response. After sipping a cup of tea, he retrieved the list of medicinal materials from his pocket that Chu Nanli had provided. These are the materials Miss Chu requires. This remark bore a hint of probing into the masked man's opinion of Chu Nanli. Do your utmost to assist her. Should there be any news regarding the medicinal herbs, I shall inform you through the Tianji Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lin's eyes brightened instantly, and with audacity, he inquired, what connection do you have with this young lady? Surely, you cannot be infatuated with her, considering she is already married. The man rose, his black robe sweeping over the chair, his tall figure resembling a slender bamboo. The lips beneath the mask curled slightly before he departed from the elegant chamber. Ling emerged from the shadows, trailing behind him. Inside the room, Zhuang Lin touched the tip of his nose, realizing he had indeed gleaned nothing. Chapter 68. Lin Fuiying's plan for consummation. Upon exiting the auction house, Chu Nanli returned to the War God Manor. The quantity of herbs was considerable. Chu Yi assisted her in carrying them until they reached the manor's entrance before departing. On her way back to the small courtyard, Chu Nanli reflected on the substantial profit she had made today. Her spirits lifted as she contemplated treating Yenner to a sumptuous meal. My lord, today I am grateful for your assistance. A familiar voice resonated ahead. Chu Nanli raised her head to see a couple walking not far in front, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. What a stroke of bad luck. She glanced around, realizing that while she could take a detour, it would require a lengthy diversion. On her way back, to prevent Yi Yunting from noticing Chu Yi's antics again, she had specifically refrained from allowing Chu Yi to escort her to the small courtyard, carrying her belongings alone and taking a lengthy detour. She feared her body might not withstand the strain. With this thought, Chu Nanli held her breath, noticing there was nowhere nearby to rest. Thus, she trudged slowly behind the couple, silently praying that the dog couple would not notice her. Otherwise, another confrontation would ensue, leaving her exhausted.
Yingya.
Why be so formal with me? Yi Yunting's soothing voice floated back. Chu Nanli detected a hint of tenderness in his tone, prompting her to roll her eyes. A wife is of lesser value than a concubine, she thought, and the phrase rang true. Lin Fuiying's cheeks flushed slightly as she bit her lip and said, Inger still wishes to properly thank the Lord. Although the Lord is Inger's husband, my mother taught me from a young age to be a grateful person. Thanks to the Lord, my mother can live well in the Prime Minister's residence. Hearing this, Chu Nanli blinked in skepticism.
What?
Is it not the case that the concubine of the Prime Minister's household taught Lin Fuiying to fight for what she wants, and if that fails, resort to theft? You are simply too kind-hearted, making you easily bullied. Yi Yunting pulled her closer. Chu Nanli felt as though she had been struck by a sword in the chest. Was this man implying that she bullied Lin Fuiying? That scheming White Lotus could hardly be a victim. My lord, Inger is fine. I truly appreciate your willingness to marry me. I have now endured much hardship, and the sufferings in the Prime Minister's residence pale in comparison.
Now.
Even though my sister occasionally displays her temper, leaving me somewhat at a loss, I know that the Lord cares for me, and that is sufficient. What a pair of shameless lovers. Fury surged within Chu Nanli. Listen to how eloquently they spoke. What a picture of innocence, claiming to be wronged while feigning indifference. It was fortunate that Lin, the Prime Minister, held significant sway with the current emperor. Even the valiant Yi Yunting could not do anything to him. Otherwise, given Yi Yunting's evident affection for his childhood sweetheart, he might very well have stormed the Prime Minister's residence. In the future, I shall protect your safety.
Yi Yunting promised softly.
Lin Fuiying raised her gaze to admire the handsome profile of the man, her heart racing as she whispered, My lord, Inger wishes to prepare a dinner for you personally, to express my gratitude.
Inger is thoughtful. Yi Yunting chuckled lightly.
Then let us proceed to the Farong courtyard now. Lin Fuiying's face turned crimson, her heartbeat quickening further as she asked, Will my lord be staying the night at the Farong courtyard? I desire your company. She did not wish to delay their consummation any longer. Her mother was right. She needed a child to secure her status and bind this man to her heart. Yi Yunting's expression faltered slightly as he focused on the blushing woman in his embrace, about to respond when suddenly, a noise from behind interrupted him. Chapter 69. A sudden blow. Chu Nanli, having feigned an accidental drop of her belongings, picked them up and, upon looking up, saw Yi Yunting and a visibly displeased Lin Fuiying. She maintained her composure. Apologies, my hand suddenly cramped, and I lost my grip. Please, my lord and Lady Lin, continue. Yi Yunting's expression darkened slightly, anger flickering in his eyes. Did this woman take him for a performer? She had stealthily followed him, and Inger all this while. Beside him, Lin Fuiying clenched her teeth in frustration. This wretched woman must have done it on purpose. She was determined to prevent the lord from staying with her. Chu Nanli caught the venomous glare from the White Lotus and couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Yes, she had indeed interrupted them on purpose. After listening to their flirtations all the way, she could not resist causing a little disruption when the climax approached. If the White Lotus wouldn't let her be, she could not allow her to succeed either. Did my sister return alone with those things? Where are the guards? Lin Fuiying managed to regain her composure and spoke with veiled barbs. What's the matter? Does Lady Lin fancy one of my attendants? Chu Nanli shot back. Her words laced with double meanings, confident that Lin Fuiying understood. Lin Fuiying's face flushed, and she forced a smile. What do you mean, sister?
Chu Nanli.
Do you still not regard me as your lord? In front of me, you begin to bully Inger. When will you learn to be kinder? With an air of innocence, Chu Nanli replied, I thought Lady Lin was inquiring about my attendant because she desired his assistance at the Farong courtyard. I merely asked. How is that bullying? Sharp-tongued. Yi Yunting's dark eyes fixated on her, recalling her actions at the auction house. You intentionally withheld the herbs from Inger, allowing outsiders to witness the ridicule. Truly, you are a splendid wife. Those herbs were purchased by me first. My lord, do not forget, she retorted. Yi Yunting was not swayed, his gaze sharp as a blade. Delivering a stern warning, remember your station. Do not entangle yourself with other men. If I ever hear ill rumors about you, I shall ensure you face dire consequences. A barely perceptible smirk tugged at the corners of Chu Nanli's mouth, her light-colored eyes harboring a hint of sarcasm. Was it merely because the auctioneer spoke up for her? Was it solely due to her bringing only one male attendant that it was construed as entangling herself with other men? She replied coolly. The last time I was with you, my lord, life was unbearable. Now it seems I've graduated to facing dire consequences. It appears you have no intention of allowing me a decent life, not even in death. Yi Yunting's temper flared at her sardonic tone, his brow twitching in irritation. He swung his robe violently. Lin Fuiying gasped as a surge of energy rushed towards Chu Nanli. Her expression shifted instantly, and she hastily dodged aside, narrowly avoiding the brunt of the attack, though her arm was struck, causing her medicinal herbs to scatter across the ground. Clutching her numbing arm, Chu Nanli broke into a cold sweat. The force of the blow was not lethal, but had she not evaded, a hit to her abdomen could have been catastrophic. With this thought, Chu Nanli felt a mix of anger and resentment. Did Yi Yunting not realize he had nearly harmed her child? Sister, are you alright? Lin Fuiying feigned concern. I shall escort you back to the Furong courtyard, Yi Yunting declared. And what about my sister? She will survive. It was merely a lesson. The man's voice was as cold as ice as he spoke. The two departed together. Chu Nanli clenched her fists, suppressing her anger, reminding herself to stay calm. After all, she had profited from that dog of a man today, and money was of utmost importance. With this thought, her mood improved significantly, though she felt a twinge of regret for not being able to thwart Lin Fuiying's plans for intimacy. Chapter 70. Yi Yunting did not stay at the Furong courtyard. After escorting her inside, Yi Yunting did not take a seat. Lin Fuiying felt a sudden jolt in her heart, her gaze fixed on the man before her. Nonchalantly, she asked, Your Highness, are you not going to sit? She had to go to the kitchen to prepare a meal and could not accompany him any longer. Night Yunting's mind drifted to the image of Chu Nanli clutching her arm, his eyes darkening as he gently patted Lin Fuiying's shoulder. You have been running around today, and your health is fragile. You should rest well. It was my oversight earlier. I shall return another day to dine with you. Lin Fuiying's heart sank, her eyes scrutinizing the man before her, desperately searching for clues on his face, but she found nothing amiss. Your Highness, I am quite aware of my own health. It is nothing to worry about, she insisted, unwilling to give up. Night Yunting's expression shifted slightly, and he simply urged her to take care of herself and listen to Bai Wuhan. Lin Fuiying felt a sense of reluctance, but was powerless to resist. She feared that prolonging her pretense might provoke Night Yunting's displeasure. Is Your Highness leaving now?
Yes.
I shall see you off, Your Highness. Lin Fuiying escorted Night Yunting to the entrance of the Furong courtyard, watching his tall figure stride away, her nails digging painfully into her palm. Chu Nanli, you wretched woman.
Princess.
Greetings, Princess. Upon returning to her small courtyard, Chu Nanli was promptly greeted by Yen'er and other servants who bowed and offered their respects. The two maids who had massaged Chu Nanli's legs earlier also rushed over to assist her with her belongings. Place them in my room, Chu Nanli ordered. Yes. After the two maids left with the items, Yen'er asked with concern, Princess, you suddenly went out today. Was there something urgent?
Indeed.
There was an unwise individual attempting to seize the herbs I had auctioned through Chu. Time was of the essence, so I did not summon you to accompany me. Yen'er immediately grew anxious. Are you alright? I am fine. I even made a profit and discovered a long-term source of income, Chu Nanli replied, heading towards her room. Just then, the two maids emerged from the inner chamber. Princess, everything has been placed on the shelf. Good, first, massage my arms before you go. Chu Nanli stretched her arms. Having carried heavy items today, and having endured a jolt from Night Yunting, the soreness lingered. The maids, eager to please, rushed to fulfill her request, pushing Yen'er aside in their haste. At that moment, Yen'er genuinely felt the pressure of her role as the head maid. If she did not strive to excel, she might be replaced by another maid one day. Thinking quickly, Yen'er suggested, Princess, please have some white fungus soup first. I didn't know when you would return, so I had the kitchen keep it warm. She continued, Your medicine is ready. I will bring it to you shortly. Dinner is already being prepared. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli smiled and replied, Very well, I shall have the soup first. Thankfully, with Yen'er around, everything is in order. This allowed her to think less about matters and simply relax in her small courtyard. How delightful. Yen'er, flattered by the compliment, felt her cheeks heat up as she lowered her head, replying, It is what I should do. After saying this, she retreated to fetch the soup. Meanwhile, the two maids who had been massaging Chu Nanli felt a pang of regret. Had they been diligent like Yen'er, they might have become the head maid themselves by now. However, their current situation was not bad, although their wages and benefits were not as plentiful as those in Lin's side consort's Furong courtyard. They were on par with their previous work under Granny Hua, and there was no scheming here. Initially, they felt discontented being assigned here, but now they found it quite comfortable. Chu Nanli was unaware of the maid's thoughts, and even if she were, she would not care. After enjoying a moment of respite, she allowed the maids to leave once the soreness in her arms dissipated. After drinking the white fungus soup that Yenner brought, she felt content and decided to have her medicine. She was not afraid of bitterness and drank it quickly. Once Yenner took the bowl away, she rested alone in the courtyard. The other servants were busy with their tasks, as this time of day was often hectic.
Woof, woof.
Where did that barking come from? Chu Nanli turned her head, momentarily stunned. A small black dog had run into the courtyard, standing not far from her and wagging its tail excitedly. She noticed its belly appeared swollen. It seemed to be pregnant. Drawing from her memories, Chu Nanli tentatively called out, "Little cutie?" The dog immediately dashed towards her, circling at her feet. A warmth spread through Chu Nanli's heart as she crouched down, and the small dog eagerly nudged its furry head against her, seeking affection. "Is it really you?" Feeling the soft touch beneath her palm, her heart melted. This was the little dog raised by her former self, the only true companion she had in the vast war god manor. Initially, they had shared a comfortable life in this small courtyard. But when Lin Fuiying expressed her fear of dogs, Knight Yunting had unceremoniously driven the little dog away. The original owner had mourned for a long time, feeling despondent and worrying about the dog's well-being in the outside world. To her surprise, upon seeing it now, the little dog was pregnant, and judging by its fur, it had not fared too poorly. "It will be happy to see you," Chu Nanli said softly. The little dog seemed to understand, gazing at her with its dark eyes for a moment before suddenly whimpering and lying down, motionless. "Little cutie." Chu Nanli was startled and hurried to check on its condition, carefully lifting its head only to find its eyes glistening with tears. "Are you crying?" Chu Nanli was genuinely taken aback, her heart aching as her eyes began to sting. Even a small dog displayed more affection than anyone else in the war god manor towards her former self. The original owner had abandoned her noble status, traveling thousands of miles to marry here, only to endure endless hardships. "It seems you realized she is gone." Whimper. The little dog's head rested in her palm, softly whimpering. Chu Nanli had never considered herself sensitive or fragile. She seldom shed tears. Yet at this moment, her eyes brimmed with unshed tears, the damp sensation threatening to spill over. "Do not be sad. She has gone to another world, where she will be better off. This place was a cage for her, and she is finally free." With a sigh, Chu Nanli gently stroked the little dog's head to soothe it, adding, "You must take care of yourself too. She will be happy to see you thriving." Under her comforting touch, the little dog gradually calmed down. Remembering that she had some snacks left in her room, Chu Nanli said, "Wait here. I will get you something to eat. You need to eat well for the sake of your health." The little dog seemed to understand, remaining patiently in place as Chu Nanli rose, its tail wagging.
Chu Nanli's my.
Thinking how wonderful it would be if Knight Yunting would agree to let her keep the little dog. Upon entering her room, she found not only pastries but also fruits on the table. Wishing to feed the little dog some fruit, she worried that a whole piece would be too large for it to bite, so she sliced it into small pieces. Just then, an aggressive bark erupted from outside. "Woof! Woof!" Chu Nanli quickly turned to see Knight Yunting had entered the courtyard without her notice. The little dog did not take kindly to him, fiercely biting his pant leg and scratching at him with its front paws. Seeing Knight Yunting's displeased expression, Chu Nanli was startled and hurriedly set down what she was holding to rush outside. But she was too late. Knight Yunting had kicked the little dog away. "Knight Yunting, what are you doing?" Chu Nanli was too anxious to respond to him, hastily rushing over to check on Xiao Guai's condition. It seemed that the kick from Yi Yunting had not been overly forceful. Xiao Guai had managed to grasp the ground with its paws upon landing, avoiding a fall. Upon seeing Chu Nanli approach, it even wagged its tail and circled around her. With a sigh of relief, she still felt a lingering worry and squatted down to examine it closely. Although she had been a military doctor in her past life, she had also treated endangered animals in various countries and held a first-class veterinary license. Not far away, Yi Yunting silently observed this scene. The night had darkened, and the courtyard remained unlit. The cold moonlight enveloped the woman in a white dress, making her appear almost luminescent. Her slightly pale profile was exquisite and flawless, rendering the anxious expression on her face almost jarring, as if it marred her beauty. Yi Yunting scoffed, mocking her for pretending to be virtuous in front of him.
Chu Nanli, suppressin her anger, retorted sharply.
If the prince had not kicked it, she would never have had the opportunity to showcase herself. Yi Yunting coldly remarked that if one could feign kindness towards a dog, why could she not extend some friendliness towards Air? His piercing gaze seemed to dissect Chu Nanli's heart, searching for her true thoughts. Chu Nanli looked up, the moonlight casting a sharpness in her expression. If the prince believed her to be insincere, then let it be so. She had no desire to offer further explanations. She could respond to his earlier question, pausing momentarily before coldly stating that Xiao Guai possessed sincerity, whereas some individuals did not. With that, she ignored Yi Yunting, confirming that Xiao Guai was unharmed before hastily going to fetch food from the house. Yi Yunting furrowed his brow, recalling the moment when Chu Nanli had bent her proud back to plead with him to spare this little black dog, which she had called Xiao Guai. He snorted, unsure whether to mock her for naming a dog such or to ridicule her current demeanor, acting proud as a commoner. Throw it out. I will not permit you to keep it in the manor. If it harms Air, even 10 dog lives would not suffice as compensation. Yi Yunting issued his ultimatum. Xiao Guai, seemingly intelligent, bared its teeth and barked at him. Yi Yunting's expression darkened, and he warned, "You seek death." At that critical moment, Chu Nanli called out to Xiao Guai, placing the food-laden plate on the ground, soothingly urging it to eat and to disregard others. After nudging her hand with its head, Xiao Guai began to eat. Only then did Chu Nanli turn her gaze to Yi Yunting, coldly stating that the prince had become so cruel that even a pregnant dog was not spared. Yi Yunting's expression momentarily faltered, for the first time since entering. He scrutinized Xiao Guai, indeed noticing its swollen belly. "This afternoon at the auction house, did you steal pregnancy medicine for this dog?" Chu Nanli was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Yi Yunting had misunderstood. Before she could respond, he scoffed, mocking her for her childishness, insisting that animals could not consume human medicine. Despite his words, his tone had softened considerably. Chu Nanli rose, coldly regarding him. "If the prince refers to me as a beast, then what does that make you?" Who was saved by Xiao Guai. The atmosphere in the courtyard suddenly became tense. Air and the servants who had come to the front courtyard happened to overhear the statement, freezing in place, afraid to breathe. Chapter 73. Dining together, Yi Yunting glared at Chu Nanli, his furrowed brow making his angular face even more imposing. "What did you say?" Chu Nanli returned his gaze coolly. "Has the prince forgotten? You neither acknowledge your child nor the fact that you were saved by Xiao Guai. Will you claim one day that you never asked the original body to offer herself?" This thought sent a chill through Chu Nanli. Yi Yunting's brow tightened further, his gaze heavy as he scrutinized her for several moments. Seeing she did not appear to be lying, he shifted his attention back to Xiao Guai. This gaze triggered some buried memories. Months ago, he had encountered a rabid dog in a narrow alley. At that time, he had been without guards and was unable to use his internal power due to injuries. He had braced himself for a struggle with the mad dog when a little black dog had appeared and drawn the rabid dog away, allowing him to escape. The incident had been so sudden that the little black dog had vanished right afterward, and he had dismissed the event, instructing his servants to inform the authorities to search for the rabid dog to prevent harm to the citizens. "Is it you?" Yi Yunting snapped back to the present, frowning at Xiao Guai, his mind beginning to accept this possibility, though rationality still held him back. "How did you know about this matter?" Yi Yunting lifted his gaze to Chu Nanli, his eyes probing. "I remember there was no one else in the alley at that time. Could it be that this venomous woman seeks to claim credit?" A chill began to gather in his gaze. "How do I know?" Chu Nanli smiled faintly, her clear eyes seeing through his thoughts. "Does the prince not wonder why Xiao Guai went to save you, drawing away the mad dog?"
Ye Yunting paused,
his lips pressing together. Although Chu Nanli's words were harsh, they struck a chord. If no one had commanded the little black dog to go into the alley, its instinct to avoid danger would have prevented it from entering. He recalled that at that time, Chu Nanli had already begun to keep this dog. There was an old tea house next to the alley. I was sitting by the window on the second floor, enjoying the scenery when I noticed someone in the alley confronting a dog. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the prince. I had no choice but to let Xiao Guai assist. Fortunately, Xiao Guai is intelligent, unlike some who lack gratitude. The original body was not one to boast about her deeds, and, fearing it might hurt Yi Yunting's pride, had never mentioned the matter to him after Xiao Guai had saved him. Little did she know, in Yi Yunting's eyes, the title of venomous woman had been affixed to her again and again. The courtyard fell into a brief silence. For the first time, Yi Yunting found himself at a loss for words in front of Chu Nanli. After a moment of silence, the coldness on his face gradually faded. Indeed, I did not recognize it. Yi Yunting sought to quickly bypass the awkward topic. If you wish to keep it pregnant, I can have someone find some pregnancy medicine for the dog. However, it cannot remain in the prince's residence, disturbing air. You may keep it outside. Chu Nanli was taken aback. It was rare to hear a humane response from him, so she chose to overlook the latter part of his statement. Her expression brightening considerably.
Miss Yana.
The meal is ready. A shout came from the back courtyard, shattering the quiet atmosphere. Both Chu Nanli and Yi Yunting turned towards the corridor, seeing a group of servants standing stiffly, as if punished. They remained silent. Yen Er was the first to react, quickly bowing and greeting the prince. The others followed suit, voicing their respects. The kitchen staff, startled by the sudden arrival, hurriedly returned the greeting. Prepare a set of utensils for me.
Ye Yunting spoke slowly.
All the servants were taken aback, hurriedly responding and bustling about. This was the first time they had seen the prince treat the princess kindly and express a desire to dine with her since they had begun working in the princess's courtyard, necessitating a grand display. Chu Nanli was once again astonished, frowning at Yi Yunting with a look of skepticism. Is this dog of a man really staying here for dinner? Has he lost his mind? Wait, wouldn't that mean he is abandoning Lin Fuing, potentially ruining her chances of serving him? What are you thinking? Yi Yunting noticed her intense gaze, his expression turning peculiar, and he could not help but frown. Chu Nanli quickly collected her thoughts, brushing away the gloom in her heart, and for the first time, genuinely offered a polite smile to Yi Yunting. It is nothing. The prince's presence for dinner brings great honor to this humble abode. Yi Yunting surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the scorched eastern courtyard. Upon hearing Chu Nanli's words, he withdrew his gaze and remarked that if she sought his assistance, he could enhance the provisions and facilities in her courtyard. At his words, the smile that had just graced Chu Nanli's lips faltered. Chapter 74. Dispute. Accusations of indiscretion. I believe the current situation is quite satisfactory. Chu Nanli replied, unwilling to delve further into this topic. Yi Yunting's eyes settled on her, and he calmly stated that the princess need not feign superiority in his presence. I can endure, he added. Chu Nanli took a deep breath, realizing that this rare moment of calm conversation with the man was an opportunity to inquire about the child. A glance at the dilapidated eastern chamber sparked a thought in her mind. The Xingshan temple is even more decrepit than this, she mused. Yi Yunting furrowed his brow, turning to her. What brings the Xingshan temple to your mind, all of a sudden? Noticing his engagement in the conversation, Chu Nanli seized the moment. Wasn't it there that you encountered troubles, my lord? It left quite an impression on me. She intended to guide the discussion toward the matter of the child, seeking clarity on why Yi Yunting denied their offspring. Indeed, I was harmed there by a brigand and later escorted back to the capital by my subordinates. Yi Yunting replied with an unchanged demeanor. Chu Nanli waited for him to elaborate, but when he fell silent, a question mark seemed to float above her head. And that is all? Where is the fire of passion in your tale? Tentatively, she inquired. Do you not recall a woman with whom you shared an intimate moment there? Before she could finish, Yi Yunting's voice cut through her words like a blade. Vile woman, do you think everyone is as indiscreet as you? His expression darkened, revealing the depth of his anger. Chu Nanli was startled by his sudden outburst, feeling momentarily dazed by his reprimand. Upon realizing the implication of his words, she found them utterly absurd. What kind of scoundrel could deem his wife's act of devotion, sacrificing herself to save him from peril, as indecorous? Never mention this matter again, Yi Yunting warned, his voice grave. To him, the incident that night was a disgrace. You truly opened my eyes, my lord, Chu Nanli retorted coldly. She could choose to avoid confrontation, but what of the original owner's innocence and sincerity? Are you attempting to play hard to get with this prince?
Chu Nanli.
Abandon this futile hope, as it only serves to disgust me further. His words struck her like a sharp arrow, leaving her feeling cold at his callousness. How could anyone be so shameless and heartless? Chu Nanli opened her mouth to retort, but a wave of nausea surged over her, causing her to gag. Her complexion paled. This is morning sickness, she realized, rushing aside to vomit violently. Yi Yunting observed the scene with a stern expression, initially suspecting her actions to be a ploy for his attention. However, as he continued to watch, he sensed something was amiss. Chu Nanli's face had turned ghostly pale, her slender form swaying unsteadily. Little Guai, Her companion paced anxiously nearby. When Yen Er and others arrived from the kitchen, they were taken aback by the sight. "My lady, what has happened to you?"
Yana exclaimed.
Yi Yunting frowned and asked, "What did she consume?" "Desserts, snow fungus soup, and health tonics," Yen Er replied. Once Chu Nanli regained her composure, she turned to meet Yi Yunting's profound gaze, her heart skipping a beat. "Yen Er, please fetch me warm water. I need to rinse my mouth. I may have eaten something incompatible." "Of course," Yen Er responded, hurrying to comply. Yi Yunting regarded Chu Nanli with a detached tone, advising her to mind her place before he turned and strode away. The other servants exchanged glances, puzzled. "Why has the prince not stayed to dine? Prepare the dishes. I am hungry," Chu Nanli said, unperturbed by Yi Yunting's warning, though her demeanor remained subdued. The servants, wary of causing trouble, quickly set about their tasks. Chapter 75, The Side Consort's Intentions, My Lady. A fortunate turn of events. The prince did not dine with Chu Nanli. Moreover, he appeared quite enraged when leaving her courtyard, Dongyu reported eagerly to Lin Fuying, her face alight with mischief. Lin Fuying's eyes glimmered with relief. The prince had not spent the night with that wretched woman. Yet. It concerned her that he had altered his plans to dine with her due to Chu Nanli's appearance. Reports indicated that after leaving Lin Fuying's quarters, the prince headed directly to Chu Nanli's residence. The sense of unease enveloped her. He must have visited Chu Nanli out of concern after hurting her. Lin Fuying mused, losing her appetite. She promptly instructed Dongyu, "Pack the soup from the kitchen. I shall check on the prince. He was angered by my sister and has not eaten. His health cannot withstand this." Upon hearing this, Dongyu complied, exclaiming that their lady genuinely cared for the prince and meant well.
Lin Fuying smiled, albeit slightly reproachfully.
"He is my husband. Naturally, I care for him." Before long, Lin Fuying found herself at the entrance of Yi Yunting's courtyard. "The side consort has arrived," the guards announced, recognizing her as a frequent visitor favored by Yi Yunting. The steward, Wang, personally went inside to inform him.
Lin Fuying nodded graciously, offering a slight smile.
"Thank you for your hard work." She then instructed Dongyu and Xiao Yun to distribute packaged sweets to the guards and servants, a small token of appreciation for their care of the prince. The courtyard filled with voices of praise. Lin Fuying, feeling shy yet triumphant, assumed the demeanor of a noble mistress. "Share these. I must see the prince now." Upon entering, she found the man in the study, polishing a sword. "My lord," she called softly. Yi Yunting turned, his cold demeanor softening upon seeing her. "What brings you here so unexpectedly?" Lin Fuying placed the food box on the table, opening it as she spoke. "When Dongyu fetched items from the storeroom, she saw you leaving my sister's quarters, and you seemed in a foul mood. I thought you might not have eaten, so I brought some soup from the kitchen." Her gentle words flowed like a soothing balm, a lock of her hair cascading down her cheek. The candlelight illuminated her porcelain skin, enhancing her delicate features. The fire in Yi Yunting's heart diminished significantly, and he sighed, acknowledging her thoughtfulness. He hung the sword on the wall, took the food box in hand, and grasped Lin Fuying's hand, saying, "Let us dine together in the outer chamber. You are frail and must not go hungry." Lin Fuying smiled softly, her lips pressed together.
"All right."
Seeing the prince's consistent thoughtfulness eased her heart, and thoughts of Chu Nanli flickered in her mind, a subtle smile curling her lips. Seated across from each other, Yi Yunting preferred silence during meals, so Lin Fuying behaved appropriately, allowing him his peace. After finishing the soup, she approached him, offering her handkerchief. A wave of floral fragrance enveloped him as her delicate skin caught his eye, hints of alluring curves barely concealed. Chapter 76, The Failed Seduction. Yi Yunting averted his gaze, tilting his head to evade Lin Fuying's hand, taking the handkerchief to wipe his mouth himself. "You need not trouble yourself, Inger." Lin Fuying's expression dimmed slightly, but she refused to give up. "It is no trouble at all." With that, she moved beside him, her fingers lightly resting on his shoulder. "You toil all day. I cannot assist, but I can offer a shoulder massage to ease your fatigue." Yi Yunting, sensing her sincerity, ceased to decline her offer. The room was illuminated brightly, the shadows of men and women intertwining on the floor, creating an atmosphere filled with tenderness and ambiguity. Lin Fuying felt the broad shoulders of the man beneath her palm, her heart racing as her fingers gradually descended. "Your Highness, a moment of bliss is worth 1,000 gold coins. Tonight, I wish." Lin Fuiying's face flushed with shyness, deliberately leaving her words unfinished. However, after a moment of waiting, there was no response. Lin Fuiying's expression began to falter. Your Highness? Unable to contain her curiosity, she stepped forward to look, only to find the man asleep with his eyes closed. Her face stiffened, a mix of red and pale crossing her features. Perhaps her gaze was too intense. For Yi Yunting's brow twitched slightly, and he opened his eyes. Lin Fuiying's countenance changed in a flurry. What is it? Yi Yunting asked, noticing her unusual demeanor. Struggling to maintain her composure, Lin Fuiying replied, I saw your Highness was asleep and thought to assist you with changing your clothes and help you to bed.
Ye Yunting,
Not giving it much thought, rose and said, There's no need. You cannot assist me. Lin Fuiying, undeterred, insisted, Your Highness appears quite fatigued, and the hour is late. Allow me to serve you in resting. Yi Yunting paused, turning back to look at her, his expression obscured by the light behind him. Lin Fuiying's heart raced with anticipation, her lips lightly biting down as her cheeks flushed a vibrant hue. I still have matters to attend to. You, being of weak constitution, should return to dine and rest early. Lin Fuiying's body stiffened slightly, a wave of discontent washing over her eyes, yet she could only comply with a soft, very well. Then I shall take my leave. After bowing, she gathered the food box and turned to leave, feigning nonchalance. The absence of his detaining words caused her nails to dig into her palms. Your Highness, I have come to collect this. Donghua took the food box from her. Lin Fuiying gently replied, All right, but once outside the main courtyard, her expression could no longer be restrained. Donghua noticed and hesitated, quietly asking, Your Highness, what troubles you? It is nothing, merely some fatigue. Lin Fuiying inhaled deeply, repeatedly reminding herself to remain patient. If that is the case, let us return to Farong Courtyard. I will ask the kitchen to prepare fresh dishes. Reheated food is not suitable for your health. After dining, I and Shaoran will attend to your bath. And you will sleep better tonight. Yet Lin Fuiying replied, Let us not return just yet. I must first comfort my sister. As she spoke, a fleeting shadow passed through her eyes. Surely, that wretched Chu Nanli must have said or done something to the prince, causing him to shun her. Your Highness, you are unwell, yet still concerned for her? She would not appreciate it, and may even lash out at you. Donghua, do not speak ill of my sister. Lin Fuiying gently reprimanded, then smiled. She and the prince had a disagreement. I wish to help her feel better. She should appreciate my effort. Your Highness, you are truly kind, Donghua sincerely praised. Chapter 77. The viciousness approaches. Chu Nanli played with Xiao Guai for a while before instructing Yenner to take Xiao Guai to the back courtyard for a while. Starting her dinner. The morning sickness had subsided, and the meal tasted exceptionally good. The servants in the courtyard noticed Lin concubine approaching and worried that her presence would displease Chu Nanli, yet they dared not stop her. Lin Fuiying sensed their unease and feigned sweetness. Is my sister unwelcoming to my visit? Hearing this, the servants broke into a cold sweat, hastily explaining no. The princess is dining. Donghua stepped forward, sharply rebuking, How dare you offend our concubine? In the prince's main courtyard, no one dares to stop us. What are you? This remark not only chastised the servant, but also belittled Chu Nanli. Lin Fuiying remained silent, allowing Donghua to take the lead. What is happening? Yenner hurried over upon hearing the commotion. The servant breathed a sigh of relief, saying, Miss Yen, Lin concubine has arrived. Observing Donghua's arrogance, Yenner felt a chill run down her spine, sensing Lin concubine's intentions were not benign. Despite her anxiety, Yenner composed herself. This servant has seen Lin concubine. The princess is dining. I shall inform her. Please wait here. With that, without waiting for retaliation from the pair, she hastily departed. Lin Fuiying's gaze turned icy. That wretched girl had been a mere laundress in Huama's courtyard. It was surprising that she had been promoted to a senior maid here, in Chu Nanli's modest abode. Initially thought to be easily manageable, Lin Fuiying had considered winning her over, yet this insolent girl dared to treat her in such a manner. Clearly, none of Chu Nanli's servants were to her liking. Princess, Lin concubine has come. Do you wish to see her? I fear she may upset you. Yenner entered the room. Her expression worried. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli paused mid-action, feeling that the mere mention of Lin concubine had already diminished her appetite. However, Yenner's words left her both amused and exasperated. You speak too subtly. She does not come to see me for good, but rather to provoke annoyance. With a frown, Yenner suggested, Shall I say you are unwell and cannot see her, and send her away? Chu Nanli recalled having offended Yi Yunting earlier that evening. If she were to further irritate his favored White Lotus, she would surely find herself in a troublesome situation. Let her in. It is futile to avoid her. Whatever comes, I shall face it. Although she wished to avoid trouble, she was not afraid of confrontation should it arise. Seeing Chu Nanli's calm demeanor relaxed Yen'er considerably, and she complied. Soon, Lin Fueying entered with Dong Yue. Dong Yue spoke first. What an imposing princess. We must wait for our concubine for so long.
Lin Fueying scrutined Chu Nanli.
Her gaze filled with inquiry and chill. She wondered what this wretched woman had done to the prince to cause him to refuse her company. She needed clarity. Chu Nanli took a sip of water to cleanse her palate, then dabbed her lips with a handkerchief before looking at the pair leisurely. To visit without inquiring about the host's activities is quite impolite. Dong Yue, infuriated, retorted, silence. Do not speak disrespectfully to the princess.
Yen'er, angat.
Stepped in front of Chu Nanli. Humph, we cannot allow this vile maid to tarnish the princess's eyes. Chu Nanli ignored the maid and turned her attention back to Lin Fueying. Lin concubine, next time you visit, please ensure your household pets are secured. We would not want them to bite anyone. Lin Fueying's eyes darkened. She was not here to quarrel, but to gather information. Dong Yue, you may step outside. I wish to speak privately with my sister. Unaware of Lin Fueying's true intentions, Dong Yue felt wronged, but did not dare defy her. Throwing a resentful glare at Yen'er before reluctantly exiting. Chapter 78. Sister cannot keep the prince. Sister, may I ask your maid to leave as well? I have some private matters to discuss with you. Lin Fueying inquired softly. Without hesitation, Chu Nanli agreed but added, if Lin concubine wishes to speak with me, kindly step aside first. Lin Fueying, confused by her meaning, heard Chu Nanli instruct Yen'er. Yen'er, have someone come in to tidy up. Yen'er complied and left. Lin Fueying asked, Sister, what do you mean? Having just finished dining, it would be rude to entertain without tidying up. Chu Nanli replied lightly. Lin Fueying felt a wave of displeasure. This wretched woman was deliberately trying to assert dominance over her while mocking her lack of decorum. Just a commoner, putting on airs for whom? Concubine, please step aside. Yen'er entered with others carrying cleaning supplies. Lin Fueying turned to see the servants with basins and cloths, narrowly avoiding a collision. Her temples throbbed, and she considered leaving. Yet, having come this far without causing Chu Nanli discomfort, she was unwilling to concede. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fueying noticed that Chu Nanli had no intention of welcoming her. So she found a chair and sat down, feigning indifference. Although Yen'er, the girl, was shy and simple, she was also quite clever. Realizing that Chu Nanli intended to disregard Lin Fueying, she deliberately instructed the other servants to tidy up, prolonging the wait. Chu Nanli casually picked up a book from a nearby shelf, her demeanor calm, completely ignoring Lin Fueying beside her. Lin Fueying felt both embarrassed and furious, sitting uncomfortably. Yet unwilling to speak first and compromise her position, she restrained herself from uttering a word. After a considerable time, Yen'er finally called the servants to wrap things up, saying, Let us go. Almost immediately after Yen'er and the others exited, Lin Fueying could no longer contain herself. Sister, what have you done to anger the prince again? He left without even dining with you. You can't keep the prince, and I am worried for you. A strong scent of tea wafted through the air, causing Chu Nanli to frown slightly. Lin Fueying scrutinized her expression but perceived no unusual signs, which caused her heart to sink. This wretched woman was surprisingly composed. With a shift in her thoughts, Lin Fueying continued, Sister, you only have me as a good friend in the prince's residence. I am always eager to share your burdens. How about sharing what you discussed with the prince that upset him? Perhaps I can assist. Chu Nanli understood immediately. The White Lotus was probing for information. It seemed she had failed to gain the prince's favor and thought that her criticisms in front of Yi Yunting had backfired.
Huh.
How naive to think that anyone would vie for Yi Yunting's attention. I have no interest in him. You should curb your little schemes. Lin Fueying's expression stiffened slightly, pretending not to understand. If sister does not wish to speak, that is fine. I understand you care for the prince. Just now, I visited the prince on your behalf and even apologized for you. He allowed me to dine with him and seemed much happier. Although he is better, I still fear he may harbor some resentment towards you.
Chu Nanli sagop.
Having failed to extract information, Lin Fueying resorted to veiled provocation, but unfortunately for her, such tactics were ineffective. She was not the original self and had no feelings for Yi Yunting. Merely a ruthless man, why should she hold him in esteem? It appeared that Lin Fueying relished playing the role of a scapegoat. Chu Nanli cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fueying.
What?
Lin Fueying thought she had misheard, but upon realizing the implications, her face nearly betrayed her composure. With her lofty pride, how could she accept such an affront? Sister, your language is rather coarse. Although your background is humble, now that you are married to the prince, you should not speak so indiscriminately. A hint of derision flickered in Chu Nanli's eyes. You claim a humble origin? Given my previous status in the state of Chu, you, the daughter of a concubine, would not even qualify to serve me. Moreover, even without that status, considering your assent, you have no right to speak so brazenly before me. This hit Lin Fueying where it hurt. She trembled with anger, her eyes gleaming with malice, yet her tone remained deceptively gentle. That is all in the past. I was indeed neglected at home, and my father intended to marry me off to a lame nobleman. The prince, having grown up with me, felt pity for my plight and sought my hand in marriage. Chu Nanli sipped her tea, noting that this aligned with what Granny Hua had said. However, the White Lotus surely did not intend to expose her own flaws. She was curious to see what this White Lotus was truly up to. Lin Fueying cherished her current life and earnestly wished for harmony with her sister in the prince's residence, truly regarding her as family. This sentiment struck a chord in Chu Nanli's heart, causing a pang of pain. Family? How ironic for those words to pass from Lin Fueying's lips. Chu Nanli recognized that the lingering emotions of the original self were stirring, reflecting her confusion and hurt over Lin Fueying's betrayal. Coldly, she remarked, "You are the last person qualified to invoke the term family with me. When you arrived at the prince's residence, you were destitute and ill. I invested my time and resources to care for you, helping you establish your footing amidst external gossip. You professed to regard Yi Yunting as merely an older brother, insisting that you would not take away my man. You claimed that marrying him was merely a means to escape the prime minister's house. Yet what have you done?" Under the original self's care and support, Lin Fueying had swiftly gained her wings. Soon after, this ingrate began to bite the hand that fed her, scheming to tarnish the original self's reputation before Yi Yunting and the servants, painting her as jealous, coarse, and petty. Not only did she steal the original self's man, but she also showed no mercy towards the child. Truly, she was a real-life rendition of the farmer and the snake. The room fell silent. Upon hearing Chu Nanli's words, Lin Fueying's expression remained unchanged. Regret and guilt never graced her visage. She gazed at Chu Nanli innocently, softly saying, "But I and the prince share mutual affection. Matters of the heart cannot be predicted." Chu Nanli observed every subtle nuance in Lin Fueying's demeanor, feeling a chill for the original self. "You have exhausted every means, disregarding kindness, merely to vie for favor. For the sake of a man, you ruthlessly sought to bring me to ruin. Have you ever felt even the slightest regret?" This question was posed on behalf of the original self, who had harbored resentment towards Lin Fueying's betrayal until her final moment. "Sister, what are you saying? I never intended to harm you. I am truly grateful for all you have done. You believe I have taken the prince from you, but I genuinely wish for us to live happily together." At that moment, Chu Nanli felt a profound pain deep within her heart, which gradually faded into silence. The woman before her, cloaked in beauty, was indeed heartless. The original self had regarded her as a sister, selflessly giving, yet Lin Fueying showed no gratitude, viewing her merely as a stepping stone. Chu Nanli set down her teacup, the sound resonating lightly on the table, causing Lin Fueying to inexplicably feel a twinge of apprehension. "Do you sincerely wish to express gratitude to me?" Lin Fueying composed herself, gazing innocently at her. "Of course, it is sincere." "Very well, if you are indeed sincere. In the future, keep your distance from me. Avoid appearing before me, and that will be your greatest form of gratitude." Lin Fueying was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Nanli's response. Was she intending to sever their ties? But she had yet to clarify what Chu Nanli had discussed with the prince. She could not leave just like that. "Sister, why do you say such things? We are good sisters. How can I avoid you? Are you still upset about the prince's actions regarding the medication for my child?" "I was not the one who smack." Before she could finish, a teapot hurled by Chu Nanli interrupted her, scalding water instantly cascading onto her foot.
Ah!
The boiling water burned her foot, causing Lin Fueying to scream in agony. Yet, Upon meeting Chu Nanli's icy glare, she shivered involuntarily, as if touched by death itself. If you do not wish for Yi Yunting to come to collect your corpse, then be silent, Chu Nanli warned, her expression grave and her gaze sharp. Let me be clear, I have no interest in Yi Yunting. Your inability to hold on to a man is your own failing. Do not waste your efforts trying to involve me in your schemes. If you come to trouble me again, do not blame me for being ungracious. Those who anger me will not meet a good end. Lin Fueying was overwhelmed by Chu Nanli's imposing presence, her heart racing as she instinctively thought of Granny Hua. Hua Mama had offended Chu Nanli and then vanished without a trace. She had sent someone to investigate, but Hua Mama had not returned to her hometown at all. Did Chu Nanli truly take action against Hua Mama? The more Lin Fueying pondered, the more anxious she became. She urgently inquired, "Did you kill Hua Mama?" Chu Nanli smirked, her gaze sharp and menacing, appearing to Lin Fueying as if a demon had descended. Startled, Lin Fueying sprang to her feet, retreating 2 steps before ultimately fleeing in haste. She had lost her mind. Chu Nanli had gone mad. After Lin Fueying and Donghua departed, Yenner rushed into the room, taken aback by the disarray. "Princess, are you unharmed?" she asked nervously. Chu Nanli lowered her gaze, suppressing the ferocity in her eyes, and replied calmly, "I am fine." Relieved, Yenner began to tidy up, but Chu Nanli called her to stop. "Let others handle it. Where is Xiao Guai?"
Yenner,
A bit confused, quickly answered, "In the backyard, sleeping." Chu Nanli glanced outside. It was already evening. After retracting her gaze, she instructed, "Tomorrow morning, take Xiao Guai out of the residence and send her to Mingyue Tower. Remember to avoid the places where Yi Yunting and Lin Fueying frequently appear to prevent any obstruction." This was the first time Yenner witnessed Chu Nanli so earnestly organizing a matter, causing her heart to tremble with concern that something was amiss. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her worries. "Understood." Chu Nanli rose and said, "Let me go see her."
"Yes."
As they exited the hall, Yenner gestured to the 2 maids to come in and clean up, then hastily led the way. Chu Nanli's figure traversed the dimly lit corridor. Shrouded in an air of gloom, she lowered her eyes, her lips pressed together. Having humiliated Lin Fueying today, it was only a matter of time before Yi Yunting sought retribution on her behalf. Moreover, given Yi Yunting's sudden fury this evening and his dissatisfaction with her, having previously warned her against keeping Xiao Guai in the residence, she needed to expedite Xiao Guai's departure. Not only was she concerned about Yi Yunting's potential actions against Xiao Guai, but she also feared Lin Fueying might poison her out of spite. "Your Highness, we have arrived."
Yenner softly reminded her.
To avoid disturbing Xiao Guai, they did not approach too closely. The backyard was dimly lit by a few oil lamps, and Chu Nanli saw Xiao Guai nestled in a makeshift bed, sleeping soundly. The chill within her gradually dissipated, and her expression softened. After watching silently for a moment, she said, "Let us go."
"Yes."
Chapter 81. Lin Fueying schemes, my lady. Heavens, your foot is scalded red. In the Furong courtyard, Lin Fueying sat glumly at the edge of her bed. Donghua helped her remove her shoes and examined her injuries. "Bring the ointment. Be careful not to leave a scar," Lin Fueying commanded. Seeing her unfamiliar demeanor, Donghua felt a pang of fear and hurried to fetch the ointment, applying it cautiously. "Your Highness, this matter must be reported to the prince. Let him take charge." Lin Fueying remained silent, her gaze venomous. The room fell into a heavy silence, and Donghua dared not utter a word. After a long pause, Lin Fueying suddenly spoke. "When is the spring banquet?" Donghua hesitated, not understanding, and replied, "In 2 days." The spring banquet was an annual event hosted by the palace of the Chu Kingdom, attended only by nobles and powerful ministers who could bring their family members. A cold glint flickered in Lin Fueying's eyes as her lips curled into a mocking smile. "There is no need to inform the prince. I do not wish to cause him concern." Having been humiliated today, she intended to present Chu Nanli with a grand gift. The next morning, Lin Fueying nonchalantly entered the main courtyard. "Prince, why is Inger here so early?" Yi Yunting looked up from his desk. Lin Fueying bowed gracefully and said softly, "I have a request for the prince." "What is it?" Yi Yunting asked curiously. "With so many trivial matters these past few days, I almost forgot that the spring banquet is the day after tomorrow. It was only yesterday that Donghua prepared a dress for me that reminded me." As Lin Fueying mentioned Chu Nanli, Yi Yunting paused, the brush in his hand leaving a dark smear on the paper. He placed the brush on its stand, furrowing his brow as he looked at Lin Fueying. She is not suitable to attend. A woman of such ill repute would only bring disgrace to the war god's residence. Lin Fueying detected Yi Yunting's disdain for Chu Nanli, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. However, this was not the outcome she desired. She wanted Chu Nanli to attend the spring banquet. A lowly commoner, entirely unversed in etiquette, would undoubtedly embarrass herself if asked to perform at the banquet, leading to Yi Yunting's complete aversion to Chu Nanli. It would become abundantly clear who was most fit to be the mistress of the war god's residence. Your Highness, splendid news. Just as Chu Nanli was about to step out, she encountered Steward Wang entering. What is it?
Chu Nanli Frauen.
Steward Wang snickered inwardly, feigning a serious demeanor. You should be aware that the spring banquet is the day after tomorrow. Concubine Lin is concerned for you and has specifically requested the prince to bring you along. I hope you will not bring shame to the war goddess residence. The last remark was not from him, but from the prince.
Chu Nanli Frauen.
She was aware of the spring banquet, which traditionally required the noble consorts to attend. However, Yi Yunting's decision to bring a concubine was a direct slap to her face. Lin Fueying had often flaunted her superiority, but now she was proactively suggesting that Yi Yunting bring her along, indicating a scheme was afoot. Yet, she had to attend the spring banquet. Minghua Tower had just opened and was thriving, making it an opportune moment to gain recognition at the palace feast. Chapter 82. Inquiry about the spring banquet understood. I shall attend, Chu Nanli concluded, regaining her composure. After the dismissive steward Wang left, she gathered the items Yenner had prepared for her. These were the pills she had crafted in her spare time, intended for delivery to Zhuang Lin at the auction house. However, due to the spring banquet, she felt compelled to inquire about certain matters with Zhuang Lin. Your Highness, please be cautious, Yenner admonished. She would not accompany Chu Nanli out today. After ensuring Xiao Guai's safe arrival at Minghua Tower, she had returned with several carpenters to repair the east wing. Thus, as the caretaker of the small courtyard, she needed to keep a close watch. Do not fret over me. At such a young age, you needn't burden yourself. Chu Nanli teased. Not wishing to linger any longer, she swiftly departed. Upon leaving the war god's residence, Chu Nanli donned her veil and made her way directly to Xianbao Pavilion. By coincidence, Zhuang Lin was present today, along with the mysterious masked man. Upon her arrival, she found Zhuang Lin discussing her with the enigmatic figure. I wonder when Miss Chu will deliver the next batch of pills. The Tong Mai Dan has greatly pleased me. My training has become much smoother, and I no longer feel like I'm working twice as hard for half the results. The mysterious man remained silent. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Master, Miss Liuli has arrived. Zhuang Lin's eyes lit up, and he instantly sprang from his seat. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. Without further ado, he abandoned the imposing figure before him and rushed to greet her, perhaps hoping that Miss Chu had brought another batch of Tong Mai Dan. Go ahead, the man spoke slowly, his voice resplendent, imbued with an innate nobility. Upon meeting Chu Nanli and learning her purpose, Zhuang Lin beamed and led her to a private room. Chu Nanli handed over the pills and stated, I have other matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long. Here are 2 vials of Tong Mai Dan and several other pills with varying effects. The benefits are noted, and you may name them as you see fit. As for pricing, there is no need to consult me. I trust your judgment, Zhuang Lin. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Lin found himself at a loss for words, though it did not dampen his spirits. His gaze toward Chu Nanli sparkled with the excitement of discovering a treasure. Truly, Miss Liuli was remarkable. It had barely been a short while since the last auction, and she had already concocted such an impressive array of pills. Exquisite.
Chu Nanli,
noticing his enthusiastic praise, felt a bit embarrassed and swiftly altered the topic. She had come today to inquire about a matter with Boss Zhuang.
Oh.
Zhuang Lin expressed his surprise. The spring banquet held in the palace each year invites songstresses and dancers to perform. I wonder if there are still openings for performances this year? Moreover, what channels must one go through to participate? The spring banquet? Zhuang Lin had not anticipated that Chu Nanli would bring this up, yet he shared all that he knew. The banquet was set to take place in 2 days, and typically, the performance list would be nearly finalized by now. However, exceptions could be made for particularly outstanding acts, which could be added at the last moment. As for the channels, Zhuang had his ways. Chu Nanli's eyes brightened at this revelation. After a moment's contemplation, she mentioned, I have an acquaintance who runs a brothel on Apricot Blossom Street, called Minghua Tower. Most of the young women there are former daughters of officials, well-versed in etiquette, capable of song and dance. Might Boss Zhuang be willing to assist in making an introduction? Zhuang Lin was genuinely astonished. This young lady had connections with the brothel owner? He was familiar with Mingyue Tower, where the performers offered their talents without compromising their dignity, transforming the establishment into a place of elegance, sparking much discussion throughout the city. Wishing to foster a good relationship with Chu Nanli, he readily agreed. Not a problem. Not only can I assist with the introduction, but with the presence of that talented lady upstairs, arranging for a performance in the palace would be entirely feasible. Chu Nanli was overjoyed, expressing her gratitude. I shall have my friend arrange for the manager of Mingyue Tower to discuss the details with you at once. Zhuang Lin smiled slightly, appreciating her courtesy. As they spoke, a glimmer of intrigue crossed his eyes. He wondered if that talented individual would lend her assistance this time. Chapter 83. A brief acquaintance after Chu Nanli departed. Zhuang Lin ascended to the third floor with a vial of the meridian opening pill in hand. Today is indeed your lucky day. Miss Chu has crafted the meridian opening pill, and this is for you. He placed the vial upon the table. The mysterious man nodded and uttered a brief thanks before tucking the vial into his sleeve. Observing this, Zhuang Lin was taken aback. Aren't you going to test it? At least try one to see how effective it is. No need. I trust her, and I trust you. Zhuang Lin raised an eyebrow, surprised that he was placed second in the man's esteem. You seem to be quite concerned about Miss Chu, he probed. The man replied coolly. We have crossed paths a few times. A fleeting thought of romantic encounters almost escaped Zhuang Lin's lips, but he quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and shifted the conversation. Miss Chu just inquired about the spring banquet. She has a friend who recently opened a brothel, Mingyue Tower, that has gained significant attention in the capital these past few days. I believe she wishes to leverage the spring banquet to bolster its fame, hoping the performers from Mingyue Tower can showcase their talents. A friend? The man raised an eyebrow behind his mask. While he had not assigned anyone to keep a constant watch on her, he understood well that she had no friends in the capital. It seemed that the proprietor of the brothel was, in fact, her own self. This realization piqued his interest. A young lady not only running a brothel but also managing to establish its reputation in such a short time displayed both intelligence and audacity. Across the table, Zhuang Lin took a seat as the man fell silent, leaving Zhuang uncertain of his thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he cleared his throat and continued. I reckon that finding someone with the influence to insert new acts into the spring banquet at such short notice is a rare feat as it happens. You are one such individual, hence my agreement to assist Miss Chu. The man finally spoke. Are you doing me a favor? Zhuang Lin feigned innocence. How could I dare? The man let out a soft scoff, not pursuing the matter further. Time is of the essence. Send someone to Mingyue Tower to assure them that arrangements can be made, allowing them to prepare their performances with peace of mind. Agreed? Aren't you going to see the program first? No need. Zhuang Lin exchanged a knowing glance. I understand you trust Miss Chu. I shall inform the staff to make the trip right away. The staff of Xianbao Pavilion were swift on their feet and soon caught up with Chu Nanli along the way. Miss Liuli. Chu Nanli turned, recognizing the staff member and momentarily pausing. The boss Zhuang asked me to convey that the matter you entrusted him with has been settled. You may notify your friend to arrange the performances. Chu Nanli was genuinely taken aback. So soon? The staff member scratched his head, embarrassed to admit. The boss didn't specify the particulars, so I'm unable to answer that question. Chu Nanli was not particularly interested in the details. She rewarded him with a piece of silver and said, Thank you for your efforts. The staff member hesitated to accept but noticed as Chu Nanli turned. Her steps appeared to dance lightly, and she swiftly vanished from sight. The gentle breeze lifted her garments, tousling her hair, and a corner of her veil fluttered, revealing a glimpse of her exquisite jawline. The staff member momentarily dazed. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. A celestial beauty, unbeknownst to Chu Nanli. She had left the staff member of Xianbao Pavilion mesmerized. Once she entered Apricot Blossom Street, finding no one around, she slipped into a narrow alley and vanished into her secret space. Soon, she emerged dressed in male attire, now embodying the persona of Master Jean Nan. Chapter 84. Listening to one's own flattery. Hey, brother. Are you here to enjoy Mingyue Tower as well? As soon as Chu Nanli reached the entrance of Mingyue Tower, a familiar arm casually slung over her shoulder. She stepped back and turned to see a fairly handsome young man, dressed in finery that spoke of wealth and status. Not sensing the awkwardness in her retreat, the young man lifted his chin and asked, "Shall we go in together?" Chu Nanli did not refuse. She nodded in agreement. It was the perfect opportunity to gauge the patron's impressions of Mingyue Tower. The two ascended the staircase, and unlike other brothels, there were no courtesans or madams soliciting guests outside. Instead, two tall and imposing guards stood watch. "Please, come in." Chu Nanli silently approved. The absence of heavy makeup and the first impression of the place was not frivolous, dispelling any notions of disdain from the customers. Her goal was to ensure that the young women within Mingyue Tower received the respect they deserved, for it was this foundation that would allow them to thrive in their chosen path of artistry without compromising their dignity. "Is this your first visit, brother?" the young man inquired, taking a casual interest. "Yes, and you?" "You don't seem like a first-timer," Chu Nanli replied, scrutinizing him. "I come here every day," the young man stated with a hint of pride, then added with a teasing tone, "In the past, visiting a brothel was all about spending a night with the courtesans. Now, well, you can see them but not have them, which makes it all the more enticing. The owner of Mingyue Tower is truly a remarkable person." "A remarkable person?" Chu Nanli replied modestly, probing for information. "I hear the courtesans here offer their talents without selling their bodies. You come here daily, yet the courtesans want to entertain you." The young man chuckled. "It was only upon coming to Mingyue Tower that I realized the allure of those fleeting encounters on the bed is nothing compared to the charm of conversing with these talented ladies. Engaging with them about life is far more enjoyable." As he spoke, he gestured toward a corner. "Look over there, brother. Several female patrons are chatting with the courtesans." Mingyue Tower has truly pioneered the notion that women can also frequent a brothel. Chu Nanli followed his gaze and indeed spotted several female patrons, perhaps feeling a bit anxious. These ladies were accompanied by their attendants. However, at that moment, they were engrossed in lively conversation with a courtesan, each of them giggling in delight. Upon closer inspection, the young lady who was laughing was indeed Mei Yi. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Nanli's eyes. This young woman had kept her promise and truly arrived. "Waiter, bring a pot of daughter's red, a platter of marinated delicacies, 2 dishes of peanuts, and 2 fruit platters." The gentleman had already settled into a seat and beckoned Chu Nanli to join him. "Do you know any familiar ladies here?"
Chu Nanli inquired.
"Indeed. But my favorite is still the proprietress," he replied.
"Xin Li An?"
"Yes," he confessed with a hearty laugh. "Unfortunately, the proprietress would surely look down upon me. She was once a lady of noble birth." It was said that many of the women in this establishment had once been daughters of high-ranking families, but due to family misfortunes, they were relegated to servitude. Alas, they are all pitiable souls. Thankfully, the owner of the Mingyue building is kind-hearted and astute, providing them with a place to reside. Chu Nanli recognized that she was ostensibly there for a private investigation, yet she found herself absorbed in their flattering conversation. "Young sirs, your orders are ready," the waiter announced as he swiftly set down the dishes before retreating, indicating that business was thriving within the establishment. Chu Nanli observed her surroundings. Each table was laden with an abundance of food and drink, indicating a higher order rate compared to the other brothels she had previously examined. After all, when one is not driven by carnal desires, they are more inclined to satisfy their appetites. "Brother, have you ever seen such a way of eating these snacks?" the gentleman inquired with an air of self-satisfaction, jolting Chu Nanli from her reverie. She could hardly claim ignorance. The marinated delicacies and fruit platters were her suggestions for the menu. Nevertheless, she refrained from shattering the gentleman's moment of pride and simply shook her head. "I have not seen such a thing." His expression brightened further, as if to say, "I knew it." He cleared his throat and pointed to the platter of marinated delicacies. "Look at these duck necks, duck feet, and lotus slices. I had only ever seen them on the dinner table, treated as main dishes. Who would have thought they could be marinated to such a spicy and numbing flavor and sold as snacks?" Chu Nanli nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I was unaware." She took the opportunity to inquire about the other patrons' opinions on the marinated delicacies. "Very good," he exclaimed, clapping his thighs. "Last time, there was only one portion left. I ordered it first, and everyone scrambled to take it from me." Chu Nanli silently noted that many of the customers were food enthusiasts, suggesting a wider variety of snacks could be arranged. Additionally, it seemed the kitchen might be understaffed, as the ingredients were insufficient. "And what of this fruit platter? How is it?" The gentleman, still oblivious to Chu Nanli's role as the questioner, gave another thumbs up. "It's marvelous. Even at home. I've never had such a refined way of enjoying fruit." Not that we can't afford it, it's just that we never thought of presenting so many varieties together on one plate. He speared a piece of fruit with a toothpick and continued to extol the owner's cleverness in creating the fruit platter, allowing patrons to enjoy multiple fruits at once while also commanding a higher price. Quite impressive. Chu Nanli smiled and nodded, keeping her contributions discreet. At that moment, applause erupted from the center of the hall. Curious, Chu Nanli turned her gaze. The gentleman explained, "Today's performance on the first floor appears to be a poetry duel. The ladies of Mingyue Building have been taught by the Minister of Rites, possessing profound knowledge, and can compose poetry with ease. Thus, many talented scholars from the capital have come today." With a scoff, he added, "It's amusing how these people once prided themselves on never stepping into such establishments. Yet here they are, flocking like moths to a flame." The hall was bustling with patrons, and their table was situated toward the periphery. Hence, from Chu Nanli's vantage point, she could only vaguely see a lady on stage writing on rice paper, surrounded by several scholars seated at tables equipped with writing tools. The conversation from the front table reached her ears. "I just want to peek by the stage. Today's theme for the poetry is spring. The ladies of Mingyue Building have exchanged verses with the scholars several times, yet no clear victor has emerged. Remarkable. Those who wagered on the lady and lost must feel their fortunes slipping away. Ha ha ha, serves them right for looking down on others." Hearing this, Chu Nanli's thoughts stirred once more. In such competitive segments, Xian Lian could serve as the house and set up wagers, which would not only enhance the patron's interest, but also be a lucrative venture. However, the theme of spring posed a challenge. The myriad scenes of spring could yield endless verses. If one scholar wrote of peach blossoms, another might write of irises, and with so many blooming flowers, it would be difficult to stand out if one could not master the vocabulary. The gentleman, alternating between sipping daughter's red and nibbling on duck necks, nudged Chu Nanli. "What do you think would make for an impressive poem about spring?" As Chu Nanli pondered improvements for the Mingyue Building, she was suddenly interrupted by his question and, without fully processing his words, instinctively recited the first line of poetry that came to mind. "The spring colors fill the garden, unable to be contained. A single red apricot branch reaches beyond the wall." The gentleman stared at her, wide-eyed, his expression nearly shouting, "A genius is right beside me." Realizing he misunderstood, Chu Nanli clarified, "This was penned by a remarkable poet from my hometown." He paused for a moment, then abruptly turned and dashed toward the stage, shouting the line she had just recited. Chu Nanli, alarmed, had not anticipated a potential social faux pas occurring in her own territory, and she had no intention of claiming a past literary figure's work as her own. She promptly rose and turned to leave. As the crowd erupted in excitement over the poem, the gentleman pointed at their table, claiming it was a poem presented by his fellow countryman. "Hey, where is he?" Upon reaching the second floor, Chu Nanli noticed that everyone in the hall below was searching for her, while the overly familiar gentleman continued to call out about a particularly handsome young man, more attractive than the ladies themselves. Chu Nanli, feeling a surge of panic, had never felt as flustered even in front of the imposing Knight Yunting. She swiftly ducked behind a pillar and pressed herself against the wall, hastening her steps. Just as she turned a corner, a voice called out from ahead. "Master?" Startled, Chu Nanli realized it was one of her own, and she let out a sigh of relief upon seeing Xian Lian. "Master, what's the matter? I've never seen you so flustered before," Xian Lian remarked, peering curiously over her shoulder. "Nothing. Let us discuss it inside," Chu Nanli urged, continuing her swift pace. As Xian Lian observed her hurried departure and the commotion below, she mused aloud about how business seemed to be booming today, considering her master was a lucky star. Once inside, Chu Nanli got straight to the point. "I was downstairs for a while and spoke with a customer who expressed great satisfaction with Mingyue Building. He is a returning patron. The overall atmosphere downstairs is quite pleasant. You all have done well." Hearing Chu Nanli's praise, Xian Lian relaxed, her mood brightening immeasurably. "Master is too kind. It is your brilliant suggestions that have proven invaluable." Chu Nanli shot her a look of resignation. "Save the business flattery. Let us focus on the matter at hand. While you have performed admirably, there are still several areas that require improvement." Chu Nanli outlined the issues one by one, allowing Xian Lian time to absorb her words. After a moment, Xian Lian gathered her thoughts. "I will remember everything. When you return next time, I will ensure you see an even better Mingyue Building."
Chu Nanli smiled.
"I have secured you a wonderful opportunity to gain notoriety. I am eager to hear more. The spring banquet. Xian Lian was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Are you suggesting we perform at the spring banquet?
Chu Nanli note that.
Yes, I sought help from the owner of Zuanbeige, and we can arrange for Mingyue Building's performance to be included. The most pressing issue at hand is that the spring feast is just 2 days away, and we must urgently select individuals to rehearse a performance. Do you have confidence in this endeavor? Xian Lian bit her lip, her heart racing involuntarily. Never had she anticipated the opportunity to attend the spring feast once more. However, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated, and she soon regained her composure. Currently, a much greater challenge awaited her resolution. My subordinates are confident. The young women in the building possess various talents and have performed small acts in recent days. So there is no need for concern regarding their abilities. The immediate challenge lies in conceptualizing a captivating performance. Only with sufficient experience can we make a name for ourselves. Chu Nanli offered several suggestions for consideration. Excellent. Our Mingyue Tower must shed the conventional impressions associated with brothels. Thus, we cannot follow the paths of the ordinary. Those water-sleeve dances and exotic performances are not suitable. We can incorporate calligraphy into the dance, utilizing elements of flight, with the guqin as accompaniment, Chu Nanli elaborated. Upon her conclusion, Xian Lian's eyes sparkled with admiration. Master, you are truly remarkable. With your ideas, the foundation of the performance has already taken shape. How long do you think it will take to rehearse? 2 hours will suffice. I shall proceed to select performers and instruct the young women to practice in the courtyard. Master, will you wait here to see the results? Yes, it brings me more assurance to witness it. After all, this is a performance for the palace. Any carelessness could lead to dire consequences. Very well, you may rest here. I will find Xiangyang to bring you some food. Chapter 87. The alluring courtesan Chu Nanli initially thought that incorporating elements of flight would be challenging, potentially requiring the use of rollers. However, Mingyue Tower boasts an abundance of talent. Astonishingly, there is a young woman from a martial family who possesses light-footedness. Even more fortunate, this young woman is also a skilled dancer. A hint of a smile graced Xian Lian's face as she recalled how her parents wished for her to become a refined lady, compelling her to learn the arts. Daily lessons were scrutinized, and only upon passing could she practice martial arts. Thus, she became both cultured and martial. In discussing this, Xian Lian's expression softened as she mentioned that the young woman is named Yuan Xiao. Her parents are still alive but have been sent to the frontier. Her aspiration is to save enough money to leave Mingyue Tower and reunite with her parents. Chu Nanli inquired if she wished for her to grant Yuan Xiao's freedom when the time comes.
Xin Lian note that Gen Li.
Rest assured, I will set her free. The women in Mingyue Tower are merely working for me, not selling themselves. With that, Chu Nanli rose and suggested they go see how the rehearsals were progressing. In the courtyard, the sounds of guests cheering from the main building could still be heard, though they were soon overshadowed by the enthusiastic cheers of the young women themselves. Chu Nanli stood in the corridor, watching intently. She observed a young woman leap gracefully from the rooftop, her white dress billowing like waves, landing amidst the astonished gasps of the crowd, and then deftly unfurling her water sleeves. A look of awe flickered in Chu Nanli's eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the dance concluded before she realized it. What do you think? Yuan Xiao is currently the courtesan of our Mingyue Tower, Xian Lian spoke proudly. Chu Nanli regarded Yuan Xiao's striking features, a blend of cool elegance and spirited charm, and nodded in approval. Alluring. This was the first word that sprang to mind. Yuan Xiao is truly beautiful. Hearing this, Xian Lian turned to the disguised Chu Nanli beside her and earnestly remarked, Master, you are even more beautiful. At first glance, you and Yuan Xiao share a similar demeanor, both exuding a coldness that creates distance. However, I believe you are most suited to wear a red dress, radiant and vibrant, embodying a striking beauty that truly represents you. Indeed, in her past life, those around her had said the same. Her mentor once remarked that had she chosen to become a spy instead of a military doctor, men from any nation would have fallen at her feet in a fiery red dress. Master, allow me to select a few red dresses for you next time. Xian Lian suggested, her own enthusiasm growing as she earnestly offered her advice. Chu Nanli quickly declined. No need, not just yet. If I were to dress too ostentatiously, that mad dog Yi Yunting might misconstrue it as an attempt to entice men. If you do require them, you must inform me, Xian Lian said. disappointment evident on her face. Chu Nanli replied absent-mindedly and stepped outside to join a few young women. Upon noticing her presence, the girls displayed expressions of astonishment and then turned curiously towards Xian Lian. Xian Lian introduced, "This is the true master of our Mingyue Tower, Master Jin Nan." The girls were momentarily stunned, then several of them had tears welling in their eyes. Yuan Xiao took the lead in bowing, her beautiful face wearing an expression of utmost seriousness. "Thank you, Master, for providing us with such a comfortable haven." "Thank you, Master." The other young women knelt in unison. "I also need your assistance in earning money." Chu Nanli wished to avoid them placing all their hopes on her due to her actions. Thus, she spoke plainly. Nonetheless, no one displayed any displeasure. Yuan Xiao gazed earnestly at her and said, "We are well aware of your kindness and assistance." After a pause, she added, "May I inquire if Master Jin Nan would be willing to speak with Yuan Xiao privately?" Chu Nanli was taken aback, as were the others. Chapter 88. The drug residue incident. After a moment, the two took their seats in a private chamber, and Xian Lian gently stepped outside to close the door behind them. Chu Nanli studied Yuan Xiao, noting a hint of complexity in the young woman's gaze. "Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Please speak freely." "I hope it's not too forward of me," Yuan Xiao said apologetically, though uncertain if her speculation was correct. "Are you the wife of the war god S Manor?" Chu Nanli's heart skipped a beat. There was a mirror in the room, and she couldn't help but walk over to examine her reflection. "Am I disguising myself so poorly that anyone can recognize me?" A flicker of amusement crossed Yuan Xiao's cool features as she explained that she possesses a heightened sensitivity to faces. Once seen, she rarely forgets. Chu Nanli had no intention of concealing her identity from this young woman, but she was puzzled as to why Yuan Xiao did not perceive her as the war god's wife's twin. Yuan Xiao paused momentarily before responding that if the war goddess wife had such a remarkable twin, she would not have been subjected to such mistreatment. Chu Nanli was taken aback, looking at her. Yuan Xiao stood and bowed in apology before continuing. Despite her own confusion over why someone so astute as he was faced bullying from the war god and the minister's illegitimate daughter, Chu Nanli noted that Yuan Xiao did not even regard Lin Fuiying as a member of the war goddess family. It seemed that many noble ladies in the capital were kind-hearted and possessed the discernment to distinguish right from wrong, not deceived by Lin Fuiying's false facade. The war god is not a virtuous man, nor is that illegitimate daughter harmless. After speaking, Yuan Xiao bowed once more. Chu Nanli felt a wave of emotion. A girl who perhaps had only crossed paths with her once could risk offending others to offer her a reminder, proving that goodness still existed in her surroundings. Yet, the original owner had not encountered such kindness upon entering the war god's manor. "Thank you for your advice," Chu Nanli said sincerely, returning the bow. Yuan Xiao had not expected her words to resonate with the woman before her. But out of gratitude for the assistance provided and a sense of empathy towards her fellow women, she had spoken bravely. To her surprise, not only did the woman not take offense, but she expressed her gratitude. A ripple of joy surged within Yuan Xiao. "Please do not think ill of Yuan Xiao for being so forward." "Not at all. I find you quite agreeable, Yuan Xiao." Yuan Xiao's tension dissipated, and she couldn't help but smile. "In fact, I first saw you in the palace," she revealed. Chu Nanli was taken aback. In the palace? It appeared this young woman had an extraordinary background. They conversed for nearly the duration of a tea time before exiting the room. Upon emerging, they were met with numerous inquisitive gazes. Xian Lian hurriedly dismissed the other girls. "Master, would you like to stay and share a meal with everyone?" "I shall not, as I have matters to attend to. For instance, alchemy. The more I refine, the more I can earn." Chu Nanli departed under the sorrowful gazes of Xian Lian and Yuan Xiao, making her way directly to the war god mansion without detouring elsewhere. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed from the side. "Young master, be careful." Lost in thought about the medicinal formula, Chu Nanli was momentarily slow to react. When she turned to assess the situation, despite her quick dodge, she was splashed with remnants of medicine. Her garment was instantly dampened, exuding a pungent medicinal odor. However, she had no time to dwell on this. As a young attendant slipped on a banana peel, nearly tumbling with his basin, she instinctively grasped his arm, preventing his fall. Once he regained his balance, she released him. The attendant, still shaken, noticed Chu Nanli's refined attire and immediately began to kneel, but she quickly halted him, assuring him it was of no consequence. "Your clothing. May I write you an IOU?" I currently lack the funds to compensate you, he stammered. No need. I can wash it when I return, Chu Nanli replied dismissively, waving her hand as she walked away. However, upon entering an alley, she swiftly changed into a different outfit within her spatial realm. The remnants of medicine clung to her, making her too conspicuous. She feared being recognized while disguised as a man. Unfortunately, there were no male garments available in her space, so she donned a female attire instead, relieved to find a veil to conceal her face. Chapter 89. Saving a life. Help, save me. As Chu Nanli was about to leave the alley, she heard a faint cry for help. Instinctively, drawing from her past life as a military doctor, she turned to peer deeper into the alley. The sound seemed to emanate from the right, where the alley ended, leading her to step cautiously inside. Upon reaching the corner, she spotted a boy, approximately 17 or 18, collapsed on the ground, eyes closed, clutching his throat in anguish, appearing to be suffocating. Quickening her pace, she knelt beside him to assess the situation.
Can you speak?
She inquired. The boy shook his head in pain, only able to emit labored gasps. Chu Nanli lifted his eyelid and pinched his jaw to keep his mouth open for a better view of his throat. A gust of wind stirred her veil. The boy struggled to open his eyes to look at her, but due to his suffering, the world before him swayed in a blur. He could faintly discern a young woman before him, her light green sleeves revealing a token inscribed with characters, though the rest remained unclear. However, outside the alley, a pair of eyes observed sharply, cloaked in ambiguity, before turning to leave. Lin Fuiying, as she departed, wore a mocking smirk. What a wretched person Chu Nanli was. Relying on rudimentary medical skills she had learned while caring for her, now daring to step forth to save a life, it was sheer folly. Once she botched the treatment or, worse, caused the boy's death, she would see how she managed to extricate herself from that predicament. Sensing the boy's symptoms resembled an allergic reaction, with swelling in his throat and a rash beginning to form on his face, indicative of severe allergic symptoms. Yet, upon closer inspection of the swollen tissue in his throat, it did not entirely align with an allergic reaction. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. Could it be that he had inhaled a certain toxin? This world possessed numerous herbs, poisons, and ailments that were foreign to her previous existence. She recalled reading just days prior that some toxins, when introduced into the human body, could manifest symptoms nearly identical to allergies, without the telltale signs of foaming at the mouth, blood vomiting, or convulsions. Indeed, as she rolled up the boy's pant leg, she discovered 2 puncture wounds. He had been bitten by a snake. Fortuitously, she had encountered him. Otherwise, without locating the snake that bit him, it would be challenging to alleviate the venom. Fortunately, she had just the antidote in her spatial realm. Concealing her actions with her sleeve, she retrieved the medicine and administered it to him, also cleansing the wound of the venom-tainted blood. Soon, the boy's painful symptoms began to subside. Chu Nanli checked his pulse and noted its gradual stabilization, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Just then, urgent voices echoed nearby. "Young master, where are you?" Glancing at the unconscious boy, she contemplated whether to wait for his family to arrive before departing, but at that moment, her spatial device emitted a warning beep. Alarm coursed through her. The device required immediate replenishment of its medicinal supplies. Those searching outside were likely looking for the boy. She could not afford to linger. "Someone's here," she called out, hastily retreating. The moment she entered the adjacent alley, she slipped back into her spatial realm to replenish her supplies. Inside, the fetus had grown considerably, its features indicating it would be a handsome boy, and she could even discern a faint resemblance to Yi Yunting. Chu Nanli seethed inwardly, thinking, should the two meet in the future, if Yi Yunting wished to acknowledge his son, it would depend entirely on her willingness. After replenishing her supplies, she sensed movement outside. Confirming that those seeking the boy were indeed the ones she had just rescued, she felt reassured. However, to avoid raising suspicion about her sudden appearance, Chu Nanli decided not to return and face the group, opting to wait until they had departed before emerging from her space. Chapter 90. Claiming Credit. Afternoon. Lin Fuiying awoke from her midday slumber, startled by a commotion outside. "What is happening out there?" she inquired. Donghua swiftly returned with news. "The general's wife from the town guard has come to express her gratitude, stating that a girl from our residence saved her young master's life." Lin Fuiying's eyelids flickered, her body propping itself up slightly. The general's wife from the town guard? Indeed. Did she mention who saved the young master? Donghua, puzzled by Lin Fueying's interest in the matter, answered, not specifically. It seems the young master only saw our war god mansion sign, and mentioned that the girl wore a light green dress. The young master was present? No, it is said he is recuperating at home. Only the general's wife has come with gifts, likely seeking the prince's assistance in locating that girl. Many guards and servants have been summoned. After sharing this, Dong Yue curiously asked, Madam, who do you think this girl is? She must be quite remarkable. Only young master Bai possesses medical skills in our residence. It is I, Lin Fueying interjected. Dong Yue was taken aback. Lin Fueying's gaze was no longer the soft and harmless demeanor she typically wore. It bore a hint of severity. I left the residence today, wearing a light green dress. Dong Yue, momentarily stunned, glanced at Lin Fueying's lotus-colored wrap dress, struggling to comprehend. Lin Fueying continued meaningfully. If you wish to attain the position that Granny Hua once held beside me, you must understand my words. Dong Yue met her gaze, swallowing hard, her heart racing, feeling an instinct to retreat. Lin Fueying said nothing further, hastily turning to enter her room. Dong Yue remained frozen, her mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Yet oddly sensing that Lin Feitzue had always been this way. She had seen the signs before but had never taken them to heart.
Moments later, ela yena fuging a marja.
Now clad in a light green gauze dress, though not identical, it bore a striking resemblance to Chu Nanli's outfit from earlier that day. That wretched Chu Nanli truly possesses remarkable fortune, saving a life with her rudimentary medical skills, and it just so happens to be the son of a general. What a stroke of misfortune. Yet, even if she possessed the ability to save lives, she lacked the means to claim that credit. The title of benefactor to the general's mansion must rightfully belong to her, Lin Fueying. Come, accompany me to the main courtyard to meet the prince and the general's wife. Lin Fueying's lips curved into a subtle smile, wholly unconcerned that Dong Yue would betray her upon discovering her true nature. Indeed, Dong Yue bowed her head in acquiescence. Yes, I shall always follow your lead, my lady. Lin Fueying's smile deepened. As long as you perform well, I shall not treat you poorly. My lady, we still require a few pieces of timber. I shall go request them from Steward Wang in the West Courtyard. The timber sent to the royal residence for future use is of the finest quality, with each piece holding considerable value. Therefore, any needs arising within the courtyards must be reported to the steward. After refining a batch of medicinal pills, Chu Nanli emerged from her space to rest and, upon hearing the conversation, felt a spark of inspiration. She wished to craft some small toys for her yet-to-be-born offspring, and since wood was required, it would be prudent to check the western courtyard for suitable lumber. She immediately rose, stating, I shall accompany you. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the main courtyard. Before Chu Nanli could enter, she heard Lin Fueying's voice. When I encountered the young master, he was lying on the ground, in great distress, seemingly on the verge of suffocation. Coupled with other symptoms, it was not difficult to deduce that he was suffering from an allergy.
Chu Nanli pauset momentia.
Finding the situation eerily familiar. Then, a strange woman's voice chimed in. Oh, I was unaware that Miss Lin possessed any medical skills. Lin Fueying replied modestly. I am ashamed to admit that I have only learned a few rudimentary skills from Brother Wuhan. Fortunately, the young master's condition is not complex, and my abilities suffice to assist. The unfamiliar woman then inquired, after saving my son, why did you leave without showing yourself? Were you concerned that the general's residence might cause trouble? Although this question was somewhat unflattering, her tone lacked any overt hostility, merely reflecting the curiosity of someone in a high position seeking clarity. Lin Fueying, feeling embarrassed, responded, I had no idea that he was the young master of the general's residence. I acted out of instinct, wishing only to help, so after ensuring his safety, I quietly departed to spare him any burden. To her surprise, she did not expect that the person she saved was indeed of noble status. Nor did she anticipate the lady herself would arrive. With both reason and sentiment, Lin Fueying felt she could no longer conceal the truth, lest the lady's visit be in vain. Each of her words was meticulously crafted, yet they only served to harden Chu Nanli's fists outside the courtyard. A glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. At this moment, she was certain that Lin Fueying was attempting to claim her credit for saving a life today. Chapter 91. Confrontation. While she could relinquish the glory of saving a life, she would not permit a foe responsible for the original's demise to seize that honor. It turned out that Lin Sufei was also skilled in medicine. During her care for Lin Sufei, she had diligently informed her daily of the properties of various herbs, yet at that time, Lin Sufei could not seem to remember any of it. Chu Nanli stepped into the courtyard. Yen Er, feeling flustered, hurried to follow her. Everyone in the courtyard was momentarily taken aback. Wu Shi, a woman from the general's residence, turned to look at Chu Nanli, her gaze lingering on her light green gown, momentarily stunned. Chu Nanli offered a respectful salute. "This is Princess Chu of the War God residence." Lin Fuiying's expression shifted for a moment before quickly returning to normal. "Sister? How could I be careless with such a life-saving matter? I didn't recognize those medicines earlier. I merely wished to charm my sister into being more attentive towards me." The last sentence had a slightly teasing tone. Among all present, only Chu Nanli discerned Lin Fuiying's provocation. At this juncture, Yi Yunting's voice, tinged with warning, rang out. "Chu Nanli, do not cause trouble." It was evident that even in the presence of a woman of such high status as the general's wife, he was unwilling to grant her any respect. Chu Nanli ignored him. If she were to prevent Lin Fuiying from appropriating her achievements today, she must speak up for herself. "Madam, there are a few points I find unclear. May I request some time to clarify matters with Lin Sufei?" Despite Yi Yunting's distinguished status in this situation, it was the general's wife whose son had been rescued, and she held the most authority. Yi Yunting's expression grew cold. "Chu Nanli, do not act recklessly." Wu Shi's gaze flickered. The external rumors of the war god showing extreme favoritism towards his concubine rather than his legitimate wife seemed to hold some truth. In her eyes, favoring a concubine over a wife was somewhat misguided. However, if Lin Fuiying truly was the one who saved her son, she would certainly express her gratitude and respect. Before this, she had appreciated Chu Nanli's unassuming demeanor. Regaining her composure, Wu Shi replied, "Very well." Upon hearing this, Lin Fuiying's heart skipped a beat. Both Yi Yunting and Bai Wuhan frowned, completely baffled as to why the general's wife would permit Chu Nanli to act so freely. Yi Yunting shot another warning glance at Chu Nanli, yet she offered him no attention. "You say the young master of the general's residence experienced symptoms of suffocation due to an allergy?" Lin Fuiying, recalling the scene, nodded. "Yes." "Is sister also present at the scene?" Before Chu Nanli could respond, Lin Fuiying furrowed her brows. "If sister was present, why did she not come out to assist?" "I was alone, and Dongyue had gone to buy supplies, leaving me in a panic." Dongyue, observing Chu Nanli's light green gown, quickly grasped the situation, her heart racing. Under Lin Fuiying's inquiry, she almost felt her heart leap from her throat. "At that time, I was sent to buy pastries for the concubine, but thankfully, the concubine had learned much from young Master Bai and understood medical principles. Your Highness, even if you harbor disdain for our concubine, the young master of the general's residence is an innocent life. You cannot stand by and watch him perish." What a heavy accusation to bear.
Chu Nanli plead Gonli.
"I am conversing with your master, be silent." Dongyue, startled by her gaze and already feeling guilty, fell silent.
Lin Sufei.
"Please explain what symptoms the young master exhibited at the time." Lin Fuiying hesitated, but the indifferent gaze of Wu Shi compelled her to respond to Chu Nanli. Reluctantly, she stated he had rashes on his body and was struggling to breathe. She was unwilling to elaborate further, fearing that too much detail could lead to mistakes. With a mocking glint in her eyes, Chu Nanli perceived that Lin Fuiying had not truly grasped the entirety of her rescue. What medication was administered?
Chu Kingdom.
The name of the medicine was one she had prepared in anticipation of claiming credit. Given that Inger has a weak constitution and is allergic to many substances, Brother Wuhan prepared her medicine for treating allergies. As she spoke, she cast a pleading glance at Bai Wuhan. He nodded, fully supporting Lin Fuiying. Xianqing Dan was indeed his contribution, and at this moment, he viewed Chu Nanli as malicious, attempting to usurp Inger's credit. Every word Inger spoke was true. "If your Highness remains unconvinced, Inger can show you the medicine." As she spoke, her gaze toward Chu Nanli was filled with disappointment, disdain, and indifference. Lin Fuiying promptly retrieved a vial of pills from her pouch. Bai Wuhan examined it and confirmed, "This is indeed Xianqing Dan." He then turned to Wu Shi, the general's wife, stating, "These pills were personally refined by me and are remarkably effective in treating allergic symptoms, worth their weight in gold. I hope the general's wife will not be deceived by those with ulterior motives. Inger is inherently kind-hearted and would never stand idly by when someone is in distress." The implication was clear, directly insinuating Chu Nanli as the duplicitous individual. Yi Yunting interjected, "General's wife, I apologize for the commotion. It was Inger who saved the young master. I will deal with Chu Nonli. Wu Shi's gaze deepened as she looked at Chu Nonli. Princess Chu, do you have anything to say? Chapter 92. Apologize to Inger and Wu Hun. Indeed, I do, for I am the one who saved the young master.
Chu Nonli rất phồn đề family.
Might I inquire, young master Bai, given your esteemed reputation as a renowned physician, do you truly believe the symptoms described by Lin Sifei are exclusively indicative of an allergy? First and foremost, Lin Sifei's observations may not be entirely comprehensive. Moreover, many illnesses exhibit similar symptoms in their early stages and can easily be mistaken for allergies. Bai Wuhan's expression darkened.
What do you mean by that?
He had never faced such a challenge to his medical expertise before. How dare a mere woman question his knowledge, without fear of ridicule? Chu Nonli continued, poisoning can also present such symptoms. Lin Fuiying's heart raced momentarily. Could it be that it was indeed poisoning? Only when she gazed at Bai Wuhan did he offer her a reassuring look. Lin Fuiying immediately felt her worries dissipate. How could Chu Nonli, despite her medical knowledge, possibly compare to Brother Wuhan? It was inconceivable. Without any symptoms of vomiting, what poison could she possibly have ingested? Bai Wuhan lightly mocked. Perhaps I should prescribe a remedy to treat the princess's mind. Chu Nonli retorted coldly. You are indeed a quack. The fact that you once used a fetus for medicine is enough to demonstrate your lack of skill. A living fetus cannot cure ailments.
Upon hearing this, Mrs.
Wu's eyelids twitched, and she instinctively glanced at her belly. She seemed to have heard rumors about the princess of the war god's mansion being pregnant, but she couldn't ascertain their truth.
Chu Nonli.
Knight Yunting approached with a dark expression, gripping Chu Nonli's arm tightly. Do not embarrass this prince here. Someone, take the princess away for confinement. She is clearly unhinged today. Yenna was taken aback and hurriedly intervened. Your Highness, I believe the princess. Allow her to finish speaking. Chu Nonli observed the expressions of those in the courtyard, sensing it was time to reveal the truth. The young master has been poisoned by snake venom. He was bitten by a snake. Lin Fuiying's eyelids suddenly flickered. Mrs. Wu's expression also shifted. Knight Yunting glared at Chu Nonli with a menacing gaze. Are you still raving mad? Chu Nonli forcefully shook off his grip, taking 2 steps back to maintain distance before saying, I hope that when the truth is revealed, Your Highness will realize who the truly mad one is. She then looked at Mrs. Wu and asked, Is there not a wound on the young master's leg from the snake bite? Mrs. Wu appeared troubled. She had not noticed the wound, as the boy had awakened shortly after being brought to the mansion, claiming he had fainted from shortness of breath and that a girl from the war god's mansion had saved him, saying nothing more. Seeing that he was not seriously injured, she had sent for a doctor to take a look, but before the doctor arrived, she hurriedly came with gifts to express her gratitude. However, Mrs. Wu's expression was misinterpreted by Knight Yunting and the others. Miss, why do you question the general's wife about something that does not exist? Lin Fuiying expressed her discontent. Bai Wuhan chimed in, Princess of the Chu. It would be wise to temper your hysteria. The young master was saved by Inger. No matter how mad you become, the credit will never be yours. Knight Yunting, with a grim countenance, commanded her to apologize to Inger and Bai Wuhan. This was the first time Mrs. Wu witnessed the formidable war god and the renowned divine doctor aiding a concubine in confronting Chu Nonli. Looking at Chu Nonli's frail figure, she felt a twinge of pity. You seem to have misunderstood. I was unaware of any injury on my son's leg, and I shall have the servants inquire. As her words fell, silence enveloped the courtyard, save for Knight Yunting's cold demeanor. Just then, commotion arose outside. Young master, slow down. Mrs. Wu furrowed her brows and turned to look. A handsome young boy rushed in, followed by several guards. Mother, has my benefactor's sister been found? Chu Nonli keenly noticed that his leg appeared somewhat unnatural. How bold he was, having just been bitten by a snake, and yet daring to run. Mrs. Wu grasped the boy's arm and asked, Do you have an injury on your leg? The boy's eyes darted around. What injury? I'm just allergic, haha, allergic. Lin Fuiying felt a heavy weight lift from her heart, looking at Chu Nonli as if she were staring at a ghost. Sister, did you hear that? Quickly apologized to the general's wife, insisting that the young master was bitten by a snake is truly disrespectful. Chapter 93. A swollen face. Upon hearing this, the young master turned to her. What? His gaze shifted between her and Chu Nonli, revealing confusion. 2 benefactors? Chu Nonli addressed the young master. Would you mind rolling up your pant leg? The young master's expression stiffened, feigning calmness. Why roll up my pant leg? Lin Fueying interjected, sister. Please do not act recklessly. Mrs. Wu observed this scene, a flicker of intrigue in her eyes. Due to some misunderstandings. We still do not know who the girl that saved you is. However, one girl claims you are allergic, while another insists you were bitten by a snake. Speak truthfully with your mother. What exactly happened? Luo Shai was momentarily bewildered. Could there be two benefactors? He was caught in a dilemma. Should he tell the truth? After hesitating for a moment, he rolled up a pant leg, closed his eyes, and loudly declared, I was bitten by a snake. Mother, please do not be angry. I bought a little green snake and didn't he tell you it bit me and then ran away. I promise I won't do it again. Mrs. Wu was both angry and amused. Her little troublemaker had not given her a moment's peace. The expressions of Knight Yunting and the others shifted dramatically. Chu Nanli cast a cold look in their direction, mockingly saying, now who is having a hysterical episode? Are we clear on who should apologize? Lin Fueying trembled slightly, yet remained obstinate. Even if the young master had indeed been bitten by a snake, it could not directly prove that her sister was a savior. Could it? Inger had only a superficial understanding of medicine. Upon seeing the young master collapse, her first instinct was to believe he was allergic. After administering medicine and seeing him stabilize, she did not check for any injuries. Chu Nanli sneered. Lin sighed, concubine. It seems you are truly underutilizing your talents by fabricating stories. Lin Fueying clenched her fingers tightly, a wave of resentment coursing through her. That wretched woman was determined to oppose her. She would not let her have her way. Madam, your highness, Brother Wuhan, Inger did not lie. Inger does not care about the credit for saving anyone, but she does not wish to be misunderstood by everyone. A clever retreat to advance. Bai Wuhan was indeed swayed. Princess of Chu, since you assert that the person saved was you, where's your evidence? Lin Fueying casually mentioned that the young master had seen the war goddess token, but wasn't he that token given to the guards? Knight Yunting's anger flared as he commanded Chu Nanli to apologize to Inger and Bai Wuhan, threatening to personally discipline her if she did not comply. Mrs. Wu frowned slightly, finding the situation absurd. If Chu Nanli had no evidence to prove she was the savior, neither did Lin Fueying. Why was no one mentioning this? This lady, where is your evidence? Luo Shai blinked, looking troubled. It's all my fault. I didn't see what my benefactor sister looked like. However, if you have evidence proving you saved me, that would simplify matters. Lin Fueying's face stiffened.
Chu Nanli is my.
The White Lotus and her sycophants were truly relentless. Yet, the young master of the general's mansion had delivered a perfect rebuttal. Indeed, why doesn't T. Lin's side concubine produce her evidence? Why have your highness and Bai Gongzi not mention this? Is it that you simply forgot, or are you covering for her? Chu Nanli, be cautious. Knight Yunting's warning voice abruptly halted, his expression momentarily faltering. He had seen Chu Nanli produce a blood-stained handkerchief from her sleeve. This is the blood I wiped from the young master's wound when I treated it. I had not the chance to dispose of it. Your highness, does this count as evidence? Both Bai Wuhan and Lin Fueying's expressions altered. However, Mrs. Wu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her gaze admiring Chu Nanli. This girl was not merely courageous, she was also astute. At that moment, Luo Shai raced over to Chu Nanli, taking the handkerchief, sniffing it, and instantly displaying disdain. That's right, it has the same foul smell as the one on my leg. With that, his eyes sparkled as he looked at Chu Nanli. Benefactor sister, I finally found you. The moment I entered, I felt you were my savior. This statement struck Lin Fueying like a resounding slap to the face. Her complexion alternating between shades of red and green, embarrassment and hatred nearly overwhelming her. She failed to notice that both Knight Yunting and Bai Wuhan simultaneously turned their gazes toward her, a flicker of inexplicable emotion crossing their faces. Luo Shai, still unsatisfied with the blow to Lin Fueying, added, as I walked in, I also noticed the faint medicinal scent on my benefactor sister, which is exactly what I smelled in the alley. That other beautiful sister has a strong scent of powder. Lin Fueying's nails dug into her palm. Her expression almost contorted with distress. Wu Shi stood by, seemingly oblivious to the actions of her younger son, showing no intention of intervening. Chapter 94. Determined to protect Lin Fueying upon witnessing this, Chu Nanli felt a surge of goodwill towards the pair of mother and son. Your injury has yet to heal. Vigorous activity is inadvisable, she cautioned. Luo Shai flashed her a bright, sunny smile, his demeanor charmingly endearing. It's nothing. You needn't worry, dear benefactor, he replied. Then turned his attention to Yi Yunting and his companions, his posture suggesting he was ready to defend Chu Nanli's honor. You speak without knowing the truth. Casting insults upon my benefactor. Shouldn't you apologize? But that was not all. The young man explicitly addressed Lin Fuiying, stating, not only did the sister attempt to claim credit for saving someone, but she also tried to sully my benefactor's name, which is quite rude. At these words, Chu Nanli glanced at Luo Shai, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Hadn't Lin Fuiying previously said something similar to her in a sarcastic tone? Not far away. Lin Fuiying wavered on her feet, her expression barely holding together. Why must the young master humiliate Inger so? I truly saved someone today. When I saw the lady arrive, I mistakenly thought it was the young master I had rescued, she protested. Luo Shai, astonished, remarked, You can make such a mistake? Chu Nanli couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This young master, though not yet of age, displayed formidable spirit, far surpassing the blind and heartless Yi Yunting and Bai Wuhan, who were several years his senior.
Enok, yer, vushi interjectet, noticin ye Yuntings bareli congelet displeasure.
The side consort is unwell. Perhaps she genuinely misidentified the person. Though her words seemed to defend Lin Fuiying, they were laced with subtle mockery. Tears streamed down Lin Fuiying's face as she choked out an apology, admitting to her error in identifying the person. Yet, she stubbornly clung to her claim of having saved a life. She understood that admitting to a lie would shatter the image she had crafted before Yi Yunting and Bai Wuhan. Bai Wuhan, unable to bear her tears, turned to Yi Yunting, asking, Yunting, I believing her. What about you? Lin Fuiying gazed at Yi Yunting with tear-filled eyes. The man replied slowly, I believe you. Hearing this anticipated affirmation, Chu Nanli smirked with irony. Luo Shai, taken aback, rushed to Lin Fuiying, incredulity evident on his face as he pointed to himself. Sister, look at my face. Such striking handsomeness, such superior features, and such outstanding charisma. How could you mistake me? Wu Shi's lips twitched, finding it hard to look at her dim-witted son, yet refraining from interrupting. Lin Fuiying stepped back, more tears cascading down her cheeks. Inger did not intend to make a mistake. I hope the young master will not be angry. Before Luo Shai could respond, Yi Yunting shielded Lin Fuiying behind him. Young Master Luo, Inger is unwell. You frightened her. Chu Nanli couldn't help but click her tongue at the display of chivalry. A glance at Wu Shi revealed her face had darkened. Then Wu Shi spoke. What does this mean? I came today on behalf of my son to express our gratitude to the benefactor, only for a side consort in green to step forward and claim credit. When the truth surfaced, she merely excused herself by claiming a mistake and offered a half-hearted apology. I refrained from making a fuss because I saw the god of war protecting her, but does he truly intend to defend a mere side consort? The atmosphere instantly grew tense. Wu Shi, as the lady of the Jinyuan general's residence, held her ground against Yi Yunting, exuding the poise and authority befitting a head matriarch. Yi Yunting's brow furrowed slightly. He had indeed been overly protective of Inger and had been a bit harsh towards the young master. However, he trusted Inger, and Wu Shi's words also displeased him. Lady Luo, Inger has always been kind-hearted and has never lied. She must have indeed saved someone today. If you deny her act of saving a life merely because she mistook the young master for the person she rescued, is that not somewhat biased? Wu Shi internally scoffed, feeling disappointed. The mighty god of war had been so easily deceived by a side consort of little standing, it was truly laughable. Such short-sightedness could lead to dire consequences for the people should he ever rise to a higher position. It seemed she would need to discuss this matter with her husband upon returning. I sincerely hope this is merely a misunderstanding. Having said that, she ceased her remarks, suggesting a desire to resolve the dispute amicably. Yi Yunting understood her intent, bowed slightly, and instructed Dong Yue to escort Lin Fuiying back to rest. Bai Wuhan, feeling uneasy, followed suit. Chapter 95. The young pup brother. Once the troublesome individuals departed, Wu Shi's expression brightened, and she approached Chu Nanli with warmth, taking her hand. Thank you, Princess Chu, for saving my little imp today. Would you allow me the pleasure of visiting your courtyard and sending over a token of gratitude? The gift consisted of 2 large boxes. Luo Shai eagerly joined them, his face alight with expectation. Of course, as long as the lady and young master do not mind my humble abode, Chu Nanli replied, watching from the side. Yi Yunting felt an inexplicable irritation grow as the trio appeared to share a familial bond. At that moment, Chu Nanli turned to him. His heart skipped a beat, and he felt a flicker of unrecognized anticipation. Your Highness, will the gifts from Lady Luo be stored in my treasury?
Chu Nanli inquired.
Yi Yunting's face darkened, his displeasure evident. Of course. Did this woman truly believe he would compete with her for such trivial gifts? Chu Nanli continued. I came here with Yenner to select some wood for repairing the eastern wing. I heard it requires your permission. Granted, Yi Yunting replied, impatiently cutting her off. Chu Nanli remained silent, casting a glance at Steward Wang nearby. Internally cursing, he approached with a respectful demeanor. I will assist the princess with the registration.
Do you need the wood now?
Yenner responded, I will go with Steward Wang. Very well, he replied. Chu Nanli instructed Yenner to choose wisely in front of him and Yi Yunting. With a stern expression, Yi Yunting turned and strode into the house. Chu Nanli paid him no mind and turned to Wu Shi and Luo Shai. My lady and young master, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Shall we proceed? Before long, they arrived at Chu Nanli's courtyard, Chu Xiangyuan. The sounds of knocking and hammering from the eastern wing drew the attention of both Wu Shi and Luo Shai. Upon seeing the remnants of a fire, they exchanged surprised glances. Benefactor, did a flood occur? Luo Shai could not contain his curiosity. Yes, but it's all in the past now. Please, lady and young master, come in and sit, Chu Nanli replied. Wu Shi seemed to sense something but, seeing that Chu Nanli had not elaborated, chose not to inquire further. The three engaged in lively conversation, and even after departing, Luo Shai returned to ask Chu Nanli for her name.
Chu Nanli.
Then I shall call you Sister Nanli. My name is Luo Shai. You may simply call me Shai. Just my name will suffice. That won't do. It feels too distant. Luo Shai began to ask Chu Nanli about her birthday. And upon learning that she was only a few months his senior, he nearly jumped for joy.
Chu Nanli, Papa,
grew concerned for his injured leg and gently urged him to calm down. Luo Shai beamed at her, his smile bright and innocent. Sister Nanli, it's wonderful to know you. I must take my leave now. He waved vigorously at Chu Nanli before turning to catch up with Wu Shi and the others. In Chu Nanli's mind, an unexpected phrase from her past life emerged, puppy brother. In the next instant, she shook her head, chiding herself for such thoughts.
Princess, Yenner returned,
bringing with her several fine pieces of wood. Chu Nanli inspected them, confirming their quality. Let the carpenter replace it. As for the remaining scraps, please gather them for me, as they will be of use. Indeed, Chu Nanli contemplated the upcoming spring banquet, resolving to act discreetly over the next couple of days, avoiding any encounters with Yi Yunting to prevent complications regarding her attendance at the banquet. However, events seldom unfold as one wishes. The palace had arranged for Yi Yunting to review the program list for the spring banquet. Chapter 96. The program of the Smoke Willow Land. Chu Nanli instructed Yenner to deliver a message to Xinlian at Mingyue Tower, urging them to prepare adequately. She indicated that she would accompany Yi Yunting in the guise of Jin Nand during his inspection. Moreover, she requested Xinlian to prepare a mask for her, designed for a man. Additionally, she advised that Chui should not accompany them, as his identity as her bodyguard would be too revealing. The following day, Chu Nanli set out early for Mingyue Tower. After changing her attire, she entered the venue with Xinlian and others. Upon seeing the gathered guests, her gaze momentarily halted. She was surprised to find Lin Fuiying present, confirming her suspicions about the depth of the bond between this pair of lovers. Shaking off her thoughts, she clasped her hands in greeting, introducing herself as Jin Nand before the war god. Her voice, though still youthful, was intentionally subdued, rendering her true gender indistinguishable. Yi Yunting noticed nothing amiss, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he summoned his subordinates to present the program list. Upon glancing at it, his brow furrowed. Is your performance titled Fingu?
Yes.
Yi Yunting's expression momentarily shifted as he scrutinized the program list further before setting it down. He turned to his waiting subordinates. I have heard whispers that Mingyue Tower is a place of smoke willow, so why is its program positioned so prominently at the end? The final performance, known as the grand finale, held equal importance to the opening dance. Upon hearing this, Chu Nanli and the young women behind her felt their expressions darken slightly. One subordinate hesitantly replied, I too am unaware. The list was arranged by several esteemed individuals. However, I speculate that Mingyue Tower has recently gained considerable acclaim in the capital, and the ladies within are sought after by scholars and talents, thus elevating this program. Yi Yunting's brow remained furrowed, his tone reflecting displeasure. It seems the trends in the capital have deteriorated significantly, with everything garnering undue admiration. The subordinate quaked in fear, reluctant to respond. Chu Nanli's expression grew icy beneath her mask as she prepared to speak, but Lin Fueying interjected, acknowledging the current moral decay while asserting the innocence of the young women involved. In my view, should this program be performed at the spring banquet, it will likely draw reprimands from numerous dignitaries. Rather than let these ladies face embarrassment then, it would be wiser to withdraw the program now and offer compensation to Jinan and the ladies, which would benefit everyone. Yi Yunting pondered this, his brow knitted in contemplation. The two showed no concern for the feelings of the Mingyue Tower attendees, their condescending attitudes discomforting. Yet, at that moment, Xin Lian and the others were too anxious to feel anger, fearing that their performance would be cancelled. Sensing the nervous gazes from the young women behind her, Chu Nanli remarked, I have a few words to convey. Yi Yunting raised his gaze to her, his expression bland yet imposing. Lin Fueying, observing his noble demeanor and recalling the rumors of Mingyue Tower's success, felt a twinge of regret. Such a person would be best befriended for her own purposes. She realized that her previous remarks should have been more diplomatic, despite her disdain for the women behind her. With this thought, Lin Fueying spoke up first. Jinan, please feel free to address the prince directly. Do not misconstrue his and my previous comments. The prince is responsible for the spring banquet and must treat each program with strictness. I am merely concerned for the lady's well-being. Her words, both righteous and tactful, eased Yi Yunting's heart somewhat. However, Chu Nanli, not being a man, was not swayed by such disingenuousness. Thank you for your kind intentions, Lady Lin. Having said this, she turned her gaze towards Yi Yunting, seemingly ignoring Lin Fueying's watery eyes. Your Highness, since Fingu has the honor of being presented as a grand finale, it must possess its merits. How about we place a wager? You possess quite the audacity, Yi Yunting replied, his gaze scrutinizing. Chu Nanli chuckled lightly, her eyes sparkling with determination. If one lacks courage, how could they dare to speak before the war god? Yi Yunting smirked slightly, his tone nonchalant. Do share your thoughts. I shall consider whether to grant you this opportunity. His dismissive tone incited a silent eye roll from Chu Nanli, who felt an urge to slap him. This proud war god, with his lofty arrogance, would inevitably pay the price for his hubris. The prince may summon esteemed musicians and dancers from the palace to judge. If they find the performance of Mingyue Tower worthy of the finale, you shall not interfere. Should they disagree, Mingyue Tower shall not appear at any future palace banquet. The room fell into stunned silence. Chapter 97. If we lose, Mingyue Tower closes. Yuan Xiao couldn't help but glance towards the figure at the front. Though she could only see a silhouette, she could envision the unwavering confidence of Chu Nanli. Was this not a testament to her trust in them? A warmth flickered in Yuan Xiao's eyes. What boldness, Jinan, she thought. Lin Fueying returned to her senses, still oblivious to Chu Nanli's disdain, her eyes shimmering with admiration for the young man. Yet, no one knew that she secretly scorned those seductive women, thinking them unworthy of such a burden. What does the prince think?
Chu Nanli ignored Lin Fueying, focusing solely on Yi Yunting.
Lin Fueying felt a surge of annoyance. The owner of Mingyue Tower was exceedingly ungrateful, having disregarded her overtures of goodwill. Yi Yunting replied coldly, this is merely a waste of time. At his words, Lin Fueying's eyes flickered with calculation. Your Highness, these ladies have come, and Jinan has spoken on their behalf. Grant them an opportunity. Did she ever request anything? Lin Fueying continued, expressing her reluctance to let them leave disappointed. Yi Yunting's expression softened considerably, his tone now affectionate yet resigned. You are simply too kind. Chu Nanli rolled her eyes internally. Behind her, Xin Lian and Yuan Xiao, aware of her identity as the princess, felt a surge of indignation on her behalf. How about this? Lin Fueying feigned contemplation, offering. Since we know the prince is just and exacting, let Jinan raise the stakes. If you grant them the opportunity, it would be more reasonable. Yi Yunting's interest peaked.
Go on then.
If these ladies' performance fails to gain the approval of the palace musicians and dancers, then. Lin Fueying glanced at Chu Nanli, her eyes glinting with malice. Mingyue Tower shall announce its closure in the capital and will be barred from future operations here. Upon hearing this, Xin Lian's expression shifted uneasily. Lin Fueying noticed and softened her tone. It is not my intention to be cruel. Let us consider this. If a brothel that prides itself on talent cannot astonish its audience, how can it deserve admiration? In fact, it would tarnish the capital's reputation. Her argument was coherent and compelling, leaving no room for rebuttal. At this juncture, if Chu Nonli disagreed, it would be seen as her lacking reason. Merely a facade of prestige. Yi Yunting replied coolly, I find Lady Lin's proposal quite agreeable. Chu Nonli's gaze turned frosty. Lin Fuang, what a perfect white lotus you are, wielding a honeyed tongue while pushing others towards ruin. The day's program review would only assess a segment, not require a full performance. Should she acquiesce, it would mean that Yuan Xiao and the others had to deliver every step, every note, and every coordination flawlessly, allowing no room for error. Yet, how could she refuse? This marks the first step for Mingyue Tower to truly detach itself from the realm of smoke and willows. I shall comply. Lin Fuiying's lips curled slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting behind Chu Nonli, her smile momentarily faltering. The maidens of Mingyue Tower did not appear as despondent as she had imagined. Instead, they wore expressions of calm. Observing their beautiful faces, Lin Fuiying felt a surge of resentment. Such pretentiousness. A group of courtesans still able to attract admiration. How ludicrous. They were merely a collection of lowly women, and the rumors that they sold their artistry without offering their bodies were believed only by fools. It was all a facade of superiority. She was eager to witness how these wenches would return, tails between their legs, after showcasing their unworthy performances. Chapter 98. The prince's discerning eye. While the palace musicians were summoned, Yi Yunting instructed the examination of other performances to commence. Chu Nonli led Xian Lian and the others to the side hall to prepare. Rest assured, my lord, the maidens will not disappoint you, Xian Lian assured. Chu Nonli chuckled lightly, I have no concerns. With that, she turned to Yuan Xiao and the others, her gaze gentle yet imbued with a reassuring strength. This is our first battle. We must make it splendid. The response was a resolute chorus of agreement. After approximately half an hour, a servant came to summon them. Upon returning to the main hall, Chu Nonli heard Lin Fuiying's well-meaning reminder. Young Master Jin Nan, it is still not too late to withdraw.
Chu Nonli thiplit ganli.
There is no need. I have confidence in the maidens. Lin Fuiying chuckled lightly, a flicker of disdain flashing in her eyes. Then my lord, and I shall await the outcome. Yi Yunting turned to the musicians and dancers, his voice deep and commanding. The performances at the palace banquet must not be taken lightly. This served as both a wake-up call and a warning for them to remain fully alert and not to show leniency.
Chu Nonli feigen in dai fern. Moment late.
All the maidens of Mingyue Tower took their positions, arranging their guqin in the courtyard before commencing their dance. As the first notes resonated, the musicians' expressions shifted. With Yuan Xiao leading the dancers, their graceful forms were soft yet exuded a fierce elegance, altering the expressions of the palace dancers as well. Though this segment lacked aerial feats and did not showcase calligraphy through dance, it was nonetheless breathtaking. Lin Fuiying sat in shock, her hands instinctively clenching. How could it be? How could these lowly women perform better than the previous dance troupes? It was only when the music ceased and the dancers held their poses that Lin Fuiying snapped back to reality. The well-prepared remarks she had rehearsed were now lost to her. She turned to seek out Yi Yunting, but found his gaze fixed on Yuan Xiao's face, his expression subtly shifting. Did the prince perhaps take a liking to this lead dancer? Yi Yunting looked at the musicians, asking, what do you think? The musicians and dancers lowered their heads, exchanging furtive glances, uncertain of Yi Yunting's thoughts, and thus remained silent. Seeing this, Lin Fuiying intended to steer the conversation. Chu Nonli noticed her intent and promptly interjected, I ask all esteemed ladies to candidly share your opinions. This is the first performance of the maidens from Mingyue Tower, and should there be any shortcomings, your guidance would be appreciated. Her words struck a balance, garnering goodwill from the musicians and dancers, while Lin Fuiying's countenance darkened. At this moment, the most seasoned musician finally found his resolve, stating, the performance of the maidens from Mingyue Tower is impeccable. In fact, I dare not claim my understanding of music exceeds theirs. With the musicians' endorsement, the dancers felt emboldened to speak. The maidens possess solid dance foundations, while they may not rival the experienced dancers of the palace. Their unique bearing and grace are truly striking. This performance is worthy of a grand presentation in the palace. At this point, the outcome was abundantly clear. Lin Fuiying's expression shifted through various shades of dismay. Chu Nonli turned to Yi Yunting, smilingly inquiring, my lord, does this wager mean I have won? Yi Yunting cast a deep glance her way, and after a moment, replied, I have no objections. Prepare well for your return, and do not make any mistakes. Chu Nanli felt a wave of relief wash over her. Rest assured, my lord. Yi Yunting did not look at her again, his gaze settling upon Yuan Xiao, his expression inscrutable. Perceiving this, Chu Nanli's thoughts shifted, and she remarked, My lord seems quite taken with our lead dancer from Mingyue Tower. Could it be you are smitten? Before Yi Yunting could respond, she continued with a laugh. Every maiden from Mingyue Tower is both talented and beautiful. You have an excellent eye, my lord. Both Lin Fuiying and Yi Yunting's faces darkened simultaneously. Chu Nanli observed their reaction, feigning ignorance. This man, who looked down upon her maidens, now gazed upon them with interest. Regardless of the reason, it irked her. She hoped the servants in this villa would keep their lips sealed, for soon rumors would spread through the capital of the war god's infatuation with the maidens of Mingyue Tower. With the title of war god, the maiden's status could only rise. You may return, Yi Yunting commanded coldly, offering no further explanation. Having achieved her objective, Chu Nanli gracefully withdrew, with Xian Lian and the others. Lin Fuiying clenched her handkerchief, watching them depart, a flicker of jealousy in her eyes. She had changed her mind. There was no need for Chu Nanli to perform tomorrow. All she needed was for everyone to know that Chu Nanli was inferior to even a mere dancer from a brothel. She was eager to see where the untalented Chu Nanli would hide her face. Chapter 99. Chu Yi delivers the battle robe that evening. Chu Yi arrived at Chu Xiang courtyard. He no longer needed a token for entry, as he could now enter the royal residence with just his face, thereby returning the identification badge to Chu Nanli. This was also why Chu Nanli had been seen with the war god's identification badge when treating Luo Shai. My lord, this is what Xian Lian asked me to bring. What is it? Chu Nanli inquired, curiously opening the box. Upon seeing its contents, she gasped in surprise. A striking set of jewelry was displayed atop, with what appeared to be a formal gown beneath. Is this attire prepared for the spring banquet? Indeed. A warm current flowed through Chu Nanli's heart. Please thank Xian Lian for me. She is thoughtful. Initially, she had intended to be casual, planning to randomly select a garment from her wardrobe and adorn herself with a simple hairpin. Now, with Xian Lian having specially prepared this outfit, she could not disappoint her kindness. Additionally, Yuan Xiao has asked me to convey a message to you. Chu Yi gazed at the woman before him, unsure if the message was from Yuan Xiao or his own sentiments. At the spring banquet, it is you who should shine the brightest, not them.
Chu Nanli said.
And in an instant, she understood Yuan Xiao's true message. At tomorrow's spring banquet, as officials gather, she, as the rightful princess of the war god's residence, must don an outfit befitting her status to command respect. Only by being dazzling would she dispel any unfounded rumors. And no matter how Lin Fuiying flaunted her favor with Yi Yunting, she would still be merely a concubine without even the title of a secondary consort. Chu Nanli was not oblivious to this. It was just her nature to be low-key, and she had not planned for such a display before.
Now,
with Xian Lian and Yuan Xiao's intentions laid bare, she was not one to be overly sentimental, and thus felt no need to ponder further. Yes, please tell them I appreciate their kindness, and I look forward to the maiden's performance at the spring banquet tomorrow. Chu Yi let out a quiet sigh of relief, responded affirmatively, and took his leave. Once he departed, Yenner stepped forward. My lord, allow me to take care of the clothing and secure it in your room. We mustn't have any mishaps. Chu Nanli, seeing the young girl's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. Very well, I entrust it to you, my diligent steward Yenner. Yenner blushed at the jest, but swiftly executed her task. After exiting the room, she promptly added, I have prepared plenty of rose petals and essential oils. You should indulge in a rose bath, and I will apply the oil for you afterward. Essential oils? Have you once again used your own earnings to procure items for me? Yenner hesitated, expressing her gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon her, feeling it only fitting to reciprocate with a token of her appreciation. Chu Nanli found this both amusing and exasperating. The body oil was quite expensive. Did she truly believe herself to be a fool for spending her own money on such luxuries? After speaking, she produced several silver notes and handed them over. Although the palace had its expenses, they were certainly not impoverished. They were wealthy enough, and she reassured Yenner that if she ever needed anything, she could simply ask. Yenner obediently acknowledged her words. In the end, Chu Nanli washed her hair, indulged in a rose bath, and applied rose essential oil. Yet she declined Yenner's suggestion for further facial treatments. The best remedy for last-minute concerns was to simply rest well. A good night's sleep would surely enhance her complexion. Moreover, the princess was naturally beautiful. With that, she sent the young girl on her way and retreated to her private space to refine her potions. Before her body became imbued with a strong scent of medicine, she hurried off to sleep, hoping to avoid being caught by the young girl the next day. Meanwhile, in the Farong courtyard, the servants were bustling about, diligently attending to their mistress. "My lady, tomorrow you will wear the exquisite attire crafted by the finest embroiderer of the capital. You will undoubtedly outshine all others," Winter Moon and Xiaoyan said. Kneeling beside the imperial concubine's couch, one preparing cosmetics while the other provided a massage, both flattering her profusely. Lin Fueying smirked, envisioning how Chu Nonli would appear dimmed in comparison, and felt a surge of satisfaction. The following day, as it was time to depart, Yi Yunting led Lin Fueying out of the War God mansion. Noticing the absence of Chu Nonli among the guards and carriages, his expression darkened. "Where is Chu Nonli?" Lin Fueying, observing his demeanor, commented, "Sister must have forgotten. She may still be asleep. I shall go fetch her." Despite her words, she did not move, merely signaling Winter Moon to attend to the matter. Understanding her cue, Winter Moon promptly said, "My lady, I shall go." Yi Yunting's expression grew increasingly grim. If she could not keep time, then so be it. The guards outside the carriage hesitated to speak. Just then, the carriage curtain was lifted from within. Chu Nonli revealed a face radiant as a blossoming peach, her red lips parting to say, "I have been waiting for quite a while." Lin Fueying stood frozen, her pupils reflecting Chu Nonli's stunning yet composed makeup, and jealousy flared within her almost instantly. Yi Yunting momentarily lost his focus, pressed his lips together, and nonchalantly remarked, "Let us depart." He boarded the carriage first, momentarily neglecting Lin Fueying behind him. Upon entering, he was nearly blinded by the captivating beauty of Chu Nonli. Clad in a red robe, her layered skirt cascaded like waves, adorned with golden trim, and a black and gold sash accentuated her slender waist, showcasing her exquisite figure. Above all, her delicate features were beyond reproach, breathtakingly beautiful. This was the second time he beheld Chu Nonli in red attire, and it evoked memories of their wedding day, where she had also donned a striking red garb, her eyes sparkling with vivacity. At that moment, Chu Nonli raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, "My lord, have you seen enough?" Yi Yunting suddenly snapped back to reality, his gaze dimming. "My lord, Inger has yet to join us," came Lin Fueying's feeble voice from outside. Only then did Yi Yunting realize he had been blocking the carriage door. Retracting his gaze from Chu Nonli, he turned and extended his hand to help Lin Fueying aboard. Once inside the carriage, Yi Yunting commanded the guards to set off. Lin Fueying remained silent, her head bowed, the shadow concealing her envious expression. That wretched woman. That detestable wretch. She must be aware of my intentions, wearing red to draw attention. She fumed inwardly. Why didn't Winter Moon find me a red gown? This yellow dress pales in comparison to Chu Nonli's. Furthermore, that wretched woman's face is far too alluring. At that moment, the other two inside the carriage remained oblivious to her turmoil. Chu Nonli feigned sleep with her eyes lowered, while Yi Yunting closed his eyes, lost in thought. As Lin Fueying suppressed her resentment and glanced up, she noticed the two of them mirroring each other's gestures, which only intensified her irritation. "My lord," she called sweetly, "I seem to be feeling unwell." Yi Yunting opened his eyes, concern etched on his face. "What is troubling you?" "I don't know if it's the strong fragrance in the carriage, but it makes me feel dizzy. The perfume I use is personally crafted by Brother Wuhan. It should not be harmful," she replied. Chu Nonli lifted her eyelids, her gaze laced with mockery as she scrutinized Lin Fueying, clearly seeing through her ploy. With only two women present in the carriage, Lin Fueying's claim that her fragrance was fine implicitly suggested that Chu Nonli's scent was the problem. "Do not bite indiscriminately."
Chu Nonli, Ye Yunting farnet koldi.
Lin Fueying, feigning innocence, replied, "Inger did not imply anything about my sister. However, sister has never used perfume before. It is understandable that she may have overprepared for the spring banquet out of nervousness. Perhaps sister should change into an outfit without fragrance to avoid offending the other nobles at the banquet." "What a considerate display from the side concubine," Chu Nonli retorted sarcastically. "If your words did not carry such a strong hint of mockery, suggesting that I am unworldly and overprepared, I might have actually believed you." With a dismissive look, She appraised Lin Fuiying, her expression increasingly scornful. You wish for me to change into something less eye-catching, so as not to overshadow your brilliance? Keep such petty schemes to yourself.
Ye Yunting fronet, displeaset. Chu Nan Li.
Do not interpret Inger's intentions with such malice.